Get out my system, isn't it?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الصلاة والسلام على رسول الكريم أما بعد السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة
Rahmatullahi, barakatuhu.
MashaAllah, good to have you all here on the panel. It's been a while since we had Brother Samir, all the way from Canada. I know he's freezing his tail off over there.
Not inside anyway, so Alhamdulillah, I'm okay.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah.
And of course, we have Brother Zishan from Smile to Jannah, Alhamdulillah. And of course, our panelists, Brother Islam Hakim, Alhamdulillah. How are you guys doing?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen.
MashaAllah, good to see you. What's happening on your side, Brother Samir, in terms of Dawah? Anything new?
The street Dawah has been, as I mentioned, it's not very active these days because of the weather. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, we've been doing some online Dawah workshops and training and all that. So preparing new people at different remote locations, So
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah, that's going on very well. So.
Okay, Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
So once winter comes, you guys fly off to somewhere, or
no, we don't
take a break from summer until summer?
No, some days in the winter it will be cold, but there will be sun. It will be cold, but there would be sun, and where people will come out. That's when we also go out on the street, and be there. So for them, so Alhamdulillah. Yeah.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. That's good to know. Brother Islam Hakim, what's new on your side, bro?
Yeah, good question. We've just been doing more of the deconstructing atheism streams, which is good times. So we've sort of finished for now with the Oppie and William Lane Craig stuff, but we'll be getting back on that, inshallah. We took a bit of a detour to look at Alex O'Connor and Joe Schmidt and their sort of ranking of arguments for atheism or arguments against theism. So yeah, it's good. I've had some people drop me emails, had some interesting conversations from those. Alhamdulillah.
That's good, mashallah. I think you should debate with one of these guys, young guys like Alex Connor, maybe.
Oh, I'd love to. I wouldn't debate with Alex. I'd love to have just a really good long discussion with him about all the stuff.
Call it a dialogue if you want, not a debate.
Yeah, because the thing I've noticed in particular with all four people I just mentioned is they talk a lot about general theism. And the more you look at it, the more you realize it's really a basket of straw men compared to Tawheed. Right. And not intentionally, I think it's structurally, institutionally, they have just been unable to grasp or not had presented to them Tawheed. They just, all of their sort of, arguments and positions, that they don't stick to the names and attributes of Allah, to the concept of oneness of Allah in Islam in the slightest. But they don't seem to realize the fundamental differences. They don't seem to realize that the same arguments just simply don't apply because the way it's defined is just very different. So
yeah, of course, yeah. Sometimes
love to have that discussion. Say, what do you think when you say God? What do you mean when you say that you don't believe in a deity? What does that even mean? I'd love to have that discussion.
Yeah, definitely. See if we can make it happen, inshallah.
Allah.
And last not least, Smile to Jannah. How are you doing, Akhi? You right?
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. I'm only going to say this once, yeah? So make sure you're paying attention.
Inshallah.
Yeah, this is the best project in the Dawah scene. Yeah. It only needs to be mentioned once. Frankly, I don't think anyone can come close. That's the level. That's the level, yeah? So here it is. Again, I'm only going to say it once.
Does anyone do lip reading?
So that is the project in a nutshell.
Mashallah, that's a fantastic idea.
Yeah. Do you see?
Where did you come up with that, bro?
I'm not going to mention it again. Like, no one can say, "Oh, there was a technical error" or whatever it is. Like,
alhamdulillah, that's good, mashallah. Yeah, always enjoy conversations and your videos as well. Really entertaining, at the same time full of information. So infotainment. Is that the word?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There is one thing that I wanted to say is based on my latest video, which is, given what happened in Australia, a lot of people are talking about and spreading a lot of kind of conspiracy theories, and people that are uninitiated, they will be under the impression that, oh, it's just being plucked out of nowhere, or you know what, these people are just uneducated. And unfortunately, we don't mention the precedents that have been set in the past that make people very suspicious of anything pertaining Israel. And one thing in particular, there was, and this is on the BBC, yeah, on 2018, there's a guy called Michael Ron David Kadar, yeah, and he made more than 2,000 BOMB threats to Jewish institutions, yeah, in the UK, US, Canada, New Zealand, and Australia. And he started off doing this when he was underage, so they can't convict him for those ones. But then, conveniently, later on, when he became of age, that's when he was convicted for them. So that's very interesting. This is just one individual that was he made it to the news, and 2,000 BOMB threats, to such a degree that even you had many rabbis that were worried about a rise of anti-Semitism. I mean, you can imagine just 10, 15, 20, even 50 is too much. This Don over here, not Don of good, Don of bad, was responsible for 2,000 of them. So that's part of the one that I mentioned in my latest video, just to show that there is credibility to people questioning the narrative that Israel is presenting to them. I'm not saying that it is a false flag. What I'm saying is that Israel has been known to do false flags continuously, and there's so many cases that shouldn't be taken at face value, and we should be allowed to question the narrative without being called anti-Semites. Like that's the premise of academia. Now, your hypothesis and your theory may not necessarily be correct, but you should be allowed to discuss it, to analyze it, to critique what's there. And that is ironically what is slowly changing, to such a degree that I think it was yesterday or the day before, I even saw, when I was uploading a video, YouTube changing its terms and conditions, saying that something that they regard as, I can't remember the exact term that they used, but it was false narratives. And I'm sure you and I know false narratives is very subjective. And even now, Australia is being very harsh with even hate speech, and even what you regard as hate speech, again, it's very generic, varies, and it's normally weaponized to such a degree that I think that about a month ago on the BBC there was this case of I think they're called a women's organization. They said they're going to exclude LGBT trans women from entering, and the trans women said this is an act of violence against us, an act of violence. So
just a boycott, huh?
Yeah, just a boycott. So even when we talk about the harm principle at Speaker's Corner, and then they say, anything that harms somebody, what do you mean harm somebody? I have to use a Jordan Peterson line. What do you mean harm? What do you mean principle? What do you mean hello? So it's very interesting to follow.
Everything subjective. Yeah.
Absolutely.
There you go. And at the end, they are the ones who decide which of their subjective laws have been broken. Absolutely. So there we go. Unfortunately, that's the world we live in. We say Hasbunallah wa ni'mal wakil. We hand our affairs to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and there's no one better to handle our affairs than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Like, for example, what happened in Australia, in Sydney, would have been devastating for the Muslims over there. Anything like this, if a Muslim perpetrates it, and this goes, especially it feeds into the narrative that they've been building over so many decades now. It is by the will of Allah, and Allah is the best of planners, that the person, Ahmed Al-Ahmed, who basically snatched the rifle from this terrorist perpetrator, whoever he was, that was basically a spanner in the works for them. Even if it was a false flag, let's assume it is, okay? Even if that was the case, if they had planned this for, I don't know, decades or something, or years, they never planned for these inconsistencies.
It was very telling, and you know, there's different layers of, so you know, what you might call conspiracy, or just, you know, pointing out that everything's genuine. When, you know, he was initially reported as being Israeli, and then he was reported as being a Lebanese Christian, and then he was
I saw a video
people are saying, oh, it doesn't matter what his religion is, he's a hero. And it's like, hang on a minute. He even said Allah gave me the courage, and they still won't admit that Islam has this positive role.
And
his name is literally Ahmed squared. That's his name is Ahmed squared, and Ahmed is another name for Muhammad. So it's literally saying Muhammad did it, and they're still like, it could be a version of Christian. Which Christian calls himself Ahmed squared?
Ahmed times Ahmed.
That's what I'm saying. Like, in case
his cousin's name is Mustafa, his mother wears a hijab. I mean, how many more clues you want? You know, it was actually a brother Islam. It was Shaitan Yahu who actually initially said he is Jewish, who saved a lot of Jews. And then within a few minutes, maybe when his Secret Service woke up, they told him, no, you're wrong. You have to correct yourself. And then he says, oh, this guy's a hero. He's a Muslim who saved many Jews.
But till today, Trump did not mention his religion. Have you heard that, right? He's
very rarely.
Said person, man. And his father made sure that everybody knows that his son is a Muslim. Like, in case you misheard the first time, Ahmed, what? Ahmed. Oh, okay. So, but still.
But also, he was reported as a brave Australian, and people are referring to him as that. And so it's kind of like how I think it's Andy Murray becomes British when he wins, and he's Scottish when he loses.
But in the hospital, he was having
Muhammad Salah. Let's
Yeah.
stick with Muhammad Salah. Andy Murray is still British, but Muhammad Salah, normally when he scores goals, he's Mo Salah. But now, when he's about to get, he's got these issues with Liverpool, he's Muhammad Salah. Yeah, then all the tajweed kicks, the makhraj kicks in. Muhammad Salah with the sad.
I mean, the hypocrisy is just off the charts.
Yeah.
So this guy happens to be like a Syrian refugee in Australia.
Well, and this is exactly
and none of these guys said, oh, all this anti-immigration. None of them said,
say, oh, we need more Syrian refugees.
Can
how
do
brave they are.
good, which can save a lot of lives.
Yeah.
Even if they are someone you consider as someone not worthy of entering your country, even all of a sudden, this guy becomes a national hero. The president, prime minister, everyone comes and sees him, meets him. It's crazy, isn't it? Like,
yeah, well, this is the thing. They tar everyone with the same brush. So why didn't they say, oh, well, all the Aussies ran away. We need more Syrian immigrants. Because they're heroes.
And also, what should be mentioned is, of course, the BBC, when they mentioned him as a hero, put in single quotation marks.
They did.
But what's even more interesting is that there was a shooting in Brown University where there were 2 victims. One of them was a Muslim.
Yeah.
And I think it was either yesterday. I think it was yesterday. There was a school stabbing in Russia, in which a 15-year-old child, or rather teen, was going around, and he was deliberately asking, "Are you born here? Like, are you immigrant? This, that?" And the person that he stabbed was a Muslim, a 10-year-old Muslim child. And when you're looking at that, and on his helmet, he had survival of the fittest. He referenced the shooter, Brendan Tarrant, the one who killed 51 in New Zealand. He referenced him.
Yes.
So, survival of the fittest is a atheist. It's literally a banner of atheism. So
Darwinism, isn't it?
It's Darwinism. So I mean, I don't see any atheists standing up. He was, he's called far right as well. He's talking about his country being taken over and this and that. So are all the Tommy Robinson guys going to have to speak out against this sort of stuff? Absolutely not. So it's very important that the Muslims, they are aware of these sorts of points. And even when discussions take place we don't speak very generically by saying and even using and throwing words around like false flag, because even Alex Jones, when he mentioned Sandy Hook as a false flag attack, that was the thing that they kept beating him over the head with. So that sort of like, there needs to be question mark, like, what do you guys think? Like, what's this? What's that? Like, they are really weaponizing literacy, words, meanings, semantics. So we have to be an ummah that reads, like Iqra. Yeah, we have to understand. We have to, take and set time aside rather than just watching 50 Cent's documentary on Netflix on P. Diddy.
No, but alhamdulillah for Islam, because we have really good guidance on speaking only what you know, not speaking out of turn, not spreading false suspicion. You speak with evidence. We have this guidance that we just wish everyone else would also follow. And sometimes we do have to remind our own brothers to be careful and speak with what they can say, or be careful with their words, because
Hikmah, it's very important.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. And the more we look into this sort of stuff, the more we're going to realize that, what they're, teacher charne wale log, the people that sling mud. Yeah. The first people, that get dirty are the mudslingers themselves. And today, that's what I'm really excited about today's live stream, because we're going to be talking about, a quote unquote goddess of Hinduism called Kali.
Right.
Which literally translates as black. She's got a tongue out with blood and beheaded people, and the most, demonic individual. And I literally saw Modi prostrating in front of her. And when you zoom in, I challenge you guys, when you see that picture, like zoom into the face, it's frightening. It's scary. Like, would you allow your child, like 5-6-year-old child, because if religion is meant for everybody, surely this is a universal depiction of a goddess, and surely if you're worshipping something, that should be accessible to people of all ages, all sentiments, or whatever it is. So Hashim, take it away.
If your child had drawn it, would get them taken to the school psychiatrist, you've got to wonder about it being the image of
trauma. Brother Hashim, you must be aware that Swami Vivekananda, right? They're famous, one of the personalities.
Yeah. I'm coming to that, so hold your horses.
Yeah, his favorite.
I know where you're going with that.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, his favorite deity. Yeah.
So let me just introduce the topic first, inshallah, because I think I'm sure the viewers are wondering if they joined the right stream or not.
Yeah.
So anyway, once again, Assalamu Alaikum to all those joining. Yes, so the topic today is going to focus mainly on one of the sects within Hinduism. So they got 4 main sects. So they got the supreme god Vishnu, and people who have recognize, acknowledge that he's a supreme god, they're called the Vaishnavites. Similarly, the ones who consider Shiva as the supreme god, obviously, are called the Shivites. And then you got the third category, which is the goddess Shakti. Whoever considers her to be the supreme being are called the Shaktas. And finally, you have the Smartas, who have another 5 gods, which they consider all equally supreme. And I think the Advaita Vedanta kind of follow that sect as well. So these 4 sects, they differ primarily on the deity that is considered to be the supreme being, as I just explained. So what happens, because there's a lot of sectarianism amongst these 4 main sects within Hinduism. So for example, if you have one of the Puranas written by, let's say, who consider the goddess Shakti as the supreme being, in those Puranas, in those books, it'll be written that all the other gods, including Shiva, Vishnu, and you name it, everyone else, are basically the creation or the children of Shakti. So Ma Shakti or Ma Durga, as she's known, Mother Durga or Mother Shakti, or even Kali, depending on which manifestation she takes. So she has many manifestations, just like we have the Trimurti, the Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. Each of them is associated with a feminine power, or feminine, or basically a consort, And for example, for Brahma is who's Saraswati. So Brahma is basically, Brahma and Saraswati are a pair of gods and goddess. God and goddess. Then we have Vishnu, who is with Lakshmi, another goddess. So Vishnu god, basically the feminine power energy that he has is from this goddess called Lakshmi. And finally, we have Shiva and Parvati, who are basically a couple as well. And so without the energy of Parvati, Shiva is basically inert, and he can't do anything without her power. So there is a codependency. Each of these Trimurti has a Tridevi, and this Trimurti and Tridevi are basically the I would say they are like a pair. It's a binary in Hinduism. So in Christianity, you got obviously the Trinity, and that's it. They don't have any other, female energies or feminine energies. But in Christianity, in Hinduism, they do. Each of these gods, the Trimurti, the Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, each of them is associated with their feminine energy or Shakti, because the term energy can mean Shakti as well, and vice versa. Earlier, Brother Zishan, you mentioned the term Kali means black. Yes, in a language, it means black. However, they have different meanings of each word. So the term Kali can also mean time, or Kala means time as well. Can also mean space, time and space. And that's why these philosophical Hindus, like the Advaita Vedanta philosophy, they would say this representation which you see with this ferocious female goddess with her tongue sticking out and several weapons and stepping on a Rakshas, and in other pictures Shiva as well, and with a garland of skulls. They basically interpret it as, it's time, and as time goes, even your skull will be on her garland, because as time goes, everybody dies. That's how they interpret it. Yes. So they have lots of philosophy. By the way, these Advaita Vedanta philosophies, they represent like 1% of the Hindus. In fact, even less than that, I would say. It's a minority amongst the minority of the Hindus. The majority of them who follow the Bhakti tradition, which basically all these gods and goddesses, they anthropomorphize them and they worship them. So literally, like you said, Modi worshipping Kali. Yes, he follows the Bhakti tradition. And in that tradition, they take everything literally. Even though it symbolizes as this idol or statue, they would basically worship it like literally. The other day, I was watching one of the clips where it was, I think, a railway station in India, and they had to enter through a metal detector. Now, on the metal detector, there was like a little shape of some, how the Shivas basically is worshipped as a phallus, or as a basically shivling. So maybe the shape on the top of the metal detector had that kind of symbol. So one guy just touched it and he kissed it, like trying to worship it or something. Guess what? Everyone behind him, like everyone who entered, almost everyone, they all started doing it. It's basically like monkey see, monkey do, They don't care. They would worship anything. And, we say, Alhamdulillah ala ni'matil Islam. We glorify Allah that He has blessed us with the deen of Islam. We don't have this confusion of the gods and goddesses, where they get their energy from, whether they can function without the energy or not. Alhamdulillah, we have none of that. None of those issues. For us, the simplicity of religion is such there is no internal contradictions. Even a child will understand the worship of one God, and we associate none with Him. The kalima itself from the get-go, yes, it basically negates all other worship except the one who deserves the worship, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing be upon him, is the final messenger.
Yeah, Hashim, I heard that as well. There's like a sound.
Really?
Yeah. I thought maybe it's
I don't
me.
hear it.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the brothers mentioned it in the chat as well.
I saw Jishan trying to rock his table and see if that's the noise.
Yeah, I thought it was maybe my camera, but
okay,
that's off.
Okay, I'm going to mute myself so you can still hear it.
Yep, Still hear it?
Yes, we can
It's not
hear
me.
it.
Then. I'm rolled out.
Yeah, stop now.
Oh, so Islam Hakim then, is it?
Is it me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Just mute yourself again, Islam Hakim.
Yeah, that's you.
Yeah. Okay.
What
we
does
narrowed
it sound
down.
like?
I don't know.
It's
It's like something spinning.
Something spinning. Oh yeah, that might be the fan from my computer, but it's always been like that.
Oh dear, you must have a powerful PC, man.
Mining those bitcoins, huh?
Yeah, maybe. I'll see what I can do about it. I mean, normally this mic's quite good with directionality, and it's
Isn't
the
it?
same setup as I've always had. I'll just stay muted when I'm not talking.
I can't hear it. Okay, it's because he's muted himself. Okay, alhamdulillah. So yeah, where was I? Yes, I was just explaining the Trimurti and the Tridevi. You know, they are two different sects. Oh, sorry, not two different sets of Hindu gods and goddesses. Each of them having 3 members. So inshallah, what I'm going to do is, instead of me giving you more lectures, I'm just going to play a clip or 2 to give you a general idea as to what Hindus think about this and how they interpret their beliefs. So let me start with one of these ones here. Okay, so Ma Kali is basically the term. Ma means mother, Kali is this goddess. This is how they're going to use it. So just letting you know, inshallah. Bismillah. Okay.
और गौरी ये दोनों एक ही देवी का रूप हैं. दो काली और गौरी ये दोनों एक ही देवी का रूप हैं. दो अलग अलग रूप हैं. So Gauri is the fair, domesticated, घरेलू goddess who follows the social norms. वो अपने पति का भी ध्यान रखती हैं, उनके बच्चे भी हैं और वो पूरा श्रृंगार करके बैठती हैं. काली is the feminist version, जहाँ पे वो इंडिपेंडेंट है. द बिगेस्ट थिंग यूल सी नोटिस इन द डिपिक्शन इज कि काली के बाल हमेशा खुले होते हैं, विच इज अ साइन ऑफ अ अनरिस्ट्रेन्ड वुमन. काली ने कुछ नहीं पहना है एक्सेप्ट फॉर द गार्लैंड ऑफ स्कल्स. शी डजंट फॉलो सोसाइटी के रूल्स. वो अपने पति के ऊपर खड़ी हैं, which is unthinkable for a traditional society. So Kali was the pinnacle of ancient feminist movement, कि जहाँ पे आप एक goddess को सुप्रीम दिखा रहे हो. स्पेशली बिकॉज काली तब प्रकट होती हैं जब देवता राक्षसों को डील नहीं कर पा रहे. देवता हेल्प मांगते हैं देवी से कि आप हमें आके बचाइए, और देवी के अलग अलग फॉर्म्स आते हैं जिनमें से एक है काली. काली और गौरी.
Okay, so I hope everyone understood Hindi. Alhamdulillah.
No, I read the subtitles. I was amused when he said it doesn't wear anything except the garland of skulls, and yet almost all depictions also, the very next picture had this massive gold jewelry that covered, most of her, and then there's also the skirt of arms and hands.
Yes.
Just been left
Well,
off.
that's none of what you said are clothes. Have you noticed?
Well, it's clothes made of human body parts,
Well,
except for the
Well,
balls.
according to them, it's costume, it's dressing. She didn't have any traditional clothes. That's
it's the same like when Jesus was hung on the cross. Many of them say that he wasn't wearing any clothes, but all the depictions will show at least.
Why is it whenever it comes to female empowerment and female liberation, they all got to be naked?
Great question.
Is it because the clothing is linked to oppression? So then anyone who is free, they need to be naked then, isn't it?
That is what the latest issue that happened, you must be knowing, in Bihar, the chief minister, right?
Yes.
So we will talk. I think we should bring that topic one day.
Yeah, no, I'll play that clip today as well, because it links directly into this patriarchal society, which needed someone like Kali to come and sort them out, basically.
Yes.
So Kali is basically this woman who is ferocious, and she basically someone who does not listen to anyone, and she's got this untapped energy to do whatever she wants, and she's just ferocious in every picture of hers, demonic in a way. And this is the unrestrained, unhinged goddess whom no one can stop. In fact, even Shiva tried to stop and he couldn't stop her. So, and basically it is, I think it is one of those things which arose from a society which was extremely oppressive to women. And then, like they say, there's no sorry, hell has no fury like a woman's scorn. Is that right?
Scorned. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Was
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a proverb in English. It's
Yeah.
basically depicts that in a way.
It's interesting, this association with, you know, unrestrained and not wearing clothes, because it's, if you think about the naivety of it, clothes offer protection, which allows you to do more things. You try going up Everest without clothes. You try going out in Toronto without clothes. You know, a little bit of protection actually allows you to do an awful lot more in many ways. So it's such a sort of bizarre association, as if you're maximally free when you're not wearing clothes.
Anyone going up Everest with clothes is oppressed, Islam.
Yeah.
Don't try it. Don't try it. Yeah.
Tell that to the
Sorry,
Naga.
I was pushing the line of the oppressors. Oh no. Oh, the Bala.
So, do you guys remember this Indian pilgrimage called the Mahakumbh? Was it last year? I think it was last year.
Yes, last year.
Yeah, and you had all these Naga Babas, these sages who came there. Apparently, they literally...
Naga Baba translates as naked holy men, just for those that are wondering.
And these guys, they say
no,
that
Naga is not naked. Naga is snake. That's what it translates.
Yeah, but they're naked though, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it can mean both actually.
Yeah,
it can mean. That's why I said
that snake wear clothes, they shed their skin.
Meanings. Yes, so they actually live naked in the mountains in the freezing cold, and they do and meditate there. So these Hindus say that the people who really are ascetic in nature, they leave everything, even the clothes. So in other words, they basically are like the day they were born, except for their mind, obviously. So yeah, I mean, unfortunately for them, this is something which is empowering, you know, to be without clothes and not to be bothered about the society or about the weather or about anyone telling you anything. They say that they have transcended all that. You know, the kind of jalebis they spin, the kind of word salad that they bring up to, in a way, try to justify everything, even the most immoral things. And these same Naga Babas are also amongst they're very similar to the Agoris. You remember the Agoris, the cannibalists? Yes, who eat dead corpses, unfortunately, and eat feces and you name it. You know, everything that's dirty and immoral, they would not only eat and like.
Naga Babas and
that just gave me agoraphobia.
No, but Naga Babas and Agoris, they are almost the synonyms actually.
No, they are a bit different.
Yeah,
so, they're a bit different.
But there are a lot of Nagas who are Agoris, right?
They both are naked. Yeah, that's the only common thing between them.
Yes,
and they prefer not to wear clothes. But yeah, unfortunately, this is like I said. Look, India is full of surprises, as anyone who has been there. So going back to the topic at hand, which is about Kali, about the goddesses, and about
the great Kali.
Yeah. By the way, the feminists have been using Kali as a symbol of their representation.
Not even WWE are using Kali, Hashim.
Are they?
Yeah, the great Kali.
No, that's his name. That's his name.
The Kali. That's Kali.
There's also Kali Linux.
You need to pronounce your khas and kas.
Tajweed. Proper tajweed.
Where's the tajweed, Habibi? Where's the tajweed?
There's also Kali Linux is a distribution of Linux specifically designed for penetration testing for ethical hacking. So there we go. That's also associated with
there
somewhat destructive behavior.
So yeah, the name has been used in feminism basically as empowerment, as being bold,
freedom.
So I don't know if you saw that clip. If you remember from the clip, there were two different representations of this Shakti. One was Kali, one was Gauri. You know what that means, yeah? Smile to Jannah.
The black and white.
Yes. And this is a big thing. This is a big thing in the subcontinent. Unfortunately, the skin color reflects your success or downfall in the society, unfortunately. So racism is pretty big there.
I saw that wedding that went viral because they had different shades of brown, and they got
the groom was much darker and the bride was fair. So they said, this can't be real. I wonder if she's after his money. You know, basically every negative thing under the sun, they both had to hear on the day of the wedding and also afterwards on social media and everything. I'm happy for two people of different color.
Yeah, Fair and Lovely is the most popular cream in
Yes, it is.
outside the subcontinent, not just India.
Yeah.
India, Pakistan, Bangladesh.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's
Whoever
this
invented that became a millionaire many times over.
Yeah.
So yeah, unfortunately, this Kali and Gori, even in the movies, even in the songs, you hear this all the time. Yes, about the color, the skin tone of the actress in particular. So yeah, it's unfortunately this has been encouraged to have fairer skin. And if you look at all the adverts, they still in India they still use foreigners in the advertisements, all the Goras, basically.
And
Even if
this
they
is
have like beautiful people in India itself, lots of beautiful models and actors and everything, they would still many times use Goras in the advertisement. Why?
I
How
saw
many
this
times have you?
cartoon. I saw
Yeah, how
this
many times?
cartoon as well,
Yeah, go on.
where Jesus is portrayed as harming somebody that's come diseased, and the person comes with dark skin, and when Jesus heals him, he's white and shiny, and it's only now that people are really picking up on that sort of stuff. And ironically, Malcolm X said this in his autobiography as well, that even amongst Africans that are lighter skinned are seen as more superior than Africans that are darker skinned as well. So unfortunately, this does transcend cultures and borders as well, on the back of Western colonization of Africa,
Absolutely,
Asia.
yeah. Mental colonization still exists, unfortunately.
Just a quick interesting question / observation. If you go on the Wikipedia page for Kali and you go under the iconography heading, there's a Tamil depiction in the National Museum of India from the 12th century with only 2 arms and no garland of skulls, and also none of the hair that was mentioned.
Well,
it's
like I
quite
said,
interesting that he's talking about the key symbolisms and saying, because he literally said he's always depicted, and then gave those key things. And then I just go look at a statue from the time, and it's got none of those things.
Yeah, unfortunately, South India, North India, big difference, even amongst their gods and goddesses and the way they are represented. For example, they worship someone called Murugan, who is also, I believe, what's the other name of him? He's Ganesha's brother, right?
Subramanyam.
Yeah, and there's another name as well.
Murugan, yeah.
Yeah.
I think one thing I was noting there is really like, if some kind of scholar, not even a full scholar, anyone of knowledge in Islam describes something that's going on, you say, well, this school thinks that, this school thinks that, this is where they're similar, this is where they differ. But I often hear, and this is one of the reasons I often get confused about Hinduism, is because I often hear these absolute terms and this is how it is. And then I find another group who says, no, they're wrong. This is how it is. There are very few people I seem to find who are able to, or very few Hindus, I should say. There's plenty of non-Hindus who can pick apart, but very few Hindus I've found who are able to say these are the similarities and differences in a way that's sort of academic sounding, really.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's not just the people. Even the books are basically riddled with the internal contradictions.
Yeah.
And this is the problem. So many people, many Hindus would just outright reject all the Puranas, reject everything except the Vedas and maybe Bhagavad Gita or something like that. So they minimize the damage by just rejecting everything else, saying that these are all basically not authoritative. But the irony is, amongst the Hindus, their supreme leaders, I mean religious leaders, they accept the Puranas as being valid. In fact, when one of these Shankaracharyas was asked whether he would adopt the Manusmriti as a constitution of India or the current secular constitution, he clearly said the Manusmriti. And Manusmriti is basically full of misogyny, casteism, you name it, racism, it's full of it. And that's the reason the very person who actually, wrote or was the architect of the Indian secular constitution, B.R. Ambedkar, he burned that book as symbolically to show, basically, I reject this. And he converted from Hinduism to Buddhism because he said this is something so well and intrinsic to Hinduism. He was talking about casteism in particular, that there's no way he can, no way Hindus can separate one from the other. They are basically so well intertwined like throughout, including in the Vedas, as I show many times from the Upanishads, where casteism is clearly mentioned as from birth, from jati, from the day they were born, and basically symbolizing human beings to the same level as a dog and a pig, the chandalas. So if you're if you do bad karma in your past life, you'll be born as a dog, a pig, or a chandala. And these chandalas are basically not even in the 4 categories of the caste system. They are outcasts. They don't belong in these 4 categories, the Varna categories that they have. So they're considered outcasts, and for millennia they have been treated as untouchables. And that's exactly what people like Mahatma Gandhi and B.R. Ambedkar fought for. They're saying this should be eradicated, but they can't. You have to leave the religion in order to do that. That's the only way. That's the only way out of this casteism.
Manusmriti actually basically favors the Brahmins in every manner. If you read, I have the Manusmriti here with me. It has, if you go through it, every sphere you'll find them they're favoring the Brahmins.
Yeah. I mean, the way the women have been portrayed in that, in addition to the casteism, is horrific.
And Shudra listening to the Vedas, the hot oil to be poured into the ear and all that.
Yes.
I mean, that's
if you listen to the Vedas, you'll have molten brass or something like that being poured
hot oil to be poured, and
it's horrific. Anyway, I mean, what I was saying is basically this is the differences amongst. So the contradiction which you pointed out, Islam Hakim, it's there exactly what I was referring to when we talk about these 4 different castes of Hinduism. Like they do not even agree as to who the supreme God is or the supreme being is, and that's the reason for these different castes. Whereas, sects, I'm using the wrong term. The different sects, and each sect has caste system. So that goes even deeper. The Muslims, we have different sects. We have like primarily the Sunni and the Shia, but we don't differ on who the primary God is, who is the supreme being, all of them unanimously will say Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. In fact, even those we don't consider Muslims, like the Qadianis or the Ahmadis, even they will say Allah is the supreme God. So this is unanimous amongst the Muslims, alhamdulillah, even amongst the different castes, even amongst the the different sects, not castes. We don't have caste system in Islam, alhamdulillah for that. And many people that bring up these ashrafs or people like that, that's not from Islam. You will not find any of these categories in the Hadith or in the Quran or in the seerah of the Prophet ﷺ or practice anywhere in Islam. Pure Islam, alhamdulillah. And when you see Muslims doing that, they basically must be following some Hindu tradition and trying to adopt that within their religion, but it does not mean that is part of Islam. Islam would condemn such discrimination amongst people, because if you remember the last sermon of the Prophet, peace and blessing be upon him, he says that the black are not superior to the white, and the white are not superior to the blacks, and an Arab is not superior to a non-Arab, and neither is a non-Arab superior to an Arab. And alhamdulillah, you are superior in the eyes of Allah, or most honored in the eyes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is by your taqwa, is by your God consciousness. And this is exactly what no one before Prophet Muhammad spoke in terms of having equality within society. This was way ahead of anything like that, where specifically about racism being completely stepped out or eradicated from any theological perspective is something which was I would say unheard of at that time, because they all, even amongst the Jahiliyyah period of the Arabs at that time, they would basically look down upon people who are of African origin, for example, who are dark skinned, and this exactly was what was basically eradicated when the Prophet ﷺ, he came with the message of Islam, alhamdulillah. So yeah, let's continue with the topic, inshallah. Brother Samir, you wanted to say something earlier. Was it about? About Kali or something? Or was it something else?
Oh, about Kartikeya, then the Subramaniam.
Oh yeah, Kartikeya. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
Yes. So many people don't know that he's like the brother of Ganesh.
Ganesh, yes. Ayyappa and Ganesh.
Ayyappa and Ganesh. That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
three brothers.
Oh yeah, that's the other guy, Ayyappa. Yeah. Is it same Kartikeya and Ayyappa, or is it different?
No. Kartikeya. Ayyappa is in the state of Kerala. Kartikeya is in Tamil Nadu.
Okay.
And
so
Ganesh
Ayyappa, you guys remember?
Ganesh is in the north.
Yes. So it's the same guy but used differently, yeah?
No,
or is it a different guy?
they're different. See, Ayyappa is born out of that Mohini thing.
Yes, Mohini
you know that, right?
And Shiva. Yes.
Ayyappa is born out of that. Subramaniam is different. And then Ganesh story, Parvati and Shiva. So they are all step brothers, actually.
Okay. You remember this story of Ganesh, Brother Zishan?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, the famous beheading.
Yes.
Go on, narrate it for us, like briefly.
I mean, there's so many different versions of it, but
give us a short one.
Yeah, the short one that I remember is so Ganesh, he's a child, he's with his mom.
How was he created? You remember that?
Sorry?
How was he created?
Yeah, wasn't he created from sandalwood?
No, I heard you say that. I wanted to correct you, but you were in a different stream.
In a different zone. What was he created from?
He was actually created from Parvati's dirt. When she's taking a bath. Yes, literally the dirt that dripped from her body. She collected that. I don't know how long she didn't take a shower for, but she collected all the dirt and made Ganesh from it. So made basically an image of his and or a statue of his, and then he became.
So I heard the conservative story then.
Yes,
talking about sandalwood.
They do. Maybe she must have had sandalwood paste on her body as well, but it's everything that came off the body, not just sandalwood. Yeah, so this is like the whitewash version saying only sandalwood.
Yeah, cleaner version. Actually.
Yeah.
So then he's downstairs and he's standing guard. His father comes and doesn't know that.
The name Shiva.
Yeah, Shiva.
After 7 years.
The one that Hindus worship his his private part called the lingam, and then they put milk on it to symbolize the ejaculation. So this guy comes, Shiva, who's supposed to be one of the three Murti, one of the three gods, the triune trinity. He doesn't know. The Ganesh, apparently the small one, is able to stop him. So he chops his head off. Then he panics. His wife is furious. She's like, no, you got to do this. Otherwise, there's going to be chaos and all this is going to happen. Then he goes off and then he's like, okay, I need to replace it with a head that is. So again, there's different variations. The smaller variation is the first head that he comes across, or the first animal that he comes across is an elephant. He goes and asks, look, can I, use your head, and it's going to be really blessed and we're going to be so thankful. And then he goes and he plonks it onto his child. And then lo and behold, we get Ganesh. And then eventually when there's gods fighting amongst each other, they decide to put Ganesh as head of this world because they can't keep in touch with everything and they can't hear everybody's prayers. So Ganesh is the guy, that's depicted as he's got a pot belly. I mean, the video when I put it on TikTok got restricted, but that's Hindus themselves saying he's depicted as somebody with a pot belly.
Well, elephant has to be big, right?
Well, that's the human part of it. Even the human part's big as well.
It needs to be a holistic thing.
Has to be accurate, exactly. But here's the thing that doesn't make sense, because he's the way his creature of travel is a mouse.
There you go.
So he's so massive.
So he's holistic, not his right.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is exactly why we call it a mythology. Because if Shiva is so great, so supreme, why does he need an elephant? A poor elephant who's done nothing. Why does he need to decapitate an elephant who is innocent? So
they're saying that was the first surgery. Now,
first plastic surgery.
Yeah, no, but here's the interesting thing.
Who said it? Modi.
Modi
was the one who said it, that the Hindus were so superior that they could perform plastic surgery, and he gives the example of Ganesh, had been replaced
No,
with
but I
an
don't get this
elephant.
though.
Transplant. It's not really plastic surgery. That's nuts.
That's what he called it.
Yeah, but here's the thing: he's just beheaded his son.
Mm.
Any surgeon worth their salt would pick up the head and try to reattach it.
Oh yeah, you forget how they tried to get away from that. So their refutation of what you just said is basically, you know, the Trishul of Shiva, his trident, is so powerful that when he chopped off his head, it basically
No, but
became
no,
ash.
he used the sword. He used
Did he use
the
a
sword.
sword?
Yeah,
Oh, did he? Okay.
and then they have this, you know, it rolled 7 oceans apart.
Oh dear.
Okay,
Means
what
out
happened.
of this world.
Yeah, that's what happened. And then
What about the elephants that were not so far away? What about the house? What about the people in that locality?
well,
Just the oceans?
Well, it's just the ocean. So that's
Remember, he was
that's how
angry at
far.
that time, so maybe the energy
Yeah,
was.
He was very
crazy.
angry. So Shiva's angry.
I'm tempted to calculate the momentum it must have come off with to actually roll 7 oceans.
Imagine, yeah, you can imagine.
That's how furious he was.
Yes.
And why did it only vanquish the top part of his neck? Why not the bottom part of his body as well?
Because in the future, it was supposed to be. I mean, it was going to be replaced with the head of the elephant. That's why.
Or he could see the future, but he couldn't know that is his son. What utter nonsense. But anyway, let's get back to the goddesses. So anyway, I think even after he basically transplanted the head of the elephant onto him, he couldn't make him like a perfect boy. So Shiva was basically powerless without Parvati. So she had to breathe the energy in him, in Ganesh, to make him basically like a conscious person again,
alive again, kind of.
And that's the reason I told you to narrate this story, because it has a link to the energy of the goddess, without which even Shiva is helpless.
It's so full of contradictions.
That's
why the Quran says, had it been from someone else, in it you would have found so many contradictions.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's the reason Hinduism mostly stayed within India. It didn't travel far. It didn't go outside. Even now,
I think it did, but it just got rejected.
It came back. Yeah, it got rejected.
Yeah, it basically was confined mainly to India.
Indonesia.
Think about it.
Indonesia, Thailand.
Siddhartha went to wherever it was, but Hinduism morphed into another religion because they just couldn't deal with it. So they had to create a different version of it called Buddhism.
Absolutely. But Buddhism wasn't tolerated in India.
No.
They
especially
were ostracized.
Especially Adi Shankaracharya in 600. He's the one who was instrumental in eradicating Buddhism almost completely from India. That's how it went to other Asian countries.
Yeah,
I think they saw it like a blasphemous cult.
Yeah, and Hinduism too went to. That's why in Bali, Indonesia, and all these places you'll find huge temples with a different story of the Ramayana and Mahabharata and all that. They have it's Hinduism, but it's a different the myth or the mythology is the stories are completely different.
Watered down,
yeah, in a different way. And Thailand too, they have their own the Ramayana. Thailand has its own version. Indonesia has their own version, and some other.
They got like 300 different versions of Ramayana.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Around the world. So
absolutely.
Yeah. Right. I'm just going to quickly play another clip, which you'll find interesting. This is a story about Kali. Many people don't know what the goddess Kali is.
Kali.
So I think I'm not sure if it's in Hindi as well.
The great Kali.
But it's got transliteration, so that's fine. Oh, here it is. So this is narrated, I think, probably in a movie or something. An actress called Kajol. So she narrates the story. And this is basically what the Hindus believe in. And that's the reason I'm playing this particular version.
Okay. उन्हें स्वर्ग से निकाल दिया था.
Okay.
देवताओं को अंबिका मैम, वो कौन है? वो रक्तबीज है. एक पौराणिक राक्षस जिसने सभी देवताओं को हरा के उन्हें स्वर्ग से निकाल दिया था. देवताओं को एक राक्षस ने? युद्ध की शुरुआत में तो वो एक ही था, अकेला. लेकिन जब देवता उस पर हमला करते और उसका रक्त जमीन पर गिरता, तब उसके रक्त की हर बूंद से एक नया राक्षस पैदा हो जाता था। रक्त बीज का रक्त गिरता रहा और राक्षस बढ़ते गए और उसकी एक आमी सी बन गई।
आगे क्या हुआ मैम?
फिर देवता चले गए माँ पार्वती के पास मदद मांगने। अब वो माँ थी, सभी देवता उनके बच्चे समान थे, और जब बच्चे डेंजर में होते हैं तो मम्मी क्या करती है?
तब तो मम्मी भी डेंजर बन जाती है।
एग्जैक्टली। तो गुस्से में माँ पार्वती बन गई माँ काली, डेंजरस, पावरफुल, और उन्होंने सप्त माँ के साथ मिलकर रक्त बीज पे हमला कर दिया। माँ काली अपने खड़ग से रक्त बीज को काटती और इससे पहले कि उसका रक्त जमीन पर गिरता, अपने जीभ से उसे हर लेती। ऐसे उन्होंने एक एक करके रक्त बीज के सारे रूपों को खत्म कर दिया। थैंक यू सो मच। चलो बच्चों।
All right, there you go. So basically, that's a short story of Kali. So when you see that picture of Kali, you know, as ferocious.
Rakt Beach means blood, droplets of blood.
Yeah.
That's what his name is.
So this was a demon who basically, whenever he had a boon or something, and whenever a drop of blood falls on the ground,
Another one
basically
rises up.
there's another demon born just like him. So yeah, I think they had cloning perfected as well, didn't they, at that time? There you go.
Wow.
Come on.
I think one of the things that sort of sprung into my mind immediately watching that was that why or how is that inspirational as a story? You know, they seem to, you know, they're clapping along and all this, and I mean, what's the you know, the moral? I mean,
yeah, but which story of theirs is inspirational?
Well, I mean, in some of the stories they draw some. I may not agree with the morals, but they at least draw some moral from it. I mean, this basically doesn't even express, but I guess this is implied. A woman can go into a fit of uncontrolled rage if her mother, which is not really accurate. You know, they can be very protective, but
there just mother and children kind
of seems to be so vapid for a founding story, for a central story. You know, I mean, it wouldn't have even made it into the extra scenes of the director's cut in like a standard movie like that as a storyline. So I just don't understand what's the big deal. I mean, why capture so many imaginations, so many hearts? What's
among the Hindus? They always have these stories of the gods and the demons always in war with each other. So it's basically like good and evil.
That's the same thing.
I get it. And if you take that out, nothing left in it.
They depict the similar thing in their movies as well, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
So even, for example, if this story, if somebody watches it, you'll come to know that she actually is trying to tell her own story or what she's going to do in the future, right? But something must have happened between her and the husband or somebody, and then she's going to be vengeful, and you know, all that. So that's what it could have been. So
yeah, but it just reminds me of like an ancient John Wick movie, and it's just like, okay, the plot is, you know, vicious revenge, and then we'll just sort of stick some details on that. Yeah. You know, there's no sort of intricacy involved in what's going on that I sort of got from that telling anyway.
It's mythology, bro. What do you expect?
More intricacy, more detail, more depth that carries with it meaning. Like normally when myths last, it's because they're part of a societal fabric. If I look at the Greek mythology, for example, there's a lot of sort of fascination and intrigue and interlock between the plots and things like that, and that sort of explains in a way how it became.
No, but there was, look, when the great Khali fought Batista, there was a plot coming from here, there, then John Cena came. Like the plots are very intense. I think you're being a bit.
No, brother.
Maybe I'm just missing it. That's why I'm asking.
Brother Islam, the thing is, every 100 kilometers approximately, the myth changes. The same story, the same mythology, it changes every 100 kilometers. So that's what happens over here. In Greece, the entire Greece, they believed or they followed one philosophical stream, and the story was the same, but not the same as in India. Every few hundred kilometers, the story changes, the entire theme changes, the myth changes, the mythology is completely different.
The language changes.
Oh, I get it, but I mean, alhamdulillah for Islam, because look, if you look at the seerah of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, even just some of the Sahaba, I shouldn't really say that. Not only is the story consistent, but even just part of their story carries a lot more sort of depth and storyline and inspiration and morals and intricacy in it. So. Yeah, I guess that's the reference point I'm looking from,
What they would tell you, it happened in that yug and that era and that million years ago and couple of million years ago and all that. I know brother Hashim is very familiar with that, happens in the stream all the time. So
the thing is, the more outrageous and the more outlandish the stories, the more people tend to believe it in India. It's like, for a god, they can do anything. Same like goddess, like they have to be the super duper supreme in every respect, and they can do anything. They say magical. Their view is it's very different to our view as humans. For us, everything is like relative. I think
that's the problem. Like jokes aside from myself, but what's extremely worrying is that every other week there's some sort of clip coming that you've got some corner of India worshipping Trump, then Putin's going over, they're worshipping Putin, then there's some juice coming out of an air conditioner that they believe to be holy. What Hashim mentioned, like there's a metal detector thing and they keep putting their hands over there to such a degree. I saw there's a dent in there as well. They're showing so many people go past, just denting the thing. And there's another one where you've got a bunch of white people sitting on the floor, and there's this I think like a 12-year-old chubby Indian boy, and they believe him to be a reincarnation of a deity. Now the thing over here is that, like Hashim mentioned, it just leaves yourself open to absurdities, and anyone can insert anything when there's no criteria, when there's no guide, when there's no archetypal text for you to compare your belief and your scripture with. It leaves it so open that anyone can come and literally say anything. And that's the problem with, God can do anything. God can become a paper on the floor. God can, become fecal matter or whatever. It's the most absurd things they will have to say yes to. And when you live your life like this, it's so problematic.
Mm-hmm. It's really profound for me, because I used to, when I was an atheist, or when I identified as atheist, I should say, used to feel, that I was much more free to not have a deity, and people who submitted themselves to a deity were somehow sort of chaining themselves up. And it's not until I became Muslim and understood what the Shahada really means. It's that you submit to Allah alone actually frees you from being submitted to anything else. It's actually a maximal freedom, because otherwise you will knowingly or unknowingly become submitted to many other things, and they start to chain you up and tear you apart. It's a really important point to sort of highlight that one, I think.
Yeah, no, absolutely, yes. And that's why I mentioned earlier as well, the simplicity of Islam is what is its main attraction, because if God wants to give you salvation, wants to save you, it's important, like any teacher, who wants you to pass, to make sure that the message or the education or the information given to you is something that you're able to understand easily, and it's free from contradictions.
Easy to learn, difficult to master. Spend a life doing it.
Yeah. And alhamdulillah, this simplicity and this clarity is what really is the main attraction of Islam. And we always
worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the one and only, without any partner, right? So
absolutely. So there's no need for any of this word salads or making jalebis or
I have my own relatives,
philosophies.
My own relatives, as they are all Hindus, and they are like liberal Hindus, right? For them everything works. Like they'll go to a church and stand in front of crucified image of Christ. And when or they would go, when they drive past a masjid, and this has happened with me in the car, they would pass a masjid and they would do like this, and I would tell them there's nothing inside there. It's an empty space. There's no idols. Don't have to do anything. That's an empty room where we go and pray. But they would think that it's something holy, you know. They would do that, you know, and they would do something like that, you know.
It's habit, isn't it?
It's
Because
habit. Any holy place, it's a habit.
Well, so, anything they would, when they land, like from the plane, many of them will touch the ground.
Touch the ground, and for them,
that reminds me of that. Sorry,
I'm gonna have to love and leave you guys.
All right, barakallah feek, brother.
Yeah, barakallah feek.
Nice meeting you, brother. Assalamu Alaikum.
Yeah, that reminds me of this. What was I going to say? Astaghfirullah. So
no, about touching the ground.
But something reminded me from that. Forgot what it is now. Anyway, the recent, I think the recent incident with Messi visiting India was an eye opener.
Yeah.
Like the way it's basically like worshiping him like a god, isn't it? Over there.
Yeah, but
I don't think any.
They made him worship idols too. They made him worship idols too.
Yeah, but he probably didn't know what they were doing. So when he went to, I don't know, visit this Makali or whatever it was, I don't know which goddess it was, and he started basically chanting her name because they told him to repeat this after them. And he
it's Ambani's son who has a zoo, right? Who has a high-end zoo.
Yeah.
He took him to his it's called Vantara. So he took him to visit that zoo, and over there or something, he was like doing all this kind of, you know, puja and stuff like that.
Apparently, if you can touch an air conditioner and then that be worshipping, like, how are you gonna stay safe from it?
Yeah, I mean, there you go. I mean, so basically, anything that provides them benefit, they'll worship it. You know, anything and everything, and that's why you see statues of Trump and Putin and
anything. A new car. If they bring a new car, they they worship it and stuff.
There you go. So yeah, I've pinned the link for the Hindus to join as guests and ask questions or maybe make comments based on what we said. Just want everyone to know that even though it seems a bit lighthearted, sometimes we crack jokes between us, but it is no way, in a way, to emphasize anything like we are disrespecting a religion. We are just mainly narrating the stories in your storybooks. Sorry, not storybooks, in your religious books. And I've seen literally where the Hindus mock it in a way, but we are not going to that extreme. We are just narrating it. And if you think that's something that is a mockery, then it is the people who wrote it. You should go and deal with them, because we are just narrating. Don't shoot the messenger, you know. There you go.
Yeah, I certainly haven't been mocking it. I genuinely confused, or generally saying it how I see it, you know.
Yeah. So many people, alhamdulillah, you know, have become aware of what really Hinduism is, because many Hindus are unaware of these things. And the only way we can, you know, raise awareness is by reading what's in your scriptures. So this is something that we see between the different sectarianism within Hinduism, where they literally mock each other's gods. You know, they used to, during obviously a long time ago, when the Hindus, you know, when they were fighting each other, you know, when there were no foreigners coming to their land, long before that. Remember, the entire Mahabharata is about Hindus fighting each other. Yeah, you can call it good and evil, but at the end of the day, the people you consider good, the Pandavas, you know, Yudhishthira, who is the eldest brother amongst the Pandavas, he basically gambled his wife away. And his one wife was shared by 5 brothers. Now you tell me who's the good and who's the bad here. Okay. Yeah. So this is exactly what we are trying to deal with, that the internal contradictions within the Hindu scriptures, within your epics like Mahabharata and Ramayana, where Hindus are fighting each other and they kill millions, not thousands. The books say, like in the Mahabharata alone, it was 4 million Hindus, and only 10 people were left, 5 from each side, the Pandavas and the Kauravas. There you go. Millions were killed.
They fought for land, they fought for women, they fought for every little thing, you know, and they were...
Yeah. So if Krishna can, you know, encourage Arjuna to fight because it's his dharma, it is his duty to fight, he was unwilling to fight his cousins initially, because the Kauravas were basically his cousins.
He said, they are my brothers. That's what he used. They are my brothers.
Krishna said, this is your dharma, this is your your right, your duty to fight because you are a Kshatriya. And a Kshatriya fights. That's his caste, basically. The caste is something that has to be upheld. So it doesn't matter what you feel, it's irrelevant. This is your duty, you must fight. And if you ask anyone, this is basically Krishna encouraging Arjuna to do jihad. Because what is jihad? You struggle. Yeah, it's a struggle, it's a fight as well. Good over evil. And this is exactly what Krishna is encouraging Arjuna to do. The entire Mahabharata is about the greatest jihad that Krishna fought along with his troops at that time. And like I said, 4 million died. Not 100, not 1,000, not hundreds of thousands, but thousand, more than thousands of thousands.
Because little groups of people, like little tribes or whatever you call them, they joined the battle, right, on both sides. So that's how the numbers went on increasing.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what I've been telling them, that every time they try to point out the so-called, people amongst the Muslims who would go and somehow do something which is illegal or terrorize people or something. I mean, if you look at your own scriptures, it's full of it. Yeah. If you want to really be sincere and be fair, then call all of your epics, the great Mahabharata war and the Ramayana war, both of them, being fought and with a lot of injustice done there.
Treachery, lot of treachery.
Yeah. And they even use animals like monkeys to do the hard work for them, and they involve them in the wars as well. Basically, it's how it is. So yeah, let's go back to. By the way, are there any Hindus joining us today, or you guys don't like your goddesses being? You don't want to defend them at all? Well, I wouldn't blame them, because this Shakti are basically a minority amongst the different sects. Yes, so I don't think any of them would be, but all of them would consider the goddess as a goddess. Because like I said, the Trimurti and the Tridevi for them are extremely important. So where are those Hindus who want to, always correct us in the comment section? Where are they all dead now? When we have a face-to-face invitation, they all disappear all of a sudden. Anyway, are the links working, guys? I don't know. Can you just check if the links which have been pinned are working?
Yeah, I think it's working.
It's an old link, really? Oh, sorry, guys. I might have done it again. Yeah, you're right. Actually, it is an old link. I posted in there. So let me try that again. Remove the links.
There is one guy, Dan Rajpur. I joined 3 times. That's what he says.
Yeah, no problem. I think it's my fault that I must have pinned the wrong link. It happens, guys. We're all human. Yeah. Right, let me get the right link now, inshallah. Yeah, Brother Samir, if you want to narrate something, while I'm posting this, or Brother Hakim, if you got anything you want to say, go ahead, please.
Go ahead, Brother Hakim, if you have something.
I have just one point to note from Surah Al-Ma'idah, is it?
Okay.
Yeah, Ma'idah 108, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us, O believers, do not insult what they invoke besides Allah, or they will insult Allah spitefully out of ignorance.
Yeah.
It says, now we have made each people's deeds appealing to them, then to their Lord is their return, and he will inform them of what they used to do. So we're not just, I just wanted to emphasize that, Brother Hashim wasn't just talking about, generic good and morality. This is really a direct command from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Quran. So, we really do not seek to insult these things. The way they come together, there are some things that amuse us, but we're not mocking, and we're happy to take clarifications, and if there is depth that I'm missing, so when I say I don't see the depth and it appears to be, like an ancient form of a John Wick movie, you can come and tell me the missing depth. I'm open to hear it and to understand it more. That's just something I wanted to make clear. For all Muslims, they're either deviating from the straight path or they are following this injunction from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Inshallah, yes. Barakallah fiqh.
Yeah, here
So
to
yeah,
learn.
just want to notify people. I put the correct link now. Please join. I've seen already some people have joined. So yeah, the correct link is in there now. Alhamdulillah. I'll be giving opportunity to Hindus as a priority. The others, if they're joining, they'll have to wait their turn, inshallah. Right. Okay, we got done. Raj Purohita, is that right?
You're right. Hello, Hasim. Hello, Islam. Hello, Samir.
Hello.
Yeah. Where are you calling from, Dan?
I'm calling from India.
Okay, that's good. I'm assuming you're a Hindu?
I am Hindu.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, what's on your mind today?
I think Samir Menon, he knows well about Hinduism. That's what I feel.
Yeah, he's a former Hindu. Yeah.
Okay, all right. See, he understand that there are many Puranas, and Puranas, as we know it, it's regional and contextual, right? So the center thing which you have to understand is our Vedas, and Vedas include Upanishad for your kind information. So Veda is including of Upanishads, right? So center theme is Vedas, and directly or indirectly, the Puranas are to deliver the message of Vedas. Now, what does Vedas tell? Vedas talks about Brahman. So I think Samir had mentioned about Adi Shankaracharya. So Adi Shankaracharya has written a book, not written a book, he provided a commentary on Brahma Sutra, right? So so basically it's Advait philosophy. I think Hasim, Islam and Samir, you guys have come across with this. Even in the same stream previously I have talked about this. So the center philosophy is Advait, and the Puranas are subdue, or it's regional or textual, and it try to convey the Advait to local people. So Samir was right. Every 100 kilometer, language change, water change, and the regional Puranas, regional goddesses changes, but at the center it's always Advait.
So do you think that the view of Shakti that this sort of sect follows comes from a misunderstanding via the Puranas?
So it's symbolic. If you say Kali, if you say Ganesh, all this is symbolic figure.
I meant more as being sort of the ultimate creator of the other gods and so on. Where do you see that as coming from?
No, it is symbolic figure. It try to convey some more other message, right? Now, if I talk about Kali, Kali also defined as, Kali represent time, that divorce all form, birth, decay, death. Likewise,
are you from the Advait? You follow the Advait philosophy?
I'm Advait.
Okay, so let me ask you something, because you come from that philosophy. For you, which is the only authoritative scripture in Hinduism?
Vedas.
Only Vedas? Okay, why do you reject the Puranas?
Because Vedas are well preserved. Vedas.
What makes you so sure they're well preserved? For example, can you tell me the origin of Vedas?
1 minute. You saying original of Vedas?
Yeah. How did they originate, the Vedas?
It evolved over time. I think last time also I give you introductions about Vedas. Vedas has evolved over time.
No, but when did they originate? When did they start? When were they, I don't know, revealed?
The moment, there are many, Vedas is not one person work. There are many people have contributed to that Vedas.
Yeah, so that's why I want to know who, where, when. If you can answer those questions, then we can get to the bottom. Otherwise, I don't see the Vedas to be any different to the Puranas in terms of their authenticity, because to me, both of them have questionable origins.
If many people contributed, that implies it wasn't divinely given, right? It wasn't.
No, I mean,
so can you name one person who contributed to it? I'm not talking about Ved Vyas, who basically compiled it. I'm talking about the one who originated it. Give me one person who would have been contributing to its writing or to its dictating or its oral form, whatever as the origin you consider to be.
no, as I told you, it's not one person work.
Give me, I know it's not one person, but from the many people, give me one person's name that you think, okay, it links to him or her and hence is authoritative. For example, we have the concept of hadith, in which we have weak, daif, and even fabricated hadith. We kind of keep them all aside from the authentic hadith, but we know who the originator of the hadiths is. In the case of the Muslims, obviously, is Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing be upon him. And we can trace not only from history and archaeology, but we can trace all the way to the sayings of the different people from whom the hadiths came through. Do you have such a rich method of preservation of your Vedas, which would be, let's say, even close to the weak hadiths that we have? Because even the weak hadith, the way we identify them is based on the chain of narration, in which we know each person in that chain who narrated it. We have the biography. We have a lot of details. So that's why I'm asking you, if you cannot even name one person who would have contributed to the Vedas, then that's why I say your understanding, it's not, sorry, your claim,
your criteria for reliability is
and your claim that it is something that is authoritative, rests on what other than your claim?
See, we don't have a single person authority, as I told you earlier. There are many people who had.
Okay,
now,
so name me one person. My friend,
uh,
I know there are many people. We have many people narrating the hadith, but we can name each one of them from the chain of narration.
It's about the statement that the Vedas are well preserved, right? It's that sense in which we're saying authoritative. So you have the idea there's this well preserved collection. There's going back to something like 12th century where you have an actual sort of copy of it. And I don't know if that's universally agreed even. But what is the mechanism upon which your belief it is reliably preserved based, or if not a mechanism, then what else?
No, I'm going even beyond that. I'm saying, where did it originate? Like for us, the hadiths originate with Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing be upon him. We know exactly where to focus, where to pinpoint the source. Can you do the same then in your religion, in Hinduism, including for the Advaita Vedanta philosophy?
No, I can. If you want me to list down many rishis, then the name of the rishis are mentioned, but I have to Google it out.
That's fine. Okay, you're talking about the Sapta Rishi, the 7 rishis.
Yes, there are Sapta rishis, and there are many. Yeah.
Were these human beings?
Yeah, they were human beings.
How old were they?
How old in the sense what?
Well, their age. What was the age?
That I'm not sure about it.
Many of them claim they live for thousands and millions of years. Are you aware of this?
No, those claims are Puranic claims, not the Vedas.
Yeah, I know, but you don't have anything. That's the thing. When you're going to say we are going to ignore the Puranas, then what is it going to? Even the names of the rishis, are they written in the Vedas?
Yes, the name of the rishis is mentioned in the Vedas.
Brother Samir, are they mentioned in the Vedas? The 7? They are not. You're going to use the Puranic methodology now.
Brother, nowhere in the Vedas you will find the names of the rishis mentioned.
Arish, Samir,
yes.
In Upanishad, the rishi's name is not mentioned.
Okay, you're talking. You said Vedas first, right? It's Upanishad is an extension.
It's a commentary.
It's a commentary which came much later.
Vedas include Upanishad.
No. The Upanishads take the source from the Vedas.
Correct.
I agree, but the Upanishads themselves are like a commentary of the Vedas. So it means somebody wrote it later on.
No, you cannot divide Vedas as separate from
No,
Upanishads.
I'm not saying the
separate from
Vedas are derived. I'm saying the Upanishads. For example, the content of the Upanishads is basically like the commentary from the Vedas, if that makes sense.
Anyway, it is not important for us to know the
No,
person.
it is very important, because if
Why
you don't
it's
know
so
the
important?
source, then how can you say it's well preserved?
Yeah,
You don't even know the source.
No,
There's
it
a
is
few
very-
things in here, because if you said, well, the Puranas are not so reliable, but the Vedas are more reliable, you're including the Upanishads
No.
in what you say is the Vedas, but normally it's understood that the Upanishads come later, and then it's just a question of what the Vedas were when they were without the Upanishads. So this idea that the Vedas, whichever that refers to, the sort of original Vedas or Vedas plus Upanishads, the idea that it is reliable, as in the source it comes from and its preservation are reliable, I don't see the foundation for it. I don't see the reason.
I'll
why
give
one
you the
would do that.
foundation for. I'll give you the Vedas and Upanishads were transmitted through rigorous oral techniques like Padapatha and Kramapatha, right, to prevent alternations. So, in that sense, it's they have taken very care to preserve the Vedas and Upanishads.
No,
Now,
but
you're
we
talking
still
about
don't know what the source is. I want to know what the source is. What language did it originate in, for example? Do you know?
The Bible's been pretty well preserved since the 12th century, but that doesn't mean it's the original Bible.
No, because we don't see. You have to understand that it is from self-realizations, right? It's self-reflections, right? Now, if, for an example, if even today, if Vedas are lost, let's say Vedas are lost, still a person is able to self-realize, right?
Really, brother? Really?
Yes, it is.
You know what
There are many
Vivekananda
people.
said? Do you
The
remember?
stories of demons
No, there are many
appearing and
people. I can mention out many people names.
Done. Do you know which Vedas are you talking about? All four Vedas?
I'll talk two people today in
Okay.
20th century. J. Krishnamurti.
By the way, we are in the 21st century.
21st century. He didn't read Vedas. He didn't read Upanishad. But have you heard J. Krishnamurti before, ever?
Who?
J. Krishnamurti.
You're talking about Jiddu Krishnamurti?
Jiddu Krishnamurti, yes.
He was he was from the one what's her name, Annie Besant's disciple initially, and then he started his own philosophical movement.
But
he was
yes,
he became an
but he was not
atheist in the end.
influenced. Have you heard him?
Of course.
Have you heard?
Of
Have you
course
heard
I've
him?
heard him. Of
So
course
yeah,
I've heard him.
so we have a live example here.
So what can he do?
No, what is
wait, brother Samir. So then, this guy you're referring to, what is his speciality?
He communicated the same message as Vedas or Upanishads
Sorry,
without reading.
Communicated.
No. Yes.
So are you saying he has memorized all the four Vedas?
No, he has not memorized. There is no need for him to memorize.
What he's
the point
saying.
I'm making is that, Asim, that he has not read Vedas, Upanishads. He has read any book. Still, the person is self-realized, right? He know the truth.
But you can't honestly believe that through self-realization, this guy came up with the same mythical stories of gods and demons killing each other and all this stuff.
No, you're not in. You should not.
He's talking about the Vedas. So hold on. This self-realized person, how does he link to the preservation and origin of Vedas?
My point is that even if Vedas are not preserved, my point is that even if the Vedas don't exist, or Upanishad don't exist, there is a capabilities in a human being, right, to realize self-realization. That's what I'm talking about.
But this is subjective. You cannot tell us objectively that this is the case. When you say self-realization, only that person knows that. You don't know that.
Brother Hashim, let me clear.
No, I can. It's
no, brother. Hold on.
Okay, anyway, I think we are drifting away from the.
No, I just want to clear. I just want to clear one thing. You said you brought Jiddu Krishnamurti in the picture, right? He has nothing to do with Hinduism. He rejected Hinduism along with all the other organized religions. Okay, so you cannot say that what realization. He was from the order of the star, which was created by a couple of people, like Annie Besant was one of them. And then he gave it up completely. He said religion, he did not identify himself as a Hindu. He did not identify a Buddhist, Christian, or anything else.
What was his teaching, Samir? Have you heard? Have you listened to David Bohm? Have you listened to David Bohm and J. Krishnamurti?
We are talking about the Vedas. You're bringing J.B. Krishnamurti about self-realization.
Okay.
There are many people who claim that's similar, who take similar stands.
Yeah, that's why I said this has got nothing to do with my question.
Yeah,
nothing to do with.
You're right. You're right.
With all due respect,
many people who can claim self-realization.
Wait a minute. We are not looking for holy
men.
How will you
know whether
we're not looking for holy men and self-realization. This question, the question I asked is very specific.
About Vedas.
In what language and when and to whom did the Vedas originate with? If you don't know the answer, you are more than welcome to say, I don't know.
Brother Hashim, they say it is a revealed scripture.
No, wait. Brother Samir, wait. That's a question I'm asking him. I expect an answer from him. So far, you haven't answered this question. Where, when, to whom, with whom did the Vedas originate with?
Your question make Hashim sense when if Vedas are written down at one point of time.
No, not written. I said originate with. So even if they self-realized
let's say,
and then they proclaimed it.
When Dan, just to clarify, Dan, his question makes perfect sense, even if the text is revealed through multiple people over a long period of time. His question still makes perfect sense. He's not forcing you to give a single name and a single time. He's asking you to give the names and the times, and then receives what the authority is. Part of the issue of this is that obviously there's a lot of different textual variations of the Vedas. So the claim that there is a privileged sort of, preserved or correct version is questionable. We're trying to understand why you believe it's so reliable.
No, you don't find in Vedas, you don't find a different version. It's only one version.
And when were they written?
It's only one version.
Sorry, when were they revealed originally? Can you please answer that question?
As I told you, it revealed periodically. I mean, any person who self-realized has written down the way.
Give me the period, my friend. Give me the period. When?
Okay, for what? Okay, I'll give you the period. Give me a time. So you need period for what? Let me give you period for the
origin of it, obviously.
The first part of the Vedas that was revealed. The first part.
The Rig Veda, the oldest, right? When were the Rig Vedas originally proclaimed or revealed?
It was 5,000 years back. If I
okay, and where is your evidence for that?
Evidence?
You can't just pull a number from the void and say it's 5,000 years old.
So what do you think? What kind of evidence you're looking for?
You're making a claim. I need you to substantiate it with evidence.
What kind of evidence will satisfy you, Hasim?
Any evidence that you think is something that is rational and we can prove it objectively.
Even before that,
will you agree archaeological evidence?
So far, Dan, you haven't given any kind of evidence. It's what is your basis for the claim? Upon what basis do you make that claim?
So when you say 5,000 years ago, you're talking about 3,000 BC. Am I right?
Yes.
Did Hinduism exist before that?
Yes.
There you go. So the Vedas, if they did not follow Vedas, the Hindus before, what did they follow?
Yeah.
No, the Vedas were written down 2,000.
See, he went to written. Back. I told repeatedly. When were they revealed? I never said written down. In fact, even the writing down, you think Vedas existed, 5,000 years ago?
Hasim, it will not make any difference.
It will make a difference because
how will it make a difference? Tell me.
My friend, so far all you have done is made claims. You haven't given us anything that is tangible, that is rational and objective proof or evidence for your claims.
No, how will it make a difference to Advait? Now, even Adi Shankaracharya, now he never questioned how long the Vedas were written or who has written the Vedas.
If he didn't question, that's his prerogative, not mine.
No. That's what I'm telling. It doesn't make a difference to any Hindu. It may make a difference to you,
if
other
look here, if
non-Hindu.
you look,
No, but
in a
Dan,
world,
for some reason,
Yeah.
you felt the need to say that it was reliable, preserved. And remember, this comes all
No.
from you, because you were saying the Puranas are not
Yeah.
so reliable. They don't properly, encapsulate things. The Vedas are the source. The Vedas are authentic. The Vedas are the originals. The Vedas have not been changed. I mentioned the fact that there are different manuscript versions, and you said I won't find them. But so we haven't gone down that route yet. I haven't even got anywhere like that far, because
I
so
already
far,
answered your question.
there's
Islam.
no.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, you haven't. Me and
No, I
Hashim
told
have
you,
had the
right?
same
It was
question.
transmitted through rigorous oral technique like Padapatha and Kramapatha.
No, but that's not an answer to the question. Talking about transmission is not talking
preservation.
about.
This is the
we are
answer.
talking about the
Now,
origin, not
Hasim
where
is
it
asking
came
about the
from.
source.
No, we are talking about the origin. How did it? Okay, let's start with the basics. Is it of human origin?
It is human origin, yes.
Oh dear, so it's not from God.
A person, when he contemplate or meditate, there is a self-realizations, and he write down that into Vedas and Upanishads.
I don't think you understood the question. For us, the
No, I've gotta
Quran
go
is
pray.
not of human
Assalamu Alaikum.
origin. The
No, we
origin
don't.
is from Allah. So Allah is not a human, even though Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is the one to whom it was revealed, the Quran. So we do not say the Quran originated with Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing be upon him. He was a messenger to whom it was revealed, but the origin goes back to
Allah.
Almighty God and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Similarly, for you, the Vedas, I believe, are not of human origin. Am I right?
True.
See, it is human origin.
Okay, so why are they called?
Once a person realizes that the entirety of the universe or the totality of the universe is one, and I am not separate from the universe, therefore he claims that I am Brahman. That's the realization he has, and on the basis of that realization, he teaches that realization to his students.
Who teaches to which students?
The
That's what I
person
want
who
to know.
realized.
Give us
There
the
are many
origin,
people-
man. Come on, I've been
No,
asking you for ages. Just give us the origin. Where did it originate from? And I don't mean the compilation or the writing of it. The student and teacher which you mentioned, name me the teacher and name me the student. Go on. You said many. It has many people self-realize. So who was the first person to self-realize? Or who were the persons who were the ones who initially realized it? Can you name them?
See, it is evolved over time. Now we have
man.
this is
Simple
the answer.
question. Simple
Why
question.
are you just
What is it?
repeating yourself when I'm
Simple
asking you a specific question?
Brother Dan, the simple question is, what is its origin? It's simple. That's what Brother Hashim is asking you. What is its origin? That's it.
Now, I already answered what is
No, you did not
origin
answer. You keep saying many people, but you never named a single person so far.
No, there is no single person there.
Okay, give me multiple persons and go on.
All right. I'll give you. Let me give you one. Okay. Upanishad. Let me give you Chandogya Upanishad person.
No, I want the Vedas, the 4 Vedas.
The beginning was the Vedas.
Give me the Rig Veda, the earliest Veda.
No, the people has not written down the name there.
I didn't ask you about writing. I asked you, even if it's orally through a teacher, then give me the name of the teacher and the student. No problem.
No, it is Saptarushi, which is what mentioned in the Rig Vedas.
Okay,
right?
Where in Rig Veda does it mention the Saptarishi are the ones to whom they were revealed?
No, then I have to Google it out for that.
Google it. I don't mind. Because if the Vedas are the ones which are saying, okay, it is written, then this is called circular reasoning. You cannot use the Vedas itself to prove the Vedas unless you're talking about something objective, like it has some objective information in there, which anyone can look from outside the Vedas as well.
Sure. Yeah. So the major Rigvedic Rishi lineage are good. There are 7. 2, 3.
Yeah,
4,
Mr.
7.
Shadow, if you know a lot, why don't you come on the panel? The link is there. Come here and talk instead of being
So there are Vishwamitra,
talking a lot in the
Vamadeva,
Q&A section.
Atri, Bharadwaja, Vasistha, Kanva. There are many.
Yeah. Now, prove to me that they even existed. Gone. And which time, when, where? Because for the hadith, we can mention all of this. So please do not even compare it to the weak hadith. Because even for the weak hadith, we have something called Ilm Rijal. Every person in the chain of narration, we have the biography.
Ilm Rijal will give
you need that, because your foundation is totally different from our foundation.
Yes, our foundation is so strong.
For you, Allah is
we
separate.
have a proper objective
for us,
method.
For you, Allah is separate. Allah is a personal being.
I'm not talking about Allah here. I'm talking about the method of preservation. Please pay attention. I'm saying the hadith literature, its preservation itself is a science. You, my friend, do not have a science. You have a claim. Okay, so this Mr. Shadow here, he's saying he's got archaeological evidence from beyond BC. So what? I can show you archaeological evidence from beyond 9000 BC, which are non-Hindu. Does it make their religion oldest? And you guys came later on?
Hasim,
come on.
For you,
be brave and come on the panel, and then we can discuss.
No, when I already made very clear that we don't have a personal separate God. Right?
I didn't ask you for your God. I asked you for the source.
Because for you it's important. Because for you it's important. For us, it's just a matter of realization that I am the universe.
Okay,
That's
so wait a minute. You do not believe in a God?
No, we don't believe in separate personal God.
So what kind of God do you believe in?
Entirety of the universe is one consciousness.
Because the universe itself is a creation of God.
I told entirety of the universe.
Yeah, but the entirety, the universe didn't exist at one point.
Universe did exist.
Has a beginning. The universe has a beginning.
No,
are you saying your God has a beginning?
No, who told you the universe has a beginning?
The scientists. And the evidence that they presented. Who told you it had no beginning? Which scientists?
Which theory you're talking about, Hasim?
The most accepted cosmological theory called the Big Bang theory.
I think Hakim is next to you. I think he knows it's not a beginning; it's expansion of your universe.
No, there is.
Hakim is very next to you.
No. So even name me one scientist who has got evidence that it is eternal gone.
Yeah.
So
are you saying I can give you?
No, you're the one who's saying that it is not. It doesn't have a beginning. So prove it to me. You made a claim.
You said.
No, I said the most accepted theory.
You said it's beginning.
In cosmology is the Big Bang theory.
Yeah.
No, that's not out of nothing. It is.
I never said it's out of nothing. I never said it's out of nothing.
Then how come it can be a beginning then?
No, you made a claim that it had no beginning. Where is your evidence for that?
I can give you 2000. Okay, what evidence you want?
Something that's acceptable, rational, that's objective, and that we can prove today.
I can give you argument if you want me to.
Argument is not evidence.
Give you 2000.
Argument is not evidence.
So I can give you 2018 cosmological data, which there are three models presented: flat, and I think curvature, and data shows the universe is flat. And with that, I just forgot. So
I'm not asking about the shape of the universe. I'm talking about the origin.
From there, it infer the universe has no boundary. It means universe is infinite.
Wait. When you say that, well, hold on. Did you hear the theory about the expansion of the universe?
Yes.
So if it has no boundary, how is it expanding? It's simple logic, my friend.
No.
It is expanding at a very fast. In fact, the initial theory was of a static universe. And then when they had evidence of the stars moving away from each other, yes, they then upgraded the science theories that they had. And now the most accepted theory is the Big Bang theory.
It doesn't mean it has a boundary.
The universe, well, if it's expanding, it must have a boundary, right? It must have an end.
Why should I assume that?
Because it's expanding. The scientists have evidence of it.
Expanding doesn't mean it has a boundary at the end.
Okay, can something that is infinite expand?
within the infinite, it can within infinity.
Within
the
the
expansion
infinite
can
is
take
another
place.
universe. Listen
What
to
I
yourself,
say?
Danbai. Come on,
What-
you got to understand the
No.
basic logic here. If something is infinite, there is no room for expansion because it's already infinite. The fact that it is finite universe, and hence it can expand.
Finite is no, you cannot see, Hasim, within infinite. If one planet or another planet or one galaxy move away from each other,
Yeah, but
right?
yeah, go on.
It doesn't mean it's finite.
No, it's expanding. That's what it means.
So expanding, what sense? Expanding, it's one
OMG.
universe.
So you never heard the scientists say that the universe is expanding at
one galaxy moving away from another galaxy. That's
Yeah.
expanding you're talking about.
Yes,
right?
that is what
So it doesn't
expansion
mean-
is.
So
That's
it
one
doesn't
of the
mean
evidences of expansion of the stars.
that doesn't mean the entirety of space.
So you're going to
is-
wait a minute. Have you got any qualification in cosmology?
Well, I can ask you the same question here, Hasim.
No, but I'm quoting the scientists. You're
I am
arguing
also
against you're arguing against them. There's a big
I can
difference. I
provide you
never said I'm an expert
Put me the
in
backstage.
cosmology,
I'll give you
but you
data.
seem to be arguing against the well-established fact from them that the universe is expanding.
Hasim, put me back. I'll give you 2018 data, 2018-25 data, right? Where they have observed what is that? Background, cosmological microwave background. And
Yeah, that's exactly the evidence of a universe which had a beginning. Thank you.
And within that, they have, I think Islam must be aware of that. Within that, they have proposed three models.
But he'll be back later. But all I'm saying to you, this evidence, which you talk about the background radiation, you know what that is, or you don't know what it is. You're just reading it from.
I
somewhere.
know.
What is it?
It is early stage of the universe.
Okay, early stage, which means it has a beginning, right?
No,
even your own words are going against you now.
Hasim, the form was different.
Okay, so
was different.
Was it finite or infinite at that time?
It doesn't talk about finite or infinite.
No, you said early stage.
No, that the expansion has nothing to do with finite and
infinite. You know
infinite.
what? Like talking to someone who has no clue about this topic, and you're just making things now.
Hasim, I can assure you that I have studied on this.
You have? Okay, name me one scientist who agrees with you that the universe has no beginning. With evidence, by the way, not a claim, because a lot of scientists, you know the difference between a hypothesis and a theory?
See, Hasim, you claim.
No, answer the question. Done.
You claim the universe has beginning.
I want to know if you know the basics of
start
science.
Questioning me.
Done. I want to know if you know the basics of science, because you're discussing science now. What's the difference between a hypothesis and a theory?
Theory and hypothesis. Hypothesis is an idea that this thing could have happened, or this could be the reason, right? And theory is mathematically proven, but there is no evidence as such.
No, that's absolutely wrong. In fact, in order for it to reach to the status of a theory, you need evidence. Otherwise, it remains a hypothesis. A hypothesis is like an opinion. So like you're giving an opinion about the rishis, but you have no evidence for them. For those people who are, the Sapta rishis, the 7 rishis, who basically realized the Vedas and so on. You have no evidence for it. It's just a claim.
No, we don't need.
Once you have evidence for it, then it becomes a theory. So I doubt you know the basics of science, and hence I can say with certainty that you have not researched this about the Big Bang Theory, about the expansion of the universe, about the redshift, and so on. All these things prove that the universe had a beginning.
No, it doesn't prove. I'm sorry to
once again, this is your claim. Like I said, I'm quoting the scientists and cosmologists.
You have very intelligent person, Islam Hakim, and he will tell you that the universe has no beginning.
Really? Okay, let's let him come. And if he says, according to the evidence we have so far, the universe has a beginning, then what are you going to do?
Then I will let's see what
No, if he says, what will you do then? Because you'll keep arguing. No matter if anybody proves it to you, you are the kind of person, because you believe in a religion. For you, it is a dogma to believe the universe has no beginning, because for you, the universe is God, in a way.
I'm talking about the entirety of the universe.
Yeah, I'm talking about the entirety of the universe as well. For you, it is God, right?
What do you mean by God?
Seriously, you're going to ask me after all this time, what is God?
No, the meaning, God differ from person. So we don't believe in personal creator.
I didn't ask about a personal or impersonal God. Do you believe in God or not?
God has to have meaning, right, Hasim? Should I agree with you? I'm okay to agree with you. Okay, let's.
It's not about agreeing with me. If you're going to ask fundamental questions like what is God, then I doubt if you believe in God.
God, okay, all right. So God is ultimate reality. Then yes, I agree with that.
Okay, what do you mean by ultimate reality?
Brahman.
Okay, for you, Brahman is
Brahman is ultimate reality.
Does Brahman have a form or attributes?
No, we don't give Brahman form and attributes.
Okay, so everything in existence for you is Brahman, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you Brahman?
Yes.
Okay.
You
are Brahman, yeah? So everything that exists is Brahman.
Yes, you're right.
So what's the difference between you and the ultimate God? Or the ultimate Brahman?
There is no difference as such. When I realize that I am Brahman.
But you have attributes. You just told me Brahman has no form and attribute. But you have a form and attribute.
See, if you give me a time, I can explain you this.
Okay, go on.
All right. Now, when you told Brahman is Nirguna Nirakara, means no qualitative attributes, no form. Correct?
That's what you said, yeah.
Yes. So now let me explain you. An attribute something assigned, right? And it's incomplete without context. Do you agree with that?
Attributes is what? Say again, once again.
An attribute is something assigned. Attribute means assigned to.
No, I think attributes are intrinsic.
No, attribute is something assigned, right?
No,
and it's incomplete without context.
I don't think you understand the meaning of attribute. For example, if I were
the
to
meaning
tell
of
you,
attribute to assign, that's the meaning of attribute.
No. Listen, attributes define the object. Okay. For example, if I told you one word, in order for you to understand that word, you need to know its definition. Okay. Say I use the term triangle. So what comes to your mind?
That's what I'm trying to tell you, right? The word, we assign those words to communicate the meaning.
You have to in order to communicate.
Right, that's okay. So
okay. So tell me, when I use the term triangle, what comes to your mind?
No, Hasim, let me answer your first question. Nirguna Nirakara.
Okay.
Right? Now, Nirguna means it's not attribute, it's qualitative attributes, right? Now, when I talk about qualitative attributes, it only arises through comparison or contrast, which require at least two finite reference points, right? So if Brahman is infinite, there can be no second infinity to compare with. Therefore, no quality can be meaningful attributed, right? In that sense,
it makes no sense at all. Because what you just talked about, even if it is qualitative attributes, then you're talking about at least the quality.
So quality, you define quality with comparison, with contrast.
No, not necessarily.
You cannot compare two infinity. Because there can't be one infinity.
There is no such thing as anything that exists which has no attributes. The only thing which I can think of.
Please, Hasim, let me answer your question first. Then you can counter question. That's secondary.
No, this is based on what you told me.
No, so let me complete that. I have not completed. You just
go on, finish your point.
All right. So what I was talking about is qualitative attributes arise only through comparison or contrast, which require at least two finite reference points. If Brahman is infinite, there can be no second infinity to compare with. Therefore, no quality can be meaningfully attributed.
It doesn't need. In fact, we know.
Let me complete.
Yeah, go on.
In this sense, infinite existence is by default non-qualitative. Hence, Brahman is Nirguna.
That's not true.
Now, to talk about Nirakara.
No, wait. Before you go to Nirakar, let's deal with the Nirgun. Okay, so I can
No,
easily
I'll do
say
one thing. Let me complete this Nirakara as well. So then you
no,
can.
but they both are different. That's why. So let's do
No,
one at a time. Let's do one at a
then you
time.
can come one at a time. So I'll have to come. Please let me do
Okay,
this.
finish your point. Go on.
All right. Likewise, form 2 is identified only through contrast, boundaries, and differentiations. The infinite cannot have limits or shape, nor it can be compared with another form. Therefore, infinite existence is necessarily formless. Hence, Brahman is Nirakara.
This
Right.
is you're just
Now you
reading
can
off the
ask the
internet, I
question.
think.
No,
I
I
don't think
just
I don't think you even understood what you said. So let me ask you something. When you
this
use
is
the
something
term,
which I written down in my book.
yeah, when you use the term attribute, what do you understand?
Attribute is something which we assign to communicate the meaning of a thing.
Okay,
Let's say
that would apply to even the term nirguna or nirakar. The same thing would apply because these are
Nirguna
words. These
it's
are
a
words which we
qualitative
have
attribute.
assigned.
It's not attribute. Nirguna is
No,
very
no.
specific to
I'm
qualitative
saying nirguna
attribute.
and nirakar. You need to let me finish in order for you to listen. Okay, so whenever you use any word, you must know the definition of it, right? And you cannot derive the definition without understanding what words you're using in the definition. Even every word in the definition will have a meaning itself. That's why I'm telling you, when you use the term no attribute and no form, the only thing that comes to mind is which doesn't exist, nothing. So unless
It's
you're
not
telling
no
me,
attribute, Hasim. You cannot skip qualitative because nirguna is qualitative attribute.
okay, so it does have attribute.
Yes, we define it.
Okay, so what is the attribute of?
When I say it's conscious,
Okay, so
it's,
that's the
it's
only attribute.
defining ultimate reality. When I say
Okay, so
it exists,
hold on. Are you saying consciousness is the only attribute of Brahman?
see, we call Brahmana Sat Chit Anand. Like it means Sat means existence. Second, Chit means consciousness. Third is Anand means complete. It lacks nothing. So
Can you answer my question? Does Brahman have only one attribute, which is consciousness?
Would you consider existence as an attribute?
No, existence is again something that is intrinsic. Okay, it's not an attribute itself, but something that is intrinsic. And
you just define that attribute.
When I say, okay, would you consider nothing to exist? Nothing.
No, Hasim, let's not go back. Let's answer you. You just told now, few minutes back, that attribute is given to communicate the meaning.
You are the one. I always said it was intrinsic.
So, do you consider existence as an attribute? Yes or no?
I wouldn't consider it as an attribute of the individual.
Then why do you consider consciousness as an attribute?
No. I wouldn't consider it as an attribute of an entity, because anything that exists, okay, we know that is the reality. Anything that doesn't exist is the non-reality. So for it to be real, it must exist. Do you agree?
That's not attribute.
Can you answer my question?
It is
anything for anything that exists,
it has to be real.
Okay, yes. It must exist in reality. Now, if I were to ask you, does nothing have attributes?
No, it doesn't exist.
Absolute nothingness, does it have attributes?
No, it doesn't.
Yes or no? You haven't answered the question. Does absolute nothingness have attributes?
Now it
either qualitative or non-qualitative. Does it have any? It doesn't. Okay. Does it have a form?
Nothingness is nothingness. I mean, I cannot even
imagine. Does it have a form?
No.
Okay, that's your Brahman.
No, that's not Brahman.
It doesn't have attributes, either qualitative or non-qualitative.
No, Hasim, I very clearly told you the entirety of Brahman to give qualitative attributes, to give form, right? You need a comparison, you need contrast.
No, you keep repeating yourself. I asked you.
Yeah, because this is important.
In fact, this your claim that it has consciousness. Okay. It has consciousness. Then the question I would ask you is that with this consciousness, can it do anything?
When everything is Brahman, why he has to do something?
Yes, because even within existence, there has to be change, isn't it? For example, the movement of a leaf, the movement of my hand, There is a change within existence. So once again, the question you need to answer is this: can Brahman do anything with its consciousness?
Well, if everything is Brahman, and
stop repeating yourself and answer
Brahman,
the question. Can it do anything? Yes or no?
No, we don't consider it separate.
Okay, so your God
if it's
cannot do anything.
Wait,
basically.
hold on, Hasim, you're just injecting your thing.
I'm not. I asked you twice, and you are answering something I didn't ask you.
It makes sense if God is
It
separate.
doesn't make sense.
No,
if Brahman exists with consciousness, then the question.
Hasim, let me answer.
Yeah, but you're not answering the question.
I'm answering your question very specifically.
Okay, which question are you answering now?
I'm asking the question: can Brahman?
No,
do anything?
you said you're answering the question. Which question are you answering?
Can Brahman do anything? That's
Yes,
the question, right? Now it makes sense when it makes sense from a point when Allah is separate and the universe is separate, right? So Allah can do something within universe.
Yes.
So there are two separate things required.
Allah can do a lot of things.
Agree.
Yeah.
That's
now
okay.
the same question to you: can Brahman do something?
No, we don't separate. So the question doesn't make sense at all. Hasim.
Hold on. When you say you don't separate, are you saying you yourself are exactly as a Brahman, who is the overall, supreme consciousness?
What do you mean by supreme consciousness?
You said his only attribute is consciousness, right? That's what you said.
Yeah. Yes, that's the very nature. That's a very intrinsic.
Are you the same nature as his?
Yes.
Okay, if you're the same nature, then you must be without form and without attributes. Stop making jalebis, man. Come on. You know why
it is relative. Hasim, let me answer. You asked the question. Let me answer.
No, wait. Listen.
Hasim, you asked the question.
No, hold on. Do you know why the Advaita philosophy followers are only 1% of the Hindus, or even less?
No.
Do you know why?
I will not
because
answer.
Most of them reject this nonsensical philosophy where you talk about non-duality.
No, yes, I have answered. See, I've answered you.
I don't think you have answered any question. All of them were contradictory. All of them. You said you're Brahman, the same as a supreme consciousness Brahman, but he has no form, no attributes, whereas you do have a form and attribute.
So I have form and attribute only. It's relative. When you compare me with any other person,
I think that's the only way you will understand, right? How else do you understand?
Then you cannot call I have an absolute.
No, wait. When you say relative, how else will you understand?
It is, yes, understand. It is relative. So that's why.
Okay, you know what? I think we have gone round in circles. Now let me ask you.
Let me answer. Please,
wait. Let me ask you one last question before you go. You believe everything is Brahman. Am I right? Everything that exists is Brahman.
Hasim, you already asked the question. Let me.
No, but I want to make sure.
All right,
whether you agree or disagree with this. Everything in existence that exists is Brahman.
Please complete your question.
That is my question.
Because I don't want you to interject.
No, that is my question. Do you agree that everything in existence is Brahman?
Yes.
Okay. Does ignorance exist?
It is like does nothing exist?
Does ignorance exist?
Ignorance exists, yes.
Okay, is that Brahman?
No, it's not Brahman.
But you just said everything that exists is Brahman. Now you're contradicting yourself again.
No, okay. Hasim, now you have asked a question. Let me answer, please.
Go on.
Don't cut me off. Okay. Now, you asked the first question.
As long as you don't ask a question with a question.
I'll not ask a question. I just answer because many people, many Hindus will be
talk about ignorance and you said it exists. But then you said everything that exists is Brahman. But when I asked you, is ignorant?
I understood your question, Hasim. I understood your question, Hasim. I think I can answer those. So let me rephrase what I have told. So there is no miscommunications or there is, right? You asked me that does Brahman is Nirguna Nirakara?
Oh, please don't go all the way there.
No, please.
I honestly, look, I'm pressed with time. There are a lot of people waiting. I've given you a lot of time already. So without you making jalebis and repeating everything all over again,
I gave you a very good answer.
Just try to consolidate the contradiction. The contradiction is as follows. You said everything that exists is Brahman. You said ignorance exists. And then you contradicted yourself by saying that ignorance is not Brahman. Consolidate that. And if you cannot, then I'm going to bring somebody else in.
No, I'll answer that. Ignorance, it's not an existence.
It doesn't exist.
No, it doesn't exist. Ignorance is opposite of knowledge.
You just
Correct?
said ignorance exists a minute ago.
Knowledge exists. Ignorance doesn't.
Okay, I think I'm done with you.
Let me
I'm
answer
sorry.
it, Hasim. Don't
No,
cut
no,
me
I'm
off.
sorry, man. I'm sorry. I like people who are sincere. Did he not say ignorance exists? And now he made a U-turn when he realized he messed up.
No, but he said ignorance is opposite of knowledge.
Yeah,
So it
that's-
exists. So if something is opposite,
Even if
so
it's opposite of knowledge,
it is going to
it
exist.
still exists.
Anyways,
Yeah. Okay. Go on. I'll let you finish that thought.
Okay.
Done.
See, now it is relative because knowledge is limited to human being. The rock doesn't have knowledge. He doesn't need a knowledge. The river doesn't
Does it
need
exist
knowledge.
or not? That's the question.
Please, let see.
No, but
I'm
look, that's the
answering
reason
you.
I don't like done. You make too many jalebis.
See.
It's a very simple question. Does ignorance exist, whether relatively or not? Does it exist?
See, it is relative, but it's not absolute.
Does
you
it
agree with that?
exist? That's the question.
Knowledge
chance.
exists. How can
Last
ignorance
chance.
exist? It's like
Does-
does nothing exist?
Does ignorance
nothingness-
exist? Last chance.
Please
Yes
answer.
or no?
Does nothingness exist? That's what you're asking me.
No,
in other
nothingness.
form.
Wait. Nothingness does not exist. I've already
So
told you that.
nothingness
I
is
did not
opposite of
contradict
existence.
myself.
Please,
Now
Hasim, let me
answer my question. Does
I'm
ignorance
answering. Please.
exist? Last
Hasim,
chance.
please.
Last
Please don't
chance.
cut me off. I'm
Yeah, I
answering.
will cut
Please
you
don't
off
cut me off.
if you do not answer this question.
I'll
Does ignorance
No,
exist? Answer
no,
the
it is
question.
like yes or no. It's like it.
It is a
please
yes
let
or
me
no.
answer.
Yes. Like you asked me,
No.
does nothing exist? I said it doesn't exist.
So yes, nothing is opposite of existence. Same way, ignorance is opposite of knowledge. So if
Okay. Does
nothing
knowledge
don't
exist?
exist,
Does knowledge
yes,
exist?
yes, knowledge exists. Yes, knowledge exists.
Yeah,
And
that's the
it's
question I'm
relative.
asking you. Does it exist?
Yes, it exists. Knowledge exists.
Okay. Now, somebody who doesn't have knowledge is called what?
You don't have knowledge.
It's called what?
It's like again, you're taking the opposite.
It is the opposite, obviously. You see, this is how the Advaita philosophy is so easy to dismantle them with their own words. Because you know what they do? They tangle themselves in a knot until they start making jalebis.
going round in circles.
I'm sorry, Dan. I know you were patient, but you were still contradicting yourself. All right. Any other Hindus in the back studio?
In fact, Brother Hashim, the issue is that if you go onto the streets of any Muslim country and you ask who is God and if whether he's one, he has attributes, everyone will start telling you the 99 names of Allah and saying that he has attributes. But if you go to India on the street and you ask about God, no one will tell you that I believe in Brahman. Everyone will tell you Shiva, Durga,
They have names.
Krishna, Rama.
They
Yeah,
have
names. But the fact is that when you start debating with a Hindu and if he tells you that his God is Ram, Durga, or Krishna, then the Muslim will start asking question about okay, why then Ram left his wife, or why did Krishna do this or that. So in order to escape all these points,
Yeah.
in order to
Full of
escape all
contradictions.
these points,
I know quite well. But by the way, where's that other Hindu guy who was in the chat? Something shadow something. Oh, there
Yeah.
he is. There. Come on, man. Come to the stream. What was his excuse, by the way? They always make some lame excuse not to come.
Why
because usually the attributes that their personal deities have are full of negativity, lust, or they are telling lies. So in order to escape all that, okay, our God doesn't have any attributes.
Yeah. But
Khalas,
even that
that's
doesn't
over.
make sense.
Yeah,
It
even
makes no
that is
sense.
what I'm trying to say, that they try to make the God into a nothingness so that to avoid question, but then what's the use? You just
he also
you
mentioned
get
that
you get trapped in both ways.
he also mentioned that there is that universe does
Hey,
not
check
have
this
a
out,
beginning.
guys. So this is another Hindu. He's saying, don't you believe Allah is a creator of evil things? Same way, ignorance is also pervaded by Brahman. So this guy is saying Brahman also has ignorance. By the way, Allah doesn't create anyone evil, for your information. So we believe the shaitan is evil. Absolutely.
It's the choice you make.
Initially, when he existed, he wasn't evil from day one of his birth. Absolutely not. We don't believe Allah creates anything that's evil. It is with their free will they choose good or evil Obedience to Allah or disobedience to Allah. So this is a misinterpretation and misrepresentation of what the Muslims believe in. Either that or it's ignorance.
Absolutely.
And I'm leaning towards ignorance in this case. So at least you have admitted that Brahmin has ignorance. Okay. But when you say pervades ignorance, but you at least believe that ignorance exists.
True.
If it exists, according to the other Hindu guy, because he's a non-dualist, and I believe you two are Vinit, then everything that exists must be Brahman. Ignorance, therefore, is Brahman himself. There you go. And if you think you got an answer to that, come on the panel. The link is there, posted in the chat. Just click on that and come here, because you guys are very good at being in this comment section and posting your opinions. But let's have a face-to-face dialogue, man. Come on, we don't bite.
In fact, I want to mention Koti.
No, then you cannot answer all the questions. I'm sorry. You actually fail miserably. Okay.
Yeah.
On that question, does ignorance exist? Okay, let's see if you can answer it even in the comments. Go on. Right. In the meantime.
No, but he also mentioned that, the universe doesn't have a beginning. Modern physics, there is a terminology called ex nihilo. That means from nothing.
Yeah.
It began from nothing, right? And the idea of eternal universe is no longer scientifically tenable. It's not, the ideas have changed. There is a beginning. So what he's saying is, I don't know. So that's what it is.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's all right. Mu'min Afzal. I'm assuming this guy's a Muslim, yeah?
Yeah.
Afzal, you need to unmute yourself.
Hello, Assalamu Alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
You're a Muslim, right?
Yeah, I'm a Muslim. I'm from India and I'm a big fan of you guys.
Okay, thank you. As a fan, do you actually read what's on the screen there?
Could you repeat, please?
Do you see what's the scrolling text saying on the screen?
Oh yeah, I did see that. I even messaged in the comment section that I'm sorry that I joined this stream. I had actually had some questions. That's why I joined. I joined.
As a friend, you should respect our wishes, right?
Yeah, definitely.
When we say to the Muslims, join later, when we call you, come on, please respect that. Come on.
Yeah, definitely. But the thing is that
even
it's
if you have a
one
question, ask later. No problem. We'll invite. We always invite the Muslims after the Hindus, because the topic today is about the Hindus.
Definitely, I'm really sorry. Actually, in India, it's past midnight. It's 1 a.m. right now, so I won't be awake to join later. I have some questions if you are able to answer pretty quickly.
I'll tell you what. Come back after Fajr. We'll be here.
After Fajr, I have school. I'm really sorry.
Oh, so you don't pray Fajr?
I obviously I pray Fajr.
What time is Fajr in India?
It's 5 a.m.
Okay, what time's your school?
It's 6:30.
There you go. You got enough time to come and ask us one question. Okay? Nice try. See you later. Make sure you pray your Fajr, yeah? Okay, guys.
The topic that Brother Hashim chose today is a very important topic, because many Hindus are very proud, and you get to hear a lot of taunts from them that you guys are keeping your woman in burqa while we worship the feminine power. It is Shakti, you're Durga, you're Kali, they try to praise because as many women are leaving Hinduism, so in order to make them stay back. Yeah. So they say that we worship women, we take them as goddesses, yet you burn them when their husbands die or whatever. But that is a way of and the issue is that what's the pride in saying that you worship women? You also worship men. You also worship animals.
If you ask me, every single image of their goddess is basically objectifying women.
It is.
Okay.
It is.
In fact, showing Kali without clothes.
Yeah.
And basically in a very ferocious way. Okay. I mean, one thing that a woman really appreciates is her beauty. Okay. In her eyes, in her mother's eyes, she's beautiful. When you look at Kali, it is the opposite of beauty.
Yes.
Okay.
Scary.
This is no way for a woman to be proud of such a representation of theirs.
Yeah.
Why would you basically make something that God has made beautiful, your features, as something which is demonic. Then why? I don't understand that concept. You could have had a goddess who takes revenge and everything without her being ugly and ferocious and demonic. Makes no sense. I mean, a garland of skulls, really? Which woman
Yeah,
likes to wear a garland of skulls, or a man?
in fact, Kali is completely nude. It is the skirt because many Hindus have not observed her properly. Her skirt is made of arms and her breast is covered with skulls.
Brother
So in fact, she
Mubashir,
has no clothes as well.
Brother Mubashir, we mentioned this
at the beginning.
Brother, yeah, at the beginning we mentioned
In fact,
this.
Brother Islam Hakim, because he observes things more objectively.
No, we did, yeah.
From a different background,
Alhamdulillah.
having not
Yeah.
heard this concept before, so it is more thorough and more.
We take it for granted, but he observed
it. But one thing that you are saying that Kali is nude. She's portrayed as you. What about Kamakya? You mentioned about it.
What about Mohini?
No, Mohini. It's but the Kamakya temple in Assam. It is the exact vagina.
Yes, yes.
It is a vagina itself.
No, and also
need to ease down on the language. Let me bring another Hindu.
Yeah, the private part of the
Yeah, also they do sacrifices over there, right?
All right, Faith, I'm assuming you're a Hindu?
Hello.
Yes, hi.
Hi.
You're a Hindu, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Where are you calling from?
I'm Indian.
Where are you calling from?
I'm from India, right?
Okay. I didn't ask if you were Indian or American. Just ask where you're calling from.
Yeah,
Okay, you got something to share with us?
It's you're lagging. Hello.
It must be your internet. My internet seems all right. I can hear you.
Maybe mine. Can you repeat what you said again?
Yeah, have you got a question for us, or you have a comment to make?
I mean, depends upon you.
Okay, so do you know the topic today?
Yes.
Okay, so when you say you're from a Hindu background, what's your sampradaya?
I'm a smart.
You're a smarter. Okay, you follow that Vaita philosophy as well?
Yeah, no problem. I can.
No.
No, we don't have any problem.
If that is if that is what you follow, because
I'm more into devotion. Hello.
So you're into bhakti, yeah?
Yeah, but I believe in smart.
All right. Do you, in that case, you probably believe in the Puranas as well, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think of Hindus who say that the Puranas are not trustworthy? How do you respond to that?
Their choice. I don't care.
No, but how would you argue that your choice is better than theirs?
I'm not going to say their choice is better or not better. It's their choice. I don't care. It's about me.
No, but if they say we reject the Puranas because they are not authoritative, they cannot be trusted, for you to say, I don't care, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, how would you
Yeah, I said that right. I don't care means
how would you justify that they,
Brother Hashim,
that your choice is correct and theirs is not?
Can I ask him one question?
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Faith, what is your objective of joining this stream today?
Yeah, it was on the topic.
Yeah, but you don't seem to be, coming on to the topic at all.
Yeah, because you were not asking questions. I gave you the freedom, right?
No, the questions were asked, but you said their choice,
Yeah,
and
you're being dismissive of the question.
Yes, that's what my concern was.
You guys asked me that what would I do? What would I tell them? I said I don't care. Let them do what I do.
No, but I asked you specifically, how would you justify that the Puranas are correct?
I mean, I just believe in it because it gives me symbolical representations of the things, and I take it symbolically. I don't take it as it is. If they want to go for the Vedas as they have the Bhashya, I don't care, right? They can go. No problem.
Only symbolically?
Yeah, I mean, I take everything symbolically, to be honest.
Okay, so let me ask you something. Do you think Ram and Krishna existed in history, in real?
Rama, according to Kurma Purana, it is said that he existed 5 kalpa before, which means in the previous universe. So I mean,
even then, did he exist in history? That's a question.
I don't know. Maybe yes, maybe no, but I don't really care.
No, but if you take it only symbolically, that means it's not something that really exists. If it's symbolically, it's allegorical, it doesn't mean it's real, right?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, so once again, does Ram exist in history? Yes or no?
Okay, let me continue. Right. What I believe in is I don't really know, but even if he did, even if he didn't, it does not harm my religion. That's it.
No, but hold on. I'm trying to get to the bottom. If everything is symbolic, for example, you could represent something symbolically as, say, number 14. Yeah.
Okay.
If I asked you, show me number 14 in real life, would you?
Yeah, I can.
You can. Where?
No, I will just write 14, right? I'll just write 14 on a paper and I'll show it to you.
That's symbolically. That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. But in real life, where is number 14?
So, I mean, it does not...
I don't think you understand the meaning of symbolic even.
Yeah, okay, let me continue, right? What I'm saying is, even if they did exist, it does not exist, that does not really harm. Krishna very clearly says...
It's not about harm or no harm. I'm talking about something that is real and something that is not real. Try to understand. Try to keep up, because it's very, very important for you to understand reality from something that is just mythology.
Let me continue, right? That's a very much false sequence. So I'm giving you two...
No, but their existence is critical to the religion.
Absolutely, yeah.
Not necessarily.
Oh, you meant to say if Ram...
So you think that if Ram and Krishna didn't exist, it wouldn't matter?
What is Hinduism? What is Hinduism?
No, don't try to change the topic. Okay?
No,
first you need to answer my question. Do you understand the difference between something that is just symbolic and allegorical, as opposed to something that is real and tangible?
Yeah.
Why are you laughing like a silly guy all the time? It's nothing funny I said. It's just a simple question.
Let me continue, right? Let me explain you something. So, not necessarily when I take things symbolically, which simply means that, as it is said in Bhagavad Gita, that God does Leela to give some types of lessons or some symbolic representations of the things. So it can be it can mean two things. He actually did it, and it actually happened, but it also gives symbolical meaning and also the actual one. And then there's
what is the difference between symbolic and real?
No,
I don't know why he's laughing. This guy.
Hold on, Mr. Faith. We asked you one question before, is that the existence of Ram and Krishna, right? You said you don't care. I mean, it doesn't matter to you. But then you brought in Bhagavad Gita. Without Krishna, Krishna, wait, don't interject. Hold on.
Yeah.
Without Krishna, without Krishna being in existence, would Bhagavad Gita be there in existence?
Okay, and to be honest, at this moment, I said, right, everything is symbolic for me. So I do believe in the scriptures. Even, let's say it is written by the scholars.
You seem to fail to understand the most basic and... Okay, let me ask you something. It
can be both. It can be
both.
No,
wait. Are you a real person? Do you exist, or are you a Leela as well?
I'm a real person. Let's say, what's wrong?
Okay, so you're not symbolic, am I right?
No, are you not symbolic? Yeah, that's my question.
Okay. So this is the false assumption, right? When God is...
I'm asking you, listen, just answer the question. Are you symbolic or are you real?
I am real.
Okay, so it cannot be both, right?
Am I a Hindu belief system?
No, hold on. Even relative to your Hindu belief system, you cannot, if you're symbolic and you're real at the same time, that means you exist, right?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Am I a Hindu? I do exist, yeah.
Okay, so you're saying yes. Even if you're symbolic and then you're real as well, which means you exist.
Yeah, I do exist, but I'm not a belief system.
No, that's fine.
Fallacy.
Hold on. What are you saying? Not according to your belief system. What do you mean?
Belief system is something else. Belief can be made in a way. Right. I said I take...
Are you make belief? Is that what you're saying? You're not real.
Brother Hashim.
What are you about?
Brother Hashim.
I can make beliefs.
We need to get... No, Brother Hashim. Hold on, Faith. We need to get somebody serious. He thinks this is a joke.
I think I don't know. How old are you, Faith?
He's making a mockery of the whole
Wait,
thing.
Samir, wait.
What
Faith, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Bro, act your age at least.
Yeah, you need to.
When did I not?
You seem like either are you drunk or something?
No.
No, are you on any drugs?
No.
Okay.
I don't.
Can you stop laughing and be serious, or I'll take somebody else?
Because to begin with, the knowledge, the interpretation that you have from Hinduism is completely weird and goes against the Hindu books itself. To begin
So
with,
you're saying if you're saying my question whether Ram or Krishna exists is weird, yeah?
Yeah, to begin with.
You know, most Hindus actually believe Ram and Krishna walk the earth.
Yeah. So what?
But you don't, right?
I said I don't know. Do you see the difference?
Okay. I'll tell you what. Go find out first and then come to us. Because you seem to be like an ignorant person, laughing like a goof.
Yeah, he's
honestly.
In fact, I have a point in comparison to make over here.
Yeah. Oh,
just
Vinit
one
is here.
comparison.
Nice of you, Vinit. Thank you.
Hey guys.
Yep. Hi, Vinit. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Yeah, very well. Where are you calling from?
I'm from Bangalore.
Okay.
Vinit, how are you
I'm
doing?
assuming you're a Hindu, yeah?
Yeah.
Even
it's
on that,
uncertain. I wasn't.
If you had to think
even
about it,
even on the identity, the many of the Hindus have stooped to such a low level that you can't even answer to yes
No,
or
that's because
no,
I mean,
or not
no,
even to say your identity.
Mubashir.
Listen. No. From what I've seen on this stream and many other stream, when the Muslim came, are you Muslim? Yes, Alhamdulillah. Are you a Hindu? Yeah.
No,
You can say.
there's a reason. Let's ask him. Okay, Vinit.
Brother Mubashir, the only reason is because he's been watching too many of
yeah, guys, let's give him a break. He's just come. So,
Okay,
Vinit, tell us why you were hesitant in answering that last question.
Because the idea of a Hindu is different for each mind, right? Like, for example, your view of a Hindu, or for example, even I don't know what, let's say traditionally what people call Hinduism, you can say I believe it broadly.
Yeah, I mean, when you say, look, if other people have different ideas, that's their problem. My question was to you specifically.
Yes,
so
you can say
once
yes.
again, do you follow, are you Sanatan? If you prefer that question, I would.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's fine, no problem. Because, you know, people have a problem with semantics sometimes. If you look, you're from India, right? In India, I'm assuming all your government documentation where they ask religion, they would most likely put Hindu there, right?
I was actually uncomfortable answering that question recently on my census form as well. I wanted to put agnostic, but yeah. So yeah.
Okay. Sorry,
your question, I think for the.
Did you say you were agnostic?
Oh, he's agnostic.
No, I was until very recently. But right now, I think for this context of the discussion, I think yes to your question.
Okay, fair enough. You know, we like sincerity here. We respect that. So this is what, if you're here, I would expect you to answer sincerely. And that's all that's required. Okay,
yeah,
so
I'll try my best.
By the way, the answer to your question in the comments, which I answered, is that clear, or you want to discuss something further?
Yeah,
it was about evil, the creation of evil, and whether Allah created evil. Allah does not create anyone as evil. Later in their life, they choose evil as their way of life or disobedience to Allah. Okay, that is there with the free will that Allah has bestowed upon them.
Okay, so basically he creates beings with free will and they choose to be evil.
He can create beings with free will, or he can create like angels without free will.
Angels don't have free will. Okay.
Yeah, because angels cannot sin.
And
they never disobey Allah. That is their nature. Whereas humans, we have both the ability to obey or disobey Allah, and hence the free will.
Does Allah have free will?
Of course.
He does. Okay. And he creates free will out of his own free will. People out of his own free will. I mean, he creates in his image, right? Old Testament.
Creates free will. So Allah gives the nature, creates any entity with the nature that is deserving of that.
In his image, right? According to the Old
Testament.
No,
it's not your understanding in his image. So Allah's image is not like us. If you think he's like human, that is a wrong understanding. Yes, there is a hadith which says Allah created man from his image. What does that mean? It means means from Adam's image itself. So imagine there was a blueprint of Adam before Allah created him. Yeah. And then Allah created Adam from his image. This is the interpretation of some ulama. The other interpretation is that we have certain features which are representative of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but not in the same sense. For example, Allah hears and we hear. Allah sees and we see. But is our hearing and seeing equal to that of Allah? Absolutely not.
Okay.
So these are the two interpretations. Yeah.
I would just add, in the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala clearly says that he said to the angels, indeed, I'm going to create a human being from clay. This is what he mentioned. He doesn't say upon his image. And in the hadith also, in the authentic hadith, there is no authentic hadith which literally says, with a literal meaning, saying that God created from his image. That you're talking about is in the Old Testament, in Genesis, where God creates a man in his image. But in the Quran, it says when Allah says, I am creating human being from sounding clay, means there is a meaning for that as well, but it's nothing to do with his image. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. So the reason I asked the question is the free will that humans have is the same free will that Allah has.
No, it's not the same free will either. Okay, I think I'll make it easy for you. In the Quran, Allah says there is nothing like him. Okay, he's unlike anything. So if you say similar to, there's nothing in existence like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He's unique. Everything is in need of Allah. Allah is not in need of anything or anyone.
Can you say inferior form of free will? Let's say Allah has the supreme form of free will. This is
okay, anyway,
form of free will.
I honestly don't know why we are going with this.
Yeah, so okay.
Different questions. All I asked you is, did the question that you asked about creation of evil, was that answered or not?
Yeah. So the reason I was asking
now
is,
let's get back to the topic about Shakti
may
and the feminine force behind the Hindu gods.
May I ask one question? I think the reason I asked about Allah's free will is Shaitan has free will, right?
Yeah.
And he chooses to be evil.
Yes.
Impelled by what? Like, how does a man, impelled by what does a shaitan choose to be evil?
Because he's got free will. He can choose either to obey or disobey God, just like every human can.
But why does he choose one of them?
No, because...
Okay, wait, Samir. Vinit, have you ever done wrong in your life?
Yes.
Why?
Depends.
No, wait. I want to ask why.
Wrong in what sense? Like a crime?
You said yes. In what sense you said yes?
I guess you're asking in terms of like societal laws, right? Crime.
No, even a sin. Even adharma. Have you committed any adharma at all in your life?
Yes.
Okay, why?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was weak. In the sense because I was overpowered by my senses.
Oh, exactly. The shaitan had ego.
Shaitan was arrogant.
He had huge ego, and he has his arrogance and so basically, like, look, the whole idea about free will is that you have the agency to choose between obedience and disobedience to God. So any disobedience against Allah is considered a sin, or you would call it adharma, and that is basically what free will is. So now that we have done with the questions that you were asking, let us go back to the topic at hand. What is your understanding about Shakti?
Shakti. My understanding is that my basic worldview right now is that there's only one object in the universe, right?
Are you following that Vaita philosophy as well?
Yes.
Okay.
So, and that for me, that representation of that one being, one pure Satchidanand consciousness is Devi.
Is what Devi?
Is Devi.
So.
Is Shakti.
Okay. Why is it not Brahman?
It's the same thing, to be honest. Like, there's only one thing, right?
I don't think that Vaita philosophy considers gender for the supreme consciousness.
No, actually, gender is needed because I'm weak. Like, I don't have the capacity to comprehend something that is fundamentally formless, right? Because we're working in the realm of mind, so you need thoughts.
So if that is the case, then why feminine? Why not masculine?
I think it's just a matter of preference, like in the sense that I resonate with that form of deity. So for me, the absolute.
if you think it is something that is beyond comprehension, then you cannot assign gender to it, right?
Fundamentally, it doesn't have gender.
So why would you give it gender then?
No,
basically you're assigning attributes to God what he hasn't assigned for himself or herself.
Yeah. So
you see where I'm going with this?
Yes, I get your point. You're saying that the fundamental reality of the one thing is fundamentally genderless. Why am I calling it a female? Is your question, right?
Yes.
So
what I'm saying basically is that if God did not tell you about what he's not, okay, so whenever God tells you, like for example in the Quran, Allah says that he's one, he's unique, he depends on nobody, everybody depends on him. He has no beginning, no end. He has no parents, no children, no siblings. Okay, so these are the things that Allah has already informed us. We cannot then say that we are going to give certain attributes to Allah which he hasn't informed us of, because who can tell you about something that you cannot comprehend? So, only the person, only the entity that has who tells you directly as to what he is, rather than us assuming what he is. Yeah. So we cannot assume.
So Allah is fundamentally formless, like without
no,
attributes.
We don't say that. Who told you that?
You don't say that. Okay.
We don't say that he's formless.
So he has a form.
Because on that in Jannah we are going to see Allah. Yeah.
You're going to see him, and he's.
We don't know.
You can't imagine
right
him
now,
but you're going to see.
We don't know what.
Vinith, we cannot comprehend his form in this worldly life, but in the eternal life, let me finish. In the eternal life, in the hereafter, whoever goes to Jannah will be able to see him in his real form.
Yeah.
But right now, we cannot comprehend his form.
So you will see him as clearly as you would see a full moon on a dark night, on a clear night. Right. Anyway, look, we keep coming back to Islam. I don't know why. Let's go with.
No, I'm just curious.
I know you're curious. Maybe you can come back when we have the open Q&A.
Or talk to us privately as well. No problem.
Whether on Islam or any other topic that we normally deal with. So next Thursday, inshallah, we have an open Q&A. You can come and ask them. Okay. So it's not like I'm saying don't ask about Islam at all. We have a forum for that next Thursday. So you're more than welcome to join us then. But for today, the topic is on Hinduism. So you follow Advaita philosophy, and yet you believe in Shakti as a feminine form of this supreme being. Yeah.
So so I think Shakti, from the philosophical point of view, is Nama and Rupa, right? Like name and form. So so basically, Shiva is the consciousness of awareness. Like, okay, I am. And Shakti is the name and form that appears to us. But fundamentally, it's the one reality. For example, you can't deny that you're seeing me on the video and you're seeing my form and you're talking, right? We are working in the realm of name and forms. So that is the representation for me philosophically. It's not that, there's a female that she has like female reproductive organs and she looks like a female, talks like a female. For me, that Nama Rupa is the representation of Devi.
So even the name Shakti can mean many things, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you identify the name?
Shakti. For me, it's Vimarsha.
Do you, by the way, do you believe in the Puranas?
Believe in the sense that they actually happened?
No, believe in the sense that they are something that you trust as source for your theology.
I think not fully. I think they just try to tell the Shrutis in a more relatable form. I think some of those events must have happened, and I think some of them have been given as moral guidelines. I don't think it's the absolute truth. Like if you tell me that Ram was there.
Vinith, can you tell me about, for example, if we as Muslims or anyone wants to know about Shakti, her nature, her attributes, or more about her, what is the most authoritative text that the ancient sages of India have wrote about Shakti? Because as far as I know, it is a Devi Bhagavatam. It is one of the 18 Puranas. Yeah. That is it.
Chandi Saptashati, right? I would say. Yeah.
No, Chandi Saptashati is not. It is not a Purana. It is part of Markandeya Purana. I'm talking about the Devi Bhagavatam. So because you have two Bhagavatams, if Brother Hashim must be knowing it. One is a Bhagavatam of Srimad Bhagavatam that extol Krishna as a supreme being, and one is a Devi Bhagavatam. Each one keeps fighting at this is a real Bhagavatam. So it is a Devi Bhagavatam. So Devi Bhagavatam is a Purana that lowers all the other forms of God, that Krishna and Rama are very inferior, and the Devi is a supreme being.
Right.
Yeah. Actually, I haven't read the Devi Bhagavatam, but you could. I'm talking about Devi Mahatyam. I think that's a good text to learn about Shakti.
But Devi Mahatyam, it is from the Purana. It is from the Markandeya Purana.
Yeah.
So it is from the Purana itself.
So do you actually believe, even if you haven't read Devi Bhagavatam, would you consider it to be like a source that you would trust?
In the sense that see, as in physical reality, if it's actually happened, I don't know. I probably
no, but
it
basically advocates that the other gods like Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, they are inferior to her, to Shakti.
Yeah, I think there's fundamentally only one thing, right?
It's not one thing. If someone is inferior to you, then they cannot be equal to you in the status.
No, for me, in my philosophy,
because the Devi Bhagavatam criticizes the other gods' position quite in a very, just to extol the Devi and her powers. Yeah.
Okay,
it's not.
Let's read it from there actually, because that's one thing we do. When we make claims, we don't just make claims; we actually substantiate it from the scriptures of the Hindus. So, do you want to read the highlighted bits? Or if you want to read the whole thing, the reference is given. So this is Devi Bhagavatam, book 1, chapter 5, verse 74 and 75. Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that if there is only one, why is all this happening? Like,
no, read it. Read it, and you give us your opinion.
Okay, actually, it's a bit too small. I'm on mobile.
You're on mobile. Okay, let me make it big for you. Is it big enough? All right, I'll tell you what, Mubashir, you can read it if you want.
No, I don't.
Are you on the phone as well?
I can read it.
Yeah, I'm on the phone itself. I'm on the phone.
I can read it for him.
Samir, yeah, go ahead.
Sure, I can read. Devi Bhagavatam, Devi cursed her husband Vishnu and his head was cut off. Does anything take place in this world without any cause? Now hear why Hari's head was cut off. Once on a time, seeing the beautiful face of his dear wife Lakshmi Devi, Hari laughed in presence of her. At this, Lakshmi Devi came to understand that he has seen surely something ugly in my face, and therefore he laughed. Otherwise, why my husband would laugh at seeing me? But what reason can there be? Can there be as without any cause? Can there be to see ugliness in my face after long a time? I think the English is not right here. Why
because they have translated it that way.
Okay, and why shall he laugh without seeing something ugly? Okay, without something ugly without any cause, or it may be he has made some other beautiful woman as my co-wife. Thus, arguing variously in her mind, Mahalakshmi gradually got angry and Tamo Guna slowly possessed her. Then by turn of fate, in order that God's work might be completed, very fierce Tamas Shakti entered into her body. She got very angry and slowly said, "Let thy head fall off." Thus, owing to feminine nature and the destiny of Bhagwan, Lakshmi cursed without any thought of good or bad, causing her own suffering. By the Tamasi Shakti possessing her, she thought that a co-wife would be more painful than her widowhood, and thus she cursed him. Should I continue, or that's it, right?
Continue here.
Okay. Falsehood, vain boldness, craftiness, stupidity, impatience, overgreediness, impurity, and harshness are the natural qualities of women. Owing to that curse, the head of Vasudeva has fallen into the salt ocean. Now I will fix the head on his body as before. O Surah Satamas, there is another cause also regarding this affair. That's it.
Yeah, I think that's so. I mean, one thing I find quite intriguing is this is Devi Bhagavatam. This is supposed to be like about this goddess, you know.
Yeah.
And the way women have been portrayed here, like falsehood, vain, boldness, craftiness, stupidity, impatience, overgreediness, impurity, and harshness are the natural qualities of women.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
In fact, one
misogynistic
point.
Even in the Devi Bhagavatam.
Yeah, one fact that we usually see that we consider that the Purana, the Shiva Purana will extol Shiva as a supreme being and demean other gods. The Devi Purana will extol Devi, but even in the Shiva Purana, you have criticism of Shiva of him being lustful, and even in the Devi Bhagavatam, which considers the Devi to be the supreme, even in that Purana, the woman will be like criticized.
Yeah. So, what do you think of that, Vinit?
Yeah. So actually, there are verses which extol the positive attributes of Devi. I think that is like 99% of the scriptures. So I think Devi is portrayed in like a very positive way. I think there are something like this. I think this is like the duality, right? Like in Advaita, there's no such thing as good or evil. It's also supreme I.
You actually believe that there's no such thing as good or evil? Seriously?
Yeah.
And why do you believe in dharma and adharma then?
Actually, dharma, it's like it's not believing in it, right? Like dharma is like a
It
way
is.
for us.
You distinguish between them, don't you? Do
I
you not
do.
distinguish between dharma and adharma? But if everything is one and there is no good and bad or good and evil, then why even distinguish dharma from adharma?
Yeah, but I also distinguish hot and cold, right? Like it's not like I believe in hotness or coldness. Like dharma is
You
basically
don't?
it's there. Like dharma and adharma is there.
Like,
Like
if I poured this hot tea on you,
yeah, hot
you
is
change
hot.
your mind.
it's there. It's there. So my point I'm trying to make is the dharma, as I understand it, is the way for us to live a sukha life. Like sukha is like a comfortable
Happy
life, like
life.
a peaceful, happy life. Adharma is something that leads you down a road where you live an unhappy life. That's the way I see it. Like it's not in the sense that
I
it's
don't
bad
think
or
so.
good.
You know, there are many people who are happy with the adharma. Like, I know there are compulsive liars out there. You know, some people think genocide doesn't exist in their country. They're compulsive liars. They're quite happy.
Yeah, but I think what I understand dharma is that leads them down a future where they're unhappy. Like for example, let's say I murder people, right? I would wager I would be much more unhappy if I keep murdering people every day than sitting and meditating or praying to the Lord or Devi or whatever.
No, but
So
if
that's the concept.
If there are people who have reached that stage where they do not consider murder wrong, so because they're repeat offenders of that particular, so it could be let's say they belong to a gang. In fact, these guys want think twice before killing someone who opposes them or threatens them. They won't feel bad about it. In fact, they will feel good about it. So your idea of this good and bad, is relative. It makes no sense in reality. It might look good in somebody's imagination, but the real world we live, there's always going to be duality. There's no such thing as non-dual reality.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, and until you like actually seek after God or anything, you don't figure out what the fundamental reality is. So
What do you mean?
I think.
Are you saying that God is inapt to tell you who He is, or in your case, who she is?
They did, right? Like in my case, they like God Himself fought a war on the side of dharma. For that's what I believe. I think.
Hold on. Which God fought a war?
Krishna.
But you don't believe Krishna walked in real life on the earth? Or are you a different kind of Advaita philosopher?
I mean, Krishna incarnated as a human, so he walked the earth as a human.
So you think he was a real historical figure?
Most likely, because I think they've given a lot of
based on what?
So they've given a lot of astrological pointers on certain aspects of Mahabharata. Like, for example, this event happened when this nakshatra was here, so.
Yeah, but
So that leads me to
astrology
believe-
is not science.
Astrology
Astronomy
is
is.
not science.
No, I'm not saying that way. I'm saying the fact that they took the effort to record all of that.
Yeah, but it
Maybe.
doesn't tell us about Krishna, does
Yeah.
it? Doesn't tell us
no,
anything about Krishna's existence.
No, fundamentally, can you tell me your grandfather exists?
For
You can't
me,
see him, right?
listen, whether I believe my grandfather exists or not, it doesn't impact on my religious life. Whether I've seen my grandfather literally, so I've
No,
seen him.
let's say 2 more generation upper. Like, let's say
No,
great
but
grandfather.
even then, it doesn't impact on my belief in Allah, does it? But for
It
you,
doesn't.
Without Krishna's real existence, you wouldn't have the Bhagavad Gita, would you?
No.
There you go. So for me, whether I have the Quran, I believe in the Quran, it's not dependent on my great grandfather's existence.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but the point.
So
the
for
reason
me,
I made that
for as I can use inference, and I can say yes, because most of my parents and grandparents, okay, they were a couple, and that's how the next generation is born. And this is common sense. Reproduction through male and female is common sense. So I can always use inference. But in your case, you cannot use inference for Krishna, can you? Because he could be someone who is just a made-up story.
You can't. Like, let's say I tell you.
So that's what I mean by evidence. Can you show me evidence that he ever walked on earth in the past history?
You would say archaeological evidence, right? Like,
yeah, where is the archaeological evidence?
Yeah.
If you're talking about Dwarka, they did not find any artifacts which mentions Krishna or basically tells you anything about Krishna at all. So even the archaeology doesn't work in your favor.
No, I think it doesn't go back as far. So I think Krishna, like, from my understanding, if he did exist and if he did walk the earth, he walked around 5,000 to 8,000 years ago. I think archaeology doesn't go
8,000 years ago. Which one is it? 5 or 8?
5 to 8. Somewhere.
No, but you can't have that big a gap. That means you're completely unsure about his existence.
Exactly. I'm completely.
Exactly, which I've been telling you all along. So just say there is no archaeological or historical evidence of Krishna's existence. That's much simpler, man.
Yes, I think there's one. The reason I told you I'm leaning towards yes is because they've taken those pains to actually note down a lot of information about the historicity
and
in
they
the
haven't
text
found
Mahabharata.
anything. They haven't found anything.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it's up to you, right? Like, if you
No,
think
it's not up to me. If you're making a claim that he did walk the earth, then if you have no evidence, look, by evidence I don't just mean archaeological or someone from his time or something. You know, for us, the question that the Muslims would be asked is the same. Where is the evidence that Moses existed or David existed or Adam existed? You know, for us, it's enough to have one link from the chain of prophets, which we consider to be accurate and something that we trust and is rational as well. We have Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing be upon him, the last and final messenger, okay, who had a direct link to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through Angel Gabriel. And also he spoke to him directly. Okay, for you, it might be something, if you have something along these lines, well and good. But you don't even have a link as someone to give you evidence through testimony, like the way we have testimony of Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing be upon him.
Yeah. So in your case, if I ask you, right, like, just hypothetically, no offense to you guys, how can you prove physical evidence that Allah exists?
Yeah, but Allah didn't walk the earth. You see, that is the reason I asked you about the avatars. I didn't ask you straight away about the Brahman.
Krishna himself. Okay, Brahman himself.
Yeah, that's the reason I asked you about. Look, if you ask me about evidence of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we have lots of evidence, both from history written by Muslims and non-Muslims. We have carbon dated copy of the Quran in the Birmingham University here in London. Sorry, here in England. And this has been carbon dated to the time of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And it is exact same as it was 1400 years ago, as it is basically preserved to this day. Plus, we have lots of other evidences. So what have you got, man? even
Yeah.
when it comes to having evidence which is based on either physical evidence or through testimony.
Yeah, so actually we do have testimony. It's called Shrutis, right? Like it's all the Vedas and Upanishads.
Where in
So
the Vedas is Krishna mentioned?
He is mentioned as Vishnu.
Wait. That's your
As cosmic.
interpretation. That's your interpretation.
No,
because
there's
as far as I know, Vishnu is not an avatar. Krishna is an avatar.
Yeah, so Krishna is
So you
actually
can't
an inferior
say
form.
Krishna and Vishnu are the same entity.
No, it's a aspect of, like, for example, it's an incarnation, right? Like, for example,
Okay.
Vishnu sends a emanation of his Shakti.
No, but an avatar is an avatar. It can't be same as the Ishwar, can it?
That's
That is
the thing.
reason,
I believe it can.
That is the reason Krishna died.
Yeah, because
Avatars
he
do
took
die.
form as a
Avatars
human.
have to take into consideration the laws of the place they live in. Okay,
Yes.
both physical and basically every other thing that applies to humans at that time will apply to them as well. And that's the reason both Ram and Krishna died according to your own scriptures.
Yeah, so once they take a birth in the human realm, they have to. This is called the Mritya Loka, right? You die here, so everyone has to die.
Yeah. Does God die?
God doesn't die. God is eternal.
There you go. So Krishna can't be God.
Krishna is an incarnation of God, like on this mortal realm.
Yeah, but it's not God. If he dies, then he can't be God. That's simple as that. You want to call him avatar? That's fine. He's not God.
No,
he's not Almighty
no,
God.
no. What is God is the consciousness within Krishna that never dies.
Okay. Does your soul die?
No.
Does your consciousness die?
No.
Are you God?
Yes. In the
You're
fundamental
God.
sense, not Vineet and you as a person, but in the fundamental sense of awareness.
Yeah, but you cannot be Vineet Reddy without your consciousness and your soul, can you?
Yeah, they are dependent on my consciousness for.
There you go.
Yeah.
So everything that has consciousness and a soul, according to you, is God, right?
Yes, and actually everything is pervaded.
You
by
told
that
me earlier
consciousness.
God doesn't die.
He doesn't. This consciousness, this Brahman doesn't die.
Yeah, but we as Muslims believe the same. Our soul doesn't perish when we die. But we don't consider ourselves to be God. We are creations of God.
So that's the next step, right? So this is duality. So you're saying I exist and Allah exists, right?
Mhm.
I'm saying that I exist and Allah exists, but fundamentally these are forms that are created from a consciousness that is one, which is Allah or Devi or Hari or whatever, right? So my point is,
we don't believe that Allah, when he creates us, that his form. So we are not part of Allah even, if that's what you're trying to imply.
yeah, I
In
think
fact, the soul that we have itself is a creation of Allah. The body that we have is a creation of Allah. Everything that exists other than himself is a creation of Allah.
I agree.
In fact, just that you have Advaita philosophy in Hinduism, that Brahman and the individual soul is the same. You have another school of thought in Hinduism, the Madhavacharya, right? So he believes in extreme dualism, and in his commentaries, it is a major part of Hinduism. He criticizes Shankaracharya of his non-dualism, and he promotes dualism, Dvaita, that God and the individual soul are two completely separate beings. So you have both in Hinduism this kind of philosophies. One, you have that you are trying to promote that we are all one, and then you have another philosophy that criticizes this kind of philosophy, saying that the world is completely separate from Ishwar, and the individual soul is completely separate from Ishwar, and they cannot be the same. So
Yeah, that's
even
fine.
that philosophy is there.
Mubashir, that's fine. That's their philosophy. I want to deal with his philosophy because he believes in the Advaita philosophy, in non-dualism. Vinit, I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked Dan Rash Purohit. Do you believe that ignorance exists?
Ignorance as in lack of the knowledge of true reality.
Lack of knowledge of anything. They're ignorant about that. Okay?
Ignorant about what exactly? About
Anything. For
about
example,
God.
if you don't have knowledge of something, then you're ignorant of that thing.
Yes, that exists.
Yeah.
So, for example, I'm ignorant of something X.
Okay. What other kind of ignorance are you aware of?
I don't know what I'm ignorant of, right? Because of ignorance. Because I don't know what I don't know. Like, for example, there are 1,000 infinite number of
It's not
things
about
I
what
don't
you
know.
know. I just asked you if it exists or not.
Ignorance exists, yes.
Okay.
So fundamentally, it appears to exist. That's the technical way to do it. It appears in consciousness.
No. If it appears to exist, then the question is, does it exist in reality?
In reality, it's all one. It's all consciousness.
But if you say, careful, because if you're saying appears to exist, and then sometimes you are saying actually exists, you need to make a clear qualified distinction there.
Sorry, it does not exist?
Fundamentally, it's all consciousness. It takes various shapes and forms. It takes the shape of ignorance as well as knowledge, as God, as well as.
No, it cannot be the same.
So are you fundamentally a distinct entity or being from myself? Is it true that you are a different being from me?
No. We both are pervaded by the same consciousness.
So here's an interesting conundrum for you then. From this moment on, whenever you speak as I, as a self, anything you say from yourself is going to be inconsistent with your claim. And the reason is, if you don't really exist, if you really exist, and then you say something, you say, I believe X, whatever that is, or I see X, or I hear X, then you can be consistent because the I, the referent, the root of it exists, and so does the claim. But if the thing that follows from the claim, if you don't exist, then everything that follows, everything that comes out of you is in contradiction. So one way or another, you sort of either have to give up rationality, or you have to give up your ability to sort of use logic, in which case I would ask the question why you use reasoning in your philosophy. You see, did you see the conundrum here? It's really deep. As soon as you deny your own existence, you also deny your ability to consistently in a rational dialogue.
If I may, so if I understand your question correctly, you're asking if only one exists and if Vineet fundamentally doesn't exist and just an appearance, why is Vineet saying, I do this, I do that, and why is he reasoning out? Like there's no, it's all lies, right? Like the fundamental
because you're saying, because in logic, there exists X versus there does not exist X. That, just think of it in terms of logic symbols, right?
Yeah.
So if you are making a statement that is contingent upon the truth of the statement, there exists I, but you hold that there not exist I, then you are reasoning from a contradiction, which is ex falso quod libet sequitur. From falsehood, everything follows. You've blown out the ability to use logic. That's what I'm saying.
No, but I'm saying I don't exist. I'm saying I am the only thing that exists, the supreme I, the supreme volition.
But that means that you are speaking, for that to be true, for that to be the referent of I, and that to be the thing that truly exists, that would have to mean that you are speaking on my behalf, I'm speaking on your behalf, we're all speaking on God's behalf, and that is another contradiction. You see, this is what you're giving in as an example of ex falso quod libet sequitur.
No, so for example, there's only consciousness, right? So what powers me powers you as well. It's the same thing. So in that way, for example, I think there's a famous example of a rope and a snake, right? Right now, I see a rope. I think of it as a snake. It's like I see Brahman, but I think it's Vineet, or I think it's you or anyone else. Until I can see it fundamentally as the true reality, I have to live with it, right? It's a snake. I'm scared of it. I have to be safe from it.
Yeah. So you're living in a counterfactual reality. This is exactly the point. Is if you hold that you as a separated individual don't actually exist and it's just an apparition, then you can't actually use your any statement you make that is attributed to you and not to me is inconsistent with that fundamental belief you have. So the fundamental belief that everything's just one thing is inconsistent with any statements that are uttered in a world where things are distinct. And so this is at the root of reasoning, injecting a contradiction. And again, contradiction is essentially equivalent to falsehood. You can't have truth with contradiction. And in logic, we know that from falsehood or from a contradiction, everything follows, which means logic has completely broken down from that point on. You have to invent some kind of paraconsistent logic to sort of hobble along for a bit, but I'm not sure you've seen the point. It's really quite an important one if we're going to carry on the basis of rational distinctions.
Yeah, actually, let me rephrase.
Actually, let me clarify that.
No, the example you gave about the rope and the snake was a good one. Okay, so using that analogy, okay, so in reality, you're saying is a rope, but you perceive it as a snake. Am I right?
Yes, because of ignorance.
Okay, why do you perceive it as a snake?
Like for example, I don't know. So for example, let's say I look at a tree, right? It looks like a tiger.
No, why do you perceive it as a snake? Because of your ignorance, right?
Because of my ignorance, yes.
Because of your ignorance of the
true
reality.
nature.
So
Of
when
its true
you say this phrase, I am ignorant of the reality, who really is saying this? Is it Vineet or is it
Vineet.
Brahman?
Vineet,
Not Brahman?
not Brahman.
Because you said we are all
has-
Brahman earlier.
But this is the contradiction again.
Exactly.
But the thing is, I'm ignorant. That's the thing, right?
No,
So,
but when you say I, that's what Islam Hakim was trying to tell you all along. Every time you use the term I, is that I Vineet or is it Brahman?
it is supposed to be Brahman, but I associate it with Vineet. I get an ego.
But in reality, is it Brahman or is it Vineet?
It's Brahman. It
Okay,
fundamentally
so
is
Vineet
Brahman.
doesn't exist.
I superimpose an identity of Vineet.
No. Does Vineet exist in reality or not?
In fundamental nature, no. In fundamental nature, it's just
Okay, so
this is
you
the
just made a
problem.
complete U-turn. Earlier you said we are all Brahman. All of us are Brahman. Am I right?
yes.
Okay, that means all of us now doesn't exist. Only Brahman exists in reality.
Yes.
Okay, so you are ignorant of the fact that you're seeing a snake instead of the rope. Now answer this question: where did that ignorance come from?
That's a good question. So there are different philosophies here. The one I believe in is the I, with my own volition, chose to veil myself.
No, but you don't
and-
exist. You don't exist. Remember?
No,
only Brahman
You can't
exists.
have your own volition
No.
if you don't
You
exist.
can't have it both ways. Either you
No,
exist in reality, or
I'm talking
only
as
Brahman
Brahman.
exists in reality.
I'm talking as Brahman. So Brahman as let's say we have a state called, so basically in our philosophy it goes in cycles. So initially there's just Brahman, right? He out of his own will chooses to see himself in many forms for his enjoyment, for his amusement. So he veils his own consciousness and overlaps an identity on top of it, ego of Vineet or XYZ animal or whatever.
Wait.
But if that's the case, then
Yeah.
you do exist.
I
So
appear
then you
to
would have to have a
Because you are the
dualist
one
philosophy.
perceiving these veils, It
Yeah.
is not Brahman. Brahman knows the reality. It is you who is perceiving this ignorance because you don't know the reality that Brahman knows. So once again, is it you speaking or Brahman speaking?
Right now? Right
With
now,
the
I can't
veils,
say it's
with the
Brahman.
veils on.
But right now, I can't say it's Brahman speaking because I've not fully realized it.
Exactly.
Right
So
now,
how do you
it's
know?
ignorance.
How do you know anything about Brahman if you haven't fully
I don't.
realized it?
I'm on the path. Like you.
Okay,
the
so
path is
who in history has fully realized it?
There are many people actually. There's
Give me one. Give me one name.
So there's Ramakrishna Paramsa. There's Vivekananda.
Okay. When did he exist?
The Sri Aurobindo.
When did he exist?
He existed from 1870 to 1905.
Okay, so 19th century.
Around.
yeah?
I'm not exactly sure.
19th century. Okay.
Around that period, yeah.
When he realized this Brahman, okay, was he ever ignorant of anything?
No.
How do you know that?
You can't.
Exactly.
Can't,
So why are you making a claim
yeah.
then? Why are you making a claim? Because you
That
see,
means-
this is a dogmatic belief that you have without evidence.
Exactly.
I understand your firm belief in it, but you see, every time we asked you for evidence, you were unable to provide, whether it is Krishna walking on earth or whether it is Ramakrishna's ignorance. Because as far as you're human, then you will have this ability of your knowledge to be having a limit.
Yeah,
You
it's
will
actually
never
worse than without evidence.
Yeah.
There is a strong proof that it is fundamentally impossible. But maybe less severe a claim than that is it is definitely logically impossible. And we've just walked through why it's logically impossible. If you look at first order predicate logic, you look at the existence, you require simultaneously the existence and non-existence of yourself. Whichever way you start, you end up with that contradiction one way or another. Even if you try and separate them into different sort of layers and say exist in this layer but not in this layer and so on, whenever, in order to reach that, go into it or come out from it, you're always in a contradiction. And so the only way to move forward from that point is to say, okay, I cannot use logic anymore because logic breaks. Logic is not an appropriate tool. Like that's the only sort of way to move forward from that point, which doesn't, I'm not recommending it. I'm just saying using logic from that point is literally broken. Like you've forfeited using logic as soon as your foundation contains a contradiction.
Yeah, actually, I think we're on different pages. So you're saying, let me give you an example, right? Like I exist. I, as a human being, let's say we're in the field of ignorance right now. Let's talk in the field of duality. Vineet exists. Let's say I wear a uniform of a police officer, right? Does that make me a police officer? No, it's fundamentally Vineet, right? So in the same way, there's fundamentally Brahman, and he takes on these various shapes, and they do exist. Like let's say when you look at a cop, there is a cop there, even though fundamentally he's a human and fundamentally he's a soul.
I understand the conceptual framework. It doesn't need repeating. I really do. You know, I understand the idea of he exists, and then the things. But as soon as he makes things in any sense, as soon as there is any sense whatever to there being any kind of reality whatever on any layer or in any field to any created thing, you now can no longer also hold non-duality. They're logically incompatible.
But I'm not holding non-duality, right? I'm saying I exist. Or there's only one.
Wait, you're not holding non-duality?
When you say I, you don't mean yourself, or you do mean yourself? Or do you mean Brahman?
Not Vineet, Brahman.
No, but you said you're all that reality is veiled from you. You're looking at the Leela, the play of the gods.
Yes.
So there you go. So you're looking
Vineet
at
is the thing that is looking at the play of the gods. Therefore, Vineet not be the Brahman.
No, Vineet is still Brahman. The play is still Brahman. The other people are still Brahman. It's just that he veils himself in different ways to, have a drama.
But the only way for this to work is for you to exist, and for him to exist, and for other things to exist, and
by
therefore,
you mean Brahman or Vineet?
Both. In what you said, the fundamental sticking point is in denying your own reality or your own existence, which, by the way, is fundamentally gaslighting. That's one of the reasons it's really dangerous.
Actually, that's a good point. Can I add something there? Like, for example, you have 5 senses, right? You look out of
No, I don't have 5 senses.
You have X number of senses. You have X number of senses, and you perceive the reality through them, right? Can you fundamentally prove that what you're perceiving is 100% of the complete reality? It's a subset.
No,
right?
Of course not. Of course, it's a subset. Yeah, but I don't have a problem because I don't believe in non-dualism.
Yeah.
No, but the point is, it's fundamentally unknowable. It's a partial of a truth. What you're looking at. So
what's unknowable? I'm careful to only say.
It still exists.
Yeah, so what I'm
that's
saying
the bottom line.
I can say 1 equals 1, and that's true independent of any perception. I can say a triangle has 3 sides, and that's independent of anything except the definition.
No, but what I'm saying is you can't fundamentally trust your senses to be 100% true because it's a subset of reality. Because, for example, parrots can see colors that you can't even imagine. Right?
What do you mean by my senses to be 100% true? Like, obviously, my senses don't fully reflect all depth and all layers of all
limited.
understanding.
His senses are limited. Simple as
my
that.
eyes, for example, they only take in a certain, grouping of wavelengths, from 400 to 650 nanometers, for example. So, but that doesn't have any bearing whatsoever on what I'm saying. These limitations, again, I think you're really missing the fundamental point, which is there's no problem so long as Vineet actually exists in some sense. If you're denying there is any real sense in which Vineet exists, that is the problem. Because then you're stuck. Now you can't talk using logic. But if you say there is some sense, any sense, in any layer of perception, in any degree of knowledge, with any amount of veiling, in any logical abstraction layer, there is one where you exist, then that is fundamentally logically incompatible with non-dualism. Then you're in a world of dualities. This is what I'm saying.
You're saying the fact that Vineet exists and Vineet is using reason to talk to other people is the problem. Like, he's not supposed to, because he's just one, right? There's no Vineet. It's the Brahman that's supposed to be talking.
No.
So what I'm saying is Vineet existing even in some sense, in whichever sense it is that you exist, and there has to be a sense in which you exist in order for you to perceive and to speak. However you frame that, however Vineet frames that, that existence has to be distinct from this ultimate unifying existence, and therefore you cannot be coexistent with non-duality.
No, why does I have to be different from what I
because
say?
you're the one experiencing.
Your experiences, what's going into your eyes and ears, is not the same as what's going into my eyes and ears.
But I think we agreed that senses operate in a field of ignorance, right? Because it's a subset of reality. You can't perceive the reality 100%.
No, that's not what he's saying.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because
he's saying his senses have limits, but the reality still exists.
Yeah, we are distinguished people on some layer, in some level of reality. We are distinguished. Islam and Vineet are distinct beings.
You're saying that because you're using your senses to say, okay, I exist, and obviously Vineet is different because I'm talking to him, right? Like, I can't control his thoughts.
He's using his consciousness. You're using your consciousness. Are you saying both consciousness are the same?
Yes, he's using his senses.
Then why is it that he has more knowledge on certain things and you have more knowledge on other things? Why is your knowledge not the same?
Because of the veiling. So I've
because of the because of the what?
The veiling. So he's viewing it as being one whole thing, and I'm one subset of it, and he's another subset.
Who is experiencing the veiling?
The same Brahman.
So Brahman is experiencing the ignorance as well.
Yes.
Wow. Do you just realize what he said? If you think Brahman is experiencing the ignorance that he himself created, that means even he is unaware of the reality.
At the point. At
the point, exactly. If you think Brahman himself is ignorant in the very play that he created, that means he doesn't realize whether he's the actor or he's the producer of that particular play.
Either that, or the whole charade doesn't actually work.
Yeah, it's a complete odd.
If he's having experiences, and he has experience of ignorance.
Absolutely. Okay, anyway, Vineet, I think we have gone too much into this Advaita thing. Let me bring up another reference from, what do you think of this Satya Prakash book? They believe only in the Vedas like you.
Just quickly, there was something before we went on to the duality I wanted to mention, which was the, just before I rejoined, you went through a passage about the female nature.
Yes.
And for me, again, this is very clearly the Vedas are needing to refer to a part of a duality, at least, and they're referring to this female nature. And so it seems to very much contradict. Either someone invented non-duality and that contradicts the foundation of the Vedic way of thinking and communicating, or non-duality is somehow in the Vedas, in which case it's self-contradictory.
Actually, the people who believe in the non-duality, mainly the Advaita Vedanta philosophy, they constitute like 1% or maybe less than 1% of it.
No, I know. I don't believe it's in the Vedas.
Yeah.
Logically, there's those two options.
It doesn't follow. Yeah.
Actually, it's actually in the Vedas. Like for example, the Upanishad.
Okay, but
the
if it's in the
Vedanta.
Vedas, then it's self-contradictory because it relies upon the duality to communicate.
For example, now we are talking in duality, right? And
Okay,
I'm able to
bro, let's move on. I think we have done enough of this duality and non-duality. Can you read this passage and tell us what you think about it? I think this script is much bigger.
Yeah, 1 second.
So this is in Satyat Prakash, chapter 11, page 363. Dhyanand Saraswati, I believe, yeah? That's who this guy is. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva refused to marry mother, but did not hesitate to marry sisters. This is again, I think, from Devi Bhagavad Purana. You want to read it for us? Hello, Vinit? Are you there? Oh, has he dropped out? Okay. There he is now. Okay. Yeah, Vinit, just read it for us.
It did exist for a moment.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So, Mark, it is written in the Devi Bhagavad Purana that the goddess named Shri, the mistress of Shripur, was the author of the universe. She also created Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahadeva. She willed and then rubbed their hands, and lo, there was a blister out of which Brahma was born. The goddess asked him to marry her. Okay, this is from where?
It's from Devi Bhagavad Purana. You just read it. Oh, he dropped out again. I think it's got connection issues. So, yeah, Brother Samir, maybe you can continue, inshallah.
Okay.
Oh, he's back. Wait.
Okay.
No, he's gone again.
Okay, the goddess asked
He's
him.
gone into the non-duality loop, I think. Exists, doesn't exist.
Okay, the goddess asked him to marry her. Brahma replied, "Thou art my mother. Therefore, you want to continue with it?"
Yeah, I can do that.
Go ahead.
Thou art my mother, therefore it does not behove me to marry thee. This enraged the mother goddess, and she reduced her son to ashes. She again rubbed her hands and produced another son the same way. She named him Vishnu. The same proposal was made to him with the same result, and he too was reduced to ashes. A third son was brought into being in the same way. She named him Mahadeva and made a proposal to marry him. And he replied, I cannot marry thee unless thou art metamorphosized into a different woman. She did the needful. Then Mahadeva asked her, what do these two heaps of ashes signify? The goddess replied, these are mortal remains of thy brothers. They did not obey my orders, and they were therefore reduced to ashes. Mahadeva replied, what shall I do? What shall I alone do? Bring them to life again and produce them, and produce two other girls, and let the three of us marry those three of them. Goddess did what was asked of her, and thus the three couples were married. What a shame the fellows did. Not marry their mother, but married their sisters. Can the action be regarded as morally justifiable?
Yeah, what do you think of that? Devi Bhagavatam is a source. Oh, which he dropped out again. Okay, I think it's got connection issues again. So yeah, basically, the Trimurti, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, they were created by this Devi or goddess. It's Shakti, isn't it, who's created them. And the worst thing is that after creating them, she asks or she proposes to them to marry her. And I think the children probably had more morality by refusing the proposal. They all said, how can we marry you? You're our mother. Except for Mahadev. Mahadev here is Shiva. And Shiva says, not in your form, but take another form of another woman. And then he would agree to the proposal.
But
then she
what
says,
was something I maybe I misunderstood, but in the end there was the three brothers and three girls that were created in addition.
So after Shiva agreed to marry her in another form of a woman, the mother his mother, basically Shakti, told Shiva to create another 2 girls and make these guys alive again. You know, the 2
they only created
brothers.
another 2. I thought in the
Yes.
end a third extra one was
Yeah,
created.
so basically those 2 heaps of ashes who basically were killed by his mother, they happen to be his brothers, isn't it? So make them alive again, and then create another 3, another 2 women, isn't it?
But that's the thing. Reading it,
And
it
then
looks
they
like
can
creating
all
another
live.
3 women, and then that's where I got confused, because if you're
Yeah, I
creating
think
3
there's
extra women,
probably some issue with maths over there, because it'll become 4, isn't it?
well,
it says produce 2 other girls.
2 other
and
girls.
let the 3 of
and
us
then
marry
3 of
the
us.
3 of them. Yeah, that makes sense. It's not.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, basically, remember I told you that 3 Murti and the 3 Devis. This is where basically it talks about this 3 male gods and 3 female goddesses. In fact, amongst them, majority are incest, isn't it? Because they're marrying either the mother or the sisters. So what do you make of that, Vinit?
Don't the 2 that end up having girls made for them rather than marrying the mother end up being the more powerful ones?
Say again?
The 2 that end up
Yeah.
having the girls made for them, the 2 that were reduced to ashes
Oh,
end
yes,
up being
yes,
the more
eventually.
powerful ones, right?
But that's a different sect, remember? So here, Devi Bhagavatam is from the goddess sect, Shakti. Shakta, they call it. So that sect is completely different. That's why I said there's a lot of kind of demeaning of the other sect in their scriptures. Just like over here, not only Vishnu and Brahma get killed, basically reduced to ashes, but also they are proposed to marry the mother.
Yeah, I don't understand and maybe Vineet can clarify.
Yeah,
if
that's
there's
what
a
I was going to
connection
ask.
today. Was this, how can Brahman be killed but also be the only thing that exists?
Oh, it wasn't. Sorry, you're getting mixed up with Brahma and Brahman.
Oh,
so Brahma
sorry,
is a creator god.
Yeah.
Brahman is the supreme soul or supreme consciousness.
I misheard. I thought it was saying Brahman, not Brahma.
Brahma.
One is Brahma.
I know there's the 2 different distinct things. I just misheard.
It's a common mistake. That's fine. Okay, Vineet, the ball is in your court now. What do you think of that? So I see it as immoral and basically just a story, I guess.
You're asking it's immoral. So Devi is just one, right? She's Advaita. So she created, whatever she creates is her own nature. So what is, like, how can you harm yourself? Like, how can you, like, burn yourself?
How can you marry yourself?
Exactly. It's just in the world of duality that you can do all of this, right?
No, but I'm asking because you think it's non-duality. So in your case, it'll be more impractical than in the duality perspective.
In my perspective, how I read this, right, is that it's a play of her own amusement. So she creates these beings out of that, and she expresses those Shaktis, energies, expressions, and turns them to ashes, right? But no one is really dying or being born. It's really her fundamentally existing, pervading everything.
No. The reason she reduced them to ashes is not because she was pleased, because she was displeased.
You know, what I'm saying is it's a play of herself, right? There's no one.
Yeah, but even if it's a play, the thing is somebody was reduced to ashes.
Walk this through for a second, because even if it's a play, then she's lying or inconsistent, right? Because she says they denied her, but if they ended up marrying the girls that were actually also her, then they didn't deny her. They ended up doing what she said.
In fact, it says it enraged her very clearly. Okay, so when they refused the proposal, the enraged mother goddess, this enraged mother goddess, and she reduced her son to ashes. So she wasn't pleased.
Yeah, so she can express whatever emotions, right? Like she can be extremely angry, extremely like peaceful. Like both of them is her own like expression. So the way I see it, there's no such thing as good or evil, right? In the sense that it's only in this, it appears as good or evil. Like for example, can you say that slavery is fundamentally wrong?
What is proposal according to you? When your mother proposes to you, is that good or evil? Sorry, good or bad?
It's a drama, right? Like she is.
Even in a drama, is incest acceptable in a drama?
Incest acceptable?
Is it acceptable trait in a drama?
in drama, right? It doesn't matter. It's just like
Yeah,
for
no, it does matter
entertainment.
because you see, whenever you see any play or a drama, there normally is some sort of moral
Message.
story.
It's a message.
Okay? Yeah. So when there is when immorality takes place in a drama, they will condemn that as an immoral act. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Not necessarily, right? I watch like
Really?
Bollywood movies has no moral messaging. It's entertaining to me.
Who told you Bollywood movies or even Hollywood movies don't have any moral messages in them?
I mean, some of them do, but most of them.
In fact, all of
is
them have
breakdown.
this good and evil
characters.
Yeah, there are villains and there are heroes.
Yeah.
For a reason. Why?
I'd be very careful because I would wonder how it's possible to have a story with no morality whatsoever. Very, very difficult thing to imagine. What you could do is not notice the morals that are being programmed in, and that's even more dangerous. But there'll be morals.
In fact, the very fact that you recognize and differentiate between dharma and adharma itself is contradictory to what you just said, that there is no good and evil or good and bad.
There, for example, there's hot and cold as well, and I distinguish between them as an ignorant being, like in the sense that okay, this is cold, this is not good, this is hot, so this is good, I can eat this. Like for example, but fundamentally, I can't perceive it with my senses, right? Because senses are lies. Like they show.
No, I'm talking about good and bad. I'm talking about dharma and adharma. Do they exist or not? Does adharma exist?
Appears to exist.
Okay, so did the avatars actually exist or they appeared to exist?
They fundamentally appear to exist.
So they didn't really exist.
Really, it was just I, the supreme I.
No. Did the avatars exist in reality or not?
Okay, now let me give you an analogy, right? I go to beach, I create a sandcastle.
Before you give me the analogy, just answer yes or no.
Yes or no question. Simple
Did
question.
the avatars actually exist in reality?
No, because they did and they did not. I'll show you.
No. You can't give did or did not.
I'll tell you why.
That itself is contradictory.
No, but I mean, the thing is, he has no choice but to say did and did not, and this goes back to exactly what I was saying. You accept contradictions, and all the fact that you need to keep saying, "Hey, look at it this way. Use this analogy, or go back to a founding storyline and sort of reason forward from there." Doesn't change anything. It doesn't change the fact that there are these contradictions. You have to say is and is not. At really quite a fundamental level.
So
this is what I was saying about the difficulty.
Vinit, simple question. Yes or no? Do you believe in the avatars existed or not existed?
In history?
Yes.
In reality.
In reality.
Metaphysically.
No. Just say in reality. That's what we don't go on.
Why simple questions are so difficult for them?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to clarify. Yeah, so they did not. Fundamentally, they did not.
Okay,
they appeared
to be. Okay, fine. Yeah. Now,
so hold on. You're telling me Ram and Krishna did not actually exist at all in history?
Physically exist.
They appeared. They took that formation and then.
No, did they exist in reality or not?
So for him, when we say physically appeared and physically existed in reality, he's
literally
saying appeared to exist. Yeah,
those are appearances, from my view. For
example, but when you say appeared,
this is the flipping of reality and appearance. So when we're talking about grounded, concrete reality, he's talking about appearance.
Literal reality, like the way for you, Brahman is literal reality, right?
Not yet. Experientially, at least, I think so. Yeah.
No. I'm not talking about from your perspective.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying from the
philosophy, yes.
From an objective perspective, okay.
Yes.
Brahman is the only reality. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. Then when you said earlier, Brahman is the only reality, and it is this only reality is the one who also perceives the play himself, right?
Yes.
Okay. So who really is deluded by the play?
Brahman himself.
So you're calling Brahman deluded now?
He deludes himself temporarily to enjoy himself.
He's the only one who exists. There's
when
nobody
you
else.
Say temporarily, you're also saying for all time, over thousands, millions of people, billions of people all at once.
Yeah.
So it's not really like temporarily.
So what he does is he first veils himself and slowly lifts the veil as, like, for example, all of us are striving to find reality, God, existence, meaning, right? So he That is his play. So he
So
wants
is
to
he
find
is he not
himself.
aware of the whales himself? He's not aware that this is a play, that he's
Not yet.
actually the producer, not the actor.
No, then there's no fun. I mean, there's no real.
There's no fun. So he's doing
There's
all
no
this for
real
fun.
No, but also then he
Wow.
wouldn't be able to do it in the first place. You can't be in the simulation while you're also being the person who is managing the
Simulator.
simulation.
Yeah.
That would mean there would have to be a separate manager.
For example, let's say you're playing a video game, right? It's still you.
What? No, the character in the video game isn't me.
He's not the video
is
game.
you.
He's playing the video game. What are you on about?
No,
No,
the character in the video
character-
game is not me. I would be the person sitting at the controller.
No, but you temporarily think that you're the character to enjoy.
No,
it.
no, no.
No,
he
that
doesn't-
that would be delusional, and
Exactly.
and it would be
No.
this is what I mean in a strict logical sense. That would be a terrible contradiction, and that would be the longer you stay thinking in that way, the more insane you'll go. And this is exactly why it's a dangerous way of thinking, to try and deny your own reality and see where you end up.
I think it'll be a medical condition, if you ask me, a mental condition. If you think you're the character literally in the game, then it's
No, but you
definitely some
pretend.
mental
But
issues.
the problem here is, if we take things back to a more fundamental root, is we can't use this word exists anymore, because exists is essentially just something you can pick and choose. You just say only one thing exists, so you've redefined what existence is. So we don't really have that word anymore, because you just conflated it completely with a different word, which is actually this Brahmin. And so we don't actually have exists. We don't actually have reality, because reality has become apparition. So we flipped another meaning. We don't have root logic. We're not allowed to apply it, because whenever we do, we come up with an inability to express your view. So you see all the stuff that's lost that has to be given up to try and hold on to this idea. And then the question would be, for what? And how can you even believe or rationally deduce or in any way experience as a rational person this belief? And if you could only experience it not as a rational person, that's a deep problem. We just read a story where either two people were burnt and reborn and girls were made and they were married to each other, or the whole thing's a big lie. And you holding both positions simultaneously is how you get stuck in contradiction.
Yeah.
So let's say you're playing a video game, right? You fundamentally it's a video game, but you imagine yourself as a character to enjoy yourself. For example, when you play VR games, right? You actually want to immerse yourself into that reality, feeling that you're that character. That's what gives you enjoyment. But fundamentally, you're untouchable.
No, but he's not the character. He's a player who is controlling the character. Do you not realize that?
That is Brahman.
No.
If I start to imagine I actually am the character, then yeah, I'll need a psychiatrist pretty quick.
No, but you do pretend a little bit, right? Like, for example, okay, I'm a sniper shooting. Like, it's fun. Like, that's where the fun comes from of the video game. Right?
But you need to be aware of the fact that you're a player and it's not real.
That's the
thing. Let's forget the video game. I'll just go back to my one question.
Really bad analogy.
Before I have
This is a very bad one.
Yeah, before I leave, I just want to ask one question. I asked you about the existence of Ram and Krishna, right? And then you went all over the place. I only asked you because you said they did not really exist, right? You said that's what you said, Vinit?
This appeared to exist.
Appear to exist. Okay, so that means, but you mentioned before that you believe in Bhagavad Gita. So Bhagavad Gita doesn't make any sense then.
Why not?
Because it was Krishna's instructions to Arjuna, right? So all that didn't happen. So why Bhagavad Gita then? Why follow the book?
Like I'm still.
The book only exists in appearance. It doesn't really exist.
It doesn't exist.
Even the appearance. So Vinit, let me ask you something. Do you think
brother
Krishna?
Hashim, Jazakallah khair.
Okay, brother Samir. Barakallah.
Inshallah. Okay, brother.
Thank you very much for your time.
Jazakallah khair. Assalamu Alaikum. Bye, Vinit. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So when you say the avatars don't exist or it appeared to exist, so when they appeared to exist, were they aware that they are not real?
The avatars, yes, they had the absolute knowledge of reality. So they were never deluded.
Hold on. So you're saying the avatar has the same knowledge as Ishwarya?
They know about the true reality, that they're not.
No, that wasn't my
Krishna.
question. Are you saying Krishna is same as Brahman? Is that what you're saying?
Like, is the wave the same as the ocean? The same analogy?
No, but a wave is
No,
not an ocean.
a wave is something you see on an ocean, and they're not.
Exactly.
A wave, so you're either saying that they are not Brahman, or you're contradicting yourself with the analogy you gave. Which one is
No,
it?
So when I create a sandcastle, right, and I destroy it, it is the sandcastle was there and not there. It was fundamentally sand.
No, it
but
was there and
shaped.
then it was not there.
Yeah,
It
the fact that you use the term destroyed implies that it was there and now it's not there.
You can't destroy something that doesn't
There was a
exist.
time frame from the time you create it to the time it destroyed, right?
When
and the
there's a
time it
sand
exists.
castle, the sand is in structure, and that is the thing that is the sand castle. It is a
Every
distinct
example
thing.
analogy you gave, it falls apart. I'm sorry to say this,
Yeah.
but Vineet, I don't think you're in touch with your reality if you say Brahman himself is deluded by his play.
But also, look, what's apart from all the logic, apart from the fact that you've literally redefined existence to remove the word in order to make this work, which is pretty fundamentally difficult when you're trying to talk about existence and reality. Even worse than that, if all of this is supposed to be based on some books, all of which came from or written down by people who don't really exist, the book doesn't really exist, your reading and understanding of it doesn't really exist, then the foundations for everything you believe doesn't really exist. And then you're just following a non-existent delusion, literally in your framework, following what you believe to be a non-existent delusion in order to reach a reality.
Yeah.
So fundamentally, I do exist, right? So all of this exists for
But
me.
if you say fundamentally I do exist, then you contradicted non-duality.
I exist. I'm the only one that exists.
No, but you said even you are deluded.
Vineet is deluded.
No, you said Brahman is
But
deluded.
when you
remember?
say I, can you notice for a second that okay, let's look at this for 1 second. Just imagine, because you've asked us to imagine a lot of things. Just imagine for a second that one of the jinn exists, the shayateen exists, like we believe in Islam. Wouldn't they love a way to trick people to think it's right and good to speak on behalf of God as I? That would be their massive win. Oh,
He's having connection issues.
Yeah, sorry, I dropped off.
Did you hear what I said there?
Yes. You're asking the moral outcomes of such a
No, it's nothing to do with morality. No. So, in our paradigm, so let's say maybe you're right, maybe we're right, but in our paradigm, you know, there's these things called the jinn, for example. Some of them are from the shayateen, the bad ones, right? What you described from our framework would be their ultimate goal, which is to come up with some way to convince people that it's good or right to speak on behalf of God himself and to say I and associate yourself as if you are one with God, as if you are essentially just God. And this is what you have to keep falling back to as the foundation of it. So
it's bad because it leads to bad moral outcomes.
No, it's nothing utilitarian about it. I'm saying from the Islamic framework, this is the most major sin. It is the worst thing you can do against God. It's the only thing that cannot be forgiven. And it was the ultimate goal of the ones who mislead. This is our framework, and there's good reasons for it. So I'm just saying, you know, there is. If you think about it for a second, yes, you can hold on this all day long if you want to, because once you've decided that your fundamental thing is going to be that that nothing really exists, you can keep going all day long, because, like I said, from contradiction, from contradicting your own existence, from denying your own existence, anything can follow. You can reason yourself around in circles all day long and stay convinced on that. Nothing can break you out of it. Sure, but what if it's a trick? And if Islam is true, this would be like their ideal trick. this would make you commit the worst of the worst sins, where you associate yourself as a partner with God, and you literally, to rationalize and justify, and every time you restart the mechanism, you start saying I, and instead of talking I Vinit, I the born thing, I the limited human being, you say I the God.
Yeah, so you're saying it's a sin. Let me actually tell you the why I believe it, right? Like why I think it's a decent idea to believe it.
No, it's not. I don't think you understood the significance of what I'm saying. I'm not talking about your beliefs versus my beliefs. I'm not doing that. I'm just giving you something to ponder.
Actually, I just want to say one thing, if I may. I
Yeah.
just want to discuss the moral implications of believing there's just one thing, right, Advaita?
Okay.
So the moral implications are there is no other than me. So why would I harm anyone else? Like there is nothing other than me.
That's not the problem you've done with here is you because you said if this then that. Remember, you've thrown away all license to use logic because of the contradictions. Now let's just show how this works. If none of it really exists and it's all just a play, why not just cause harm and suffering? Why not just make someone really angry like there was in that text we had before? Why not? It's all part of the drama. Who cares? Everything's just drama. Like everything's morally, what
Nothing's
the hell?
real.
Yeah. Because anything that happens and that bad that I do, there isn't even any good and bad. So whatever I do,
That's exactly what he believes. He doesn't believe it that good and bad.
You see, so trying to say, it's moral because why would I harm myself? Well, yeah, that would be a great logical approach to morality, but unfortunately, logic is literally out of the window. It is not permitted any further because of the contradictions of the root. Added to that, I can also apply logic and demonstrate the contradictions because I can show how it's the opposite is true. This is the thing, and this is why we use logic, is so that we don't, so that we can test, we can evaluate our mental lenses, and we can see, are our mental flows working. It doesn't hang together. You see?
I actually don't see the logical fallacy here. I think we can discuss it if you think it makes sense.
Are you familiar with in logic, at least in classical logic, with the three laws of logic? Are you familiar with from falsehood anything follows? Do you know why that's the case?
I agree with that. Yes, I agree with that.
Okay.
I think anything.
And do you agree that inconsistency is equivalent to falsehood?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. That's exactly where it is. If you have to deny your own existence, that is the root inconsistency, and the only way you can save it is by starting to take fundamental logic words like exist and change them to mean something else, so that you can say
I do exist. I'm not saying I don't exist. I'm saying
Let's
I do
not
exist.
go in circle again.
No. The I is Ven meet. None of the games. No.
No, that I derives its power from the behind. Like for example.
No. If as soon as you go into that resetting the mental loop, you just lose the thread that I was talking about. But this is an inevitable consequence when you sacrifice logic. The I that actually exists, the Ven meet, the one that is able to talk to me, the self, and you have self one or self underscore V, subscript V, me, self, subscript I. These are two distinct things. As soon as you deny that having some reality actually existing, any further reasoning is inconsistent with that. This is your root inconsistency. Another look at the root inconsistency is when you have to say exist, this thing exists, now only applies to one thing. There is no such thing as the ability to compare two things. So everything is identical to everything else. So you've ruined the applicability of the law of identity. You've ruined the ability to use symmetry to identify things. You ruin the ability to then use the very foundations of assessing contradiction and non-contradiction. This is what I mean. Like if you want to think like that and just go on purely emotion, okay, the only way to be consistent is to reject logic and just do it. If that's what you really want to do. But this is where the contradiction actually is that you want to accept and use logic and use the reasoning, but the way you're using it is inconsistent with the way it can be used legitimately. So the only way out of this really is for you to either say, okay, I'm going to reject non-duality and accept there are dualities, or you can say, I'm going to reject logic and I'm just going to live purely emotionally, and I'm going to stop having this layers of reasoning and stuff, because none of it works.
You're saying my logic breaks down because if Vineet doesn't exist, who's talking? Like, how can you reason? That's your point, right?
No, not really. It's a lot deeper and
I
a lot
think you
broader
need to
than that.
understand.
I think if you watch this through again and maybe
Yeah.
follow through on paper, it might make more sense.
I think you need to explain this subjective consciousness, which you have been talking all along, and you're unable to explain that. Okay.
I tried though. Maybe I'm
You
not
tried,
good
but
enough.
you failed.
No,
I'm not good
the
enough.
thing
Yeah.
is, I think the thing is the explanation. I get the model, and because I get the model, I can identify the logical contradictions and keep showing them. But the problem is that as long as you insist that you can just whenever it sort of gets lost, you just sort of restart from the beginning. You say, no, let me just restart from this last saved. Use your analogy of games, from this last save point where it's working. I'll just keep respawning there and trying again. This is why no progress can be made. But what I said about the role of the word exists in logic, what I said about contradictions, what I said about the law of identity, how you can use it, and how your rule set that you've put together literally breaks the applicability of logic, the end result. And so it's not your logic. I'm saying the way you're trying to this foundation you've chosen is incompatible with logic. The choice is you say, screw logic, screw reason. I'm going to stop pretending to use it. I'm going to stop doing that because it doesn't apply here. I'm just going to live emotionally. That's one way out. The other way out is to say, you know what? Non-duality doesn't really work. There are dualities. There are layers. And yeah, of course, there can be one ultimate existence, and you also exist in a different layer of reality, if you want to look at it that way. But that is still not non-duality. That is still a type of duality.
In fact, for you to live a practical life with your surrounding, your family, your society, you have to live in a duality conscious mind. That's the only way you will make sense of anything. Do you agree?
Have your foundation consistent with the reality you live.
Yeah.
And you can work.
All right. Anyway, Vinit, thanks for your time, mate.
Thank you guys for
At least you, unlike the other guy, didn't just push the Puranas under the bus. You tried to explain, which is a good thing. I think he lost his connection again. But anyway, thanks for your time.
No, the thing that made me laugh was the idea of the piranhas going under the bus, but the bus isn't real. The piranha's not real.
Yeah.
And so the guy who actually is treating them like they're real and like they matter is the one who's saying they're also fundamentally not real. So
that's right.
Interesting.
Right. Will, do you have a will? Pradeep.
Yes. Hello.
How are you doing? You all right?
Hello.
I'm good, but I'm not sure if we're going to have much more deeper conversations, given that I'm also Advaitin. So
yeah. Where are the rest of the Hindus? Looks like
right,
they
I don't think you're.
They don't like the
There's
Shakti
1% of Advaitins. There's a lot. There's a lot. Of
I think in a relative comparison to the rest of the Hindus, you guys are an extreme minority.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. But anyway, I think, I don't know. Maybe if you want to have a different conversation about something else, yeah, you're welcome to. But I don't think, because
No,
I'm an
we
Advaitin.
would like to hear your view as well. Because even if you, like, the first Advait guy and the second guy, Vinay, they had a lot of different opinions. For example, the first guy completely rejected the Puranas, whereas the second guy tried to explain them from his ideology, his perspective. So we don't consider all what Advaita Vedanta to be a monolith either.
It's well, I mean, from a theological perspective, of course, all Advaitins will agree theologically and metaphysically. So if we talk about metaphysics, then there will be agreement. If we talk about specifics in terms of practicality, there will be differences, right? So
I'm referring to the theology part. For example, the Puranas are a part of the Hindu theology, but many people will stick only to the Vedas and completely ignore the Puranas. In fact, reject it outright. Are you from which school of thought are you? The one who rejects the Puranas? And
if the Puranas do not contradict the Vedas, then they are an authority. But then when there is a contradiction, then we use the Mimamsa Sutras to be able to resolve the contradiction. Are you aware of the Mimamsa Sutras?
Are these like the commentaries?
These are the Nyaya Sutras.
Yeah, the
so the logical exact ways that we resolve Smriti, right? You know, in Hindu philosophy or in Hindu scriptural, there's Smriti and Shruti, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So how do you resolve? So when is Smriti authoritative? It is authoritative as long as it doesn't contradict the Shruti. And now when there is a contradiction, how do you resolve it? Well, you resolve it.
Is that mentioned in the Vedas?
Is what mentioned in it's mentioned in the Mimamsa Sutras.
Okay.
Is the methodology and the hierarchy that you're referring to given in the Vedas?
No, it's not given in the Vedas. It's given in the Mimamsa Sutras.
So it's man-made.
The Nyaya Sutras, basically.
Is it man-made? The ruling.
Nyaya Sutras are man. Everything but the Vedas are creation of. I mean, essentially, you could say remembered knowledge. So yes, they are created by man. Only the Vedas is Aparushaya, which means.
What is the source of the Vedas then?
Aparushaya, not man-made.
Okay. If you say it's not human source, what is the source then?
So rishis in their seat of meditation see this truth, right? This is seen truth. So therefore, you could say it derives from God. Now, if obviously
who are the rishis? Well. They're not human.
They are human, but they see the truth in the seat of meditation.
Hold on. So what is the source then?
Source, if you want to call it God, then you could say...
No, not I want to call it God. What do you call it?
Well, given that I'm a Dwaitan, again, it would be from God. Yes, fine, God.
Yeah, so why are you saying I would call it God? If you call it God, say...
because we have different understanding of what God is.
Okay, so explain what God is from your ideology.
Okay, well, within this transactional reality, then it is from Ishvara. So there is a difference between Ishvara and Brahman. Are you aware of the difference?
Ishvara has attributes and form, yeah?
Ishvara is Saguna Brahman, which means that Ishvara
does it have attributes and form?
Ishvara does not need to have form, but he has attributes, yes.
Okay, Saguna and Brahman doesn't have attributes, yeah?
Correct.
Okay, so from the two, who is God for you?
God is an English word, so...
you're the one who used it first, that's why I'm using it.
Okay. Yeah, well... The English word God would refer to, in the Eastern theology, would refer to Ishvara.
Okay, let me rephrase the question. How many gods do you believe in?
One God.
Okay, is that Brahman or is that Ishvara?
That's Ishvara, because Brahman is not God in the sense that you would.
Thank you.
You would be able to define.
Finally. Okay, so does Brahman exist?
I thought you said you were a non-dualist, and this sounds very dualist.
No, wait. I know where he's going with this. So when you say Brahman is not God, but Ishvara is God, did I hear you right?
Again,
are you going to make a U-turn again?
I'm not going to make any U-turns. You have to listen to what I said, right? God is an English or a Western or a non-dharmic concept. So therefore, I have to fit a square into a circle. So I'm going to be using some ways to relate it in some fashion.
You don't have to fit a square in a circle. We use the word Allah. We use the word Allah.
No, okay, fine. Then I will use Ishvara. Then don't ask me about God anymore.
No. Wait. Hold on. When I asked you how many
I will say Ishvara.
Wait, Will.
So then ask me how many.
When I asked you how many gods do you believe in, you said only one.
No, ask me that again with how many Ishwaras.
I thought I knew you were going to make
Ishvara. No, because Ishvara is a specific deity.
No, it's not. Ishvara is God.
And so there are no other deities beside Ishvara.
Ishvara function is because Ishvara is the you could say the material cause and the he's the material cause. That means that there's nothing but Ishvara in this transactional reality.
So wait a minute. Is Brahman and Ishvara the same entity or are they different?
The Brahman with the power of Maya is Ishvara.
No. are they the same entity or different entities, regardless of the
Ishvara could be
circumstances?
an entity. Brahman is not an entity.
When you say not an entity, does it exist?
It is existence itself.
No. When you say existence itself, how do you know it's existence itself?
Existence itself.
Based on what? Because existence, okay, when you say something exists, it is relative to that something. When you say existence itself, what is it relative to?
Nothing else. It is the ground of all reality. It is existence itself. It cannot be.
Okay, does Ishwar exist?
If one is the ground of all reality and the other is not, then they are different.
The one is the ground of all reality, existence itself. When it manifests, it is the entire universe, and that is Ishvara.
Hold on. When you say
these are different concepts from
wait.
faith.
When you say existence itself, do you know that it is not something that just void in the air? Existence is a quality of an object or a subject.
So would you say that if things don't exist, then existence ceases to be?
Yeah, if something doesn't exist, then it's not real. It's imaginative. It's imaginary.
What is existence?
Existence, I said, is a quality of a subject or an object.
So therefore, if this
it's a quality, it's not something that you would consider as existing by itself. Let's put it that way.
So does God exist in Islam?
Yes, God exists. Yes.
Okay. So is God an object?
God is an object. You can say that. Yeah.
God is an object, really.
Object in the sense that it is an entity.
Object.
It's an entity.
Verb, object. You refer to it in this way. Yeah. We're talking about language.
So I would rather use the term entity. So when you say existence, okay, existence is a property of an entity.
Yeah, everyone on the side chat is all wondering, God is an object. What? Anyway,
entity. Let's use the term entity. That's fine.
Yeah.
Well, but you said that existence is a property of an object.
In the terms, just to clarify for anyone who's having funnies in the chat, if you're talking in terms of logic, then yes, anything that's in a proposition is an object.
Yeah.
In fact, anything you're expressing in logic is an object. So whatever we're talking about, that is some object. Now, that is not to say if object for you brings along some other concepts like finite or located or anything else like that, then no, he's not an object. It depends on your level of sophistication.
So you are having to clarify it in multiple levels. Oh, thank you. So in the exact same way.
I'm sorry. Can you just take that back for a second and stop trying to be condescending? Because
I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm trying to respond in the same exact way that Hashim and you guys have been talking.
No. I use the correct terminology. What you kept saying is that you're saying existence exists by itself. Am I right?
Existence is consciousness, right? So at the fundamental
wait a minute. Now you're saying the terminology from existence to consciousness.
I will explain. You have to give me some time to explain.
Okay,
I understand that I'm using more words, right? So existence is that can be not negated in all levels of perception, right? So that means that which never ceases to be. Now, that which never ceases to be in all of our, I guess, spheres of experience is consciousness. So therefore, existence is identical to consciousness, right? So this is how we define it.
No. When you say consciousness, are you now using consciousness and existence simultaneously? Sorry, interchangeably?
Correct.
Okay. In order for consciousness to exist, is it predicated upon anything else?
Consciousness to exist.
Yes.
So what is consciousness?
No. Answer the question. You know what is consciousness? Okay.
No.
Whatever you think is consciousness, in order for it to exist, is it predicated upon something other than consciousness?
No. Consciousness and existence are identical. Consciousness is existence.
So careful, Hashim, because what we've entered into is a classic trap, and I'll explain how the trap works. What you do is you start with one word, and then you say, "Oh, I'm defining it," and then you give a second word, and you say they're identical.
like he did with consciousness and
what you can now
existence.
do is just bounce between them all day long, and that. But all you've done is you've just a different label for the same thing. So there's no definition. There's nothing added by it. It just gives degrees of freedom to keep bouncing between them and just keep insisting.
So let's define the term consciousness.
Let's pull out this party trick and let's do something.
We need to define the terms, even if he uses them.
But this is the thing. You can't use consciousness to define existence and existence to define consciousness.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the party trick. I'm saying, so take away the party trick and let's do something real.
Yeah. Will, why don't you?
Okay, what is real?
Why don't you define each term that you have used? The term existence. Let's define the term existence and consciousness from your ideology.
Okay, so existence is that ground of all reality which cannot be negated. This is the definition of existence.
Okay. And what is consciousness?
Consciousness is that which is the ground of all perception which cannot be negated.
So is it the same thing?
Yes. I've given you two different
why are your definitions different then?
Why do you need two words?
They are same. Why are your definitions different?
Because in our experience, all perceptions and all reality is equivalent, right? Everything that we perceive is reality. There is no other reality outside of our perception.
Is there true and false? Are the statements that you're saying, is it possible for what you're saying to be true and false, or true or false?
Are there statements that can be made that are both true and false, Hakeem?
No. I'm asking you the statements you're making and the framework you're using. Is it the case that it is true, and is there a counterpart to true, which is false, i.e., not true? Because so far the only thing you've allowed to be used is something to be negated. So just for clarity, when I say not, I mean negation. It's very important that we then see because if you're using negation, you are invoking the opposition, and so if what you're saying is true, you must invoke some false, right? That's the opposition of true.
Yes.
Right.
So the statements that I've made are definitions. They're not true or false statements. They're definitional statements.
But if you hold them to, but hang on a minute. If I define a triangle as having four sides, against that's a new definition.
That is a new definition, yes. And it is semantics.
Well, no, it's not simple semantics, because I can't then go off and use the triangle theorems and say, well, and this is important, because what you've done, your definition of existence is no more, no less than the definition of the logical constant true. And this is the point. So this is the same trick, the same party trick I was trying to say don't do with existence and consciousness. You've now done it with existence and truth. You've taken the word true, and what is the fundamental logical definition of true, i.e. ground which cannot be negated, right? And then you just slapped the word existence on. You said, you know what, that's actually existence.
It's plain semantics.
Yeah. So this is not semantics. This is actually a very, very precise definition of existence, because there is
it's not. It's
please
define
what it is. Give me I'm open to ears. Give me a better definition of existence.
Hang on. No,
please go ahead. No, please go ahead.
First of all, I will. There's a number. There's tons of ways of talking about and defining existence. I'm not talking about better or worse. I'm not talking about better or worse. There's something more important to get at first, which is you use the word existence, say existence is, and then gave a definition which is equivalent to the definition of the logical constant true. I'm trying to show that, and if you don't understand that, we need to get that clarified. No whataboutism, oh, well, you give me a different definition of existence. This is all part of the games that I'm trying to stop happening. Let's recognize this fact first. Do you recognize the fact that the definition of existence you gave is just equivalent to the definition of true, but with a different name?
That is correct, because existence, consciousness,
Okay,
and truth
so
are all
therefore
true.
it is a fact that you did not define existence. You pretended to define existence, but you actually just used the definition of truth.
Yeah, but because existence is the truth, I have no other way to define it other than the truth. So if A was equal to B, I will not be able to give you A equals to C. So therefore, yes, there is no way else to define existence other than consciousness and being and truth as well. So
No, so what you're
I'm
doing is stuffing all the concepts you want to play with in one thing. You're taking the definition of truth and you're saying, yeah, and it's also existence and it's also consciousness, and now you have a play park to play with. But you can't legitimately use those three different words now. Every sentence you say that involves existence, truth, and consciousness, every single sentence you have to be able to permute those and put whichever one you like in its place, and all the sentences all still be true.
That's correct.
But that makes the whole discussion meaningless. Why are you invoking those words in the first place if it's not just playing cognitive tricks?
Because we currently think of them as being separate. And this is the idea of Advaita, is to tell you and tell us that they're not separate, that existence is consciousness. Now, the way that you can get here is by actually examining all of the available definitions of existence and how they all will lead back towards being, truth, consciousness. All of them do. I am open and I'm happy to be told or proven otherwise if you can give me a definition of existence that doesn't.
What was your definition of
existence
consciousness?
in logic? Like the quantifier. You know what? Do you know what logic quantifiers are?
Please explain.
For all, and there exists. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. I understand.
Okay.
For all,
So
yes.
do you understand that the symbol, the backwards E, that means there exists?
There exists. Yes, I understand.
Do you understand that that symbol has a different meaning and a different use from the symbol T used to represent true? And that if you just take logical formulas and just swap your backwards E's for your T's, you get invalid, what's called not well-formed formulas. They're no longer valid.
Are you engaging in some form of logical, woodickery here?
No. Obviously, try and follow this for a second.
Yeah, no.
You asked me, Will. You asked me to give a definition of existence.
I have asked you to give a definition of existence.
And I'm doing it, and now you're playing games with me.
No, you haven't. You haven't given it yet.
Literally, I'm saying, here's one. Here's the one that's normally used in first-order predicate logic. It's a very precise definition, my friend.
Which is what?
What do you want me to teach you first-order predicate logic?
Did you put it somewhere? I'm not sure where. I mean, Hashim, have you seen something?
I asked you, Will, if you understand the quantifiers there exists and for all in first-order predicate logic.
I understand.
You said
there
yes, you
exists and
did.
for all, yes. I
Okay.
understand those two.
So you understand there is a backwards E notation for there exist. If I put backwards E X,
Yes.
it means there exists X. You understand that, right?
Correct. I do
Okay.
understand that.
So there is a way, there is a very well known, very well used, very well trodden definition of there exists X, where X is something. Now, we also have T, the letter T, which is the logical constant that refers to truth.
Sure.
Right.
Or true statements.
And I know it's a logical constant, true. And then
It's
what
a-
you
it's a-
say.
Well,
No,
it's a logical state, really.
We're not talking about state machines. That's further. I'm talking about predicate logic. It's true. It's a constant.
Okay, are you able to give me a definition of existence or
and
not?
then what you do is you say the sentence is equal to T, and that's how you're saying the sentence is true, right? You follow?
Yes, sure.
Yes. Okay. Now, you cannot.
Even
In
Hashim is
logic,
confused
in
right
this
now.
system, you cannot just pick up T and swap it for there exists. You can't just swap those symbols because they have different definitions, different meanings, different roles in that system. So I'm giving you an explicit, solid system in which truth and existence have different meanings and different roles.
Yeah.
Hashim,
it's basically like, for me,
the
when you
definition
say
of existence.
yeah, when you say truth,
said.
when you say truth, okay, it is actually relative to your subjective consciousness. Do you agree?
No, truth exists without whether I believe it or not.
Exactly, subjective. It's
Wait,
subjective.
I said it exists with that whether I believe it or not.
But
So therefore it's not subjective.
everyone's consciousness is different. Everyone's level of knowledge is different. For example, if I were to ask you, have you attained moksha?
Okay, first of all, let me respond.
No, you need to answer the question like
I will answer the question, but
no,
you've said
I don't want a question with a question. I want you to answer questions. Hold on. If I ask you a specific question, I expect an answer from you. So far, Brother Islam Hakim has been giving you the answers without asking you more questions. So just answer the question. Have you attained moksha?
And you ignored my question and ran away.
Yeah.
I didn't run away. I'm right here, mate. I'm right here.
So answer the question without any whataboutery or any other reasoning.
Yeah, no. I mean, okay, look, I will answer. I am answering a question.
Yeah, but
I did not
only if you answer, then we can proceed. So answer the question. Have you attained moksha?
No, I did not.
Okay. Has anyone attained moksha?
100%.
Who?
I think Vinit has given off some names.
No, you. I'm speaking to you, not the other guy.
Okay, Vivekananda.
Who has attained moksha in history?
Ramana Maharshi.
Okay. Is your truth equal to his?
Yes.
So what's the point of attaining moksha?
To remove ignorance that is within me and not.
No, but you have the truth already. You said it's the same truth,
but I don't know it.
Hold on. You said it's the same truth as one who has attained moksha. That means you are aware all those veils that Vinit was talking about have been removed, right?
But have I removed those veils within myself, or is it just bookish knowledge?
Well, you told me it was the same truth.
Within myself, when the self doesn't exist.
The truth is the same, and regardless of the veils or no veils, the truth will remain the same.
Don't keep jumping. Ask one question.
I'm not jumping. I'm asking you the same question. If your truth is the same as one who has attained moksha, then surely there is no point of attaining moksha by you, because you already know the truth.
Okay. Is the truth that you hold around gravity the same as the truth?
No, don't ask the question with the question. Remember,
I have to be able to ask you.
You are asking a question with a question. Answer the question. In fact, you have already answered it. That's why I'm saying, what is the point of attaining moksha?
All right. You don't want me to ask you a question? Fine. You don't like.
No, you can ask after.
You don't like questioning, and that's okay.
Hold on. Don't try to play this game with me. If I ask you a question, once we have finished that Q&A process here, then you can start asking me the question. No problem.
Do you understand that?
Right now, did you not say?
Well, we already played the game where you asked the questions and I answered all of your questions. You told me that every single definition of truth and existence leads back to them being the same. I gave you a solid rebuttal to that, and you just switched to Hashim without even noting the fact that it was a solid rebuttal. And you tried to pretend that what I was
And he's
doing
asking me
was
the same question
illegitimate.
again.
And now you're trying to use the different definitions and hopping between different definitions and using the very party tricks I called out in the beginning and then play victim. Please stop doing this, because no one wants to watch it.
You know, no wonder the Advaita Vedanta are in a minority, because most Hindus, they will reject what he's saying. In fact, if I remember correctly, the Shankaracharya, the four, are you aware of them, Will? The four Shankaracharyas?
Are you guys going to let me speak, or you want to talk among yourselves?
Okay,
I don't think you want to have a conversation. It's entirely up to you.
I'm just going to leave the conversation, because this guy's refusing logic, reason, and is just playing victim and playing toxic games.
I have not played victim.
If you're going to say your truth is the same as that of one who attained moksha, then I want an answer from you to this question. What is the point of attaining moksha?
Okay, great. So I'm answering this without another question, right? That's your condition. Yeah. So the truth is that I am Brahman. I don't know it, someone else does. But that doesn't mean that the truths are different. I am Brahman, Ramana Maharshi is Brahman, you are Brahman. You and I don't know it, Ramana Maharshi does know it. The difference is in knowledge. It's not in the truth statement itself. So we have the same truths, but we don't know it, he does.
Okay, if you don't know the truth,
to know it.
No, wait. If you don't know the truth, how can you then say that your truth, because remember I said earlier, subjective consciousness, and that is exactly what you said in a roundabout way. Subjective consciousness, your consciousness, is not the same as that attained by someone who has attained moksha. Do you agree with that statement?
My understanding of my state right now is not the same as someone who has attained moksha. Yes.
So your consciousness and someone who's attained moksha, the consciousness is different, is at a different level, because you haven't attained moksha, the other person has attained moksha. Am I right?
No, that's not true.
So you have the same consciousness.
You didn't let me answer the question.
Okay, go on. I thought you did. That's why I asked you a counter question.
I only said no, but I'm explaining. Do you not want me to explain? Do you want me to do yes and no?
Don't need to be condescending. Go and explain.
I'm not being condescending. You need to give me a chance to explain. So
Yeah,
when I said no, I mean that consciousness, the same consciousness, when it expresses within me, I am ignorant of the true nature of this consciousness. When that same consciousness, the exact same consciousness, when it expresses within an enlightened being, then they know exactly the true nature. Just like when I am dreaming and I know that I'm dreaming, that dream is of a different character than someone else that is dreaming but doesn't know that they're dreaming.
We're not talking about dreams, we're talking about reality, remember? Let's stick to the reality. The reality of your consciousness is not the same as that of one who has attained moksha.
The reality of my consciousness. I don't know what that even means.
Well, we are talking about reality, right? Remember earlier your definition of the term truth?
Yeah, and I've defined reality and consciousness to be equivalent. So what
I know you did. That's the reason I'm asking you. When you're talking about consciousness, okay? So is your consciousness, your conscious state of the reality, is that the same as that of one who has attained moksha, or is it different?
I have ignorance. Someone who has attained moksha does not.
Where did ignorance come from?
Ignorance has no beginning. It only has an end.
Does consciousness have a beginning?
Consciousness does not have a beginning. It doesn't have an end.
So if you're conscious and your consciousness has no beginning, then where did ignorance come from?
Ignorance has no beginning.
Okay, so you're saying now consciousness.
You're
saying a conscious being can be ignorant,
yes,
and another conscious being is not ignorant. Am I right? Two different
correct,
entities.
because the ignorance has ended in one, good, and then ignorance has not
very
ended.
Good. So ignorance has no beginning.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have a beginning?
I do. This body has a beginning.
No, your soul. Does it have a beginning?
No.
Okay. So your soul is Brahman. Am I right? What happened?
So Jiva Atma Aikyam.
Yeah. Don't use different terms now. Your soul, you understand it. Does your soul have a beginning?
English again. Do you want?
Bro, we are speaking English. That's fine. Does your soul have a beginning or not?
If you're speaking English, I need to clarify the words that you use. Correct, Hashim?
Good. So
correct.
I'm talking about Atma, not Jiva.
So
let's use your terminology. No problem. Does Atma have a beginning?
No.
Does Atma have ignorance?
No.
No. Okay. So when you talk about Atma, is it Brahman or is it Ishwar?
Atma is Brahman.
Atma is Brahman. And yes, you have Atma.
I don't have Atma. I am Jiva.
So you don't have Atma at all?
Well, you can have something if that thing is separate from you. You cannot
Do you
have
Atma
something
or not. Just answer the question, yes or no.
It's an incorrect question.
No, it's a very correct question. The term, how would you translate the term Atma in English?
There is no translatable.
Really? So you're saying Hindus so far haven't found a term for Atma. Okay, define Atma to me.
The ground of all reality.
Is that consciousness?
That's right.
Is consciousness same as Atma?
That's right.
Okay, so is it a state or is
No.
it a being?
It is being itself.
So it's not a state of a being.
No, it's not a state of a being. No.
Okay, can a rock be conscious?
Consciousness pervades everything. The rock is not able to express consciousness.
Does it have consciousness?
It doesn't have consciousness like a glass has water.
I didn't ask you like what. Does it have consciousness in any way, shape, or form?
The question is wrong.
No, it's not.
It is.
You said everything has consciousness. You just did.
I did not say everything has consciousness. I'm very precise with my words. I'm never
once again,
imprecise.
does a rock have consciousness?
It's an incorrect question.
Okay, do you have consciousness?
It's an incorrect question.
Oh my God, you don't have consciousness? Okay, define consciousness. Wait, define consciousness once again, please.
Consciousness expresses through me. I don't have consciousness because that would presuppose that I am bigger and consciousness is a
consciousness. I didn't ask you to express it. Define
You
consciousness.
said before it is the ground of reality.
That's right. Consciousness is the ground of all reality.
You define so many things as the ground of all reality. You don't have a right to use them as different words with different meaning.
Yeah.
Consciousness is identical to existence.
You've just said many
wait,
different
wait,
words are all
consciousness.
same. They're all identical, so you can't then use them with differentiated meanings.
You said consciousness is equal to all reality?
Consciousness is equivalent to existence.
Okay, does a
Which
rock
is
exist?
equivalent to truth.
Wait, Islam Hakim, does a rock exist?
That's correct. It does.
Is it conscious?
It's not. It doesn't express consciousness.
Is it conscious?
It doesn't express consciousness.
Is it conscious?
I'm going to say the same thing, my friend.
Because you see, if the rock exists, and according to you, consciousness is a reality of all existence, then why not?
So, all right, then let me answer it a different way.
Why different way now? What happened?
Okay, so the rock exists. The rock is within my consciousness.
No. I didn't ask from your perspective. I asked from the rock's perspective. Okay. Look, I'll give you a definition of consciousness that everyone probably is aware of. It's the state of being aware.
Of who? Who is being aware?
Well, I'm talking relative to me, obviously.
Obviously, yes. Okay. So I am aware.
When I say I am conscious, it means I am aware.
So therefore, is the rock in my consciousness or not?
Of my reality.
Is okay.
Okay. Now the same question to you. Are you aware of your reality?
That's right. I am.
Okay. Now, who from this entire universe, from all reality, is there anyone who is not aware of their reality?
I'm the only one that is aware.
You're the only one.
That's right.
Okay. What about Ishwar?
Can you prove me wrong?
What about Ishwar?
You proved yourself wrong when you said someone else attained moksha.
No, I did not prove myself wrong.
I went even further. I asked if you're the only one who's aware, is Ishwar aware?
Oh, so someone else attained moksha without being aware. Okay.
Ishvara is the summation of all of entire cosmos.
Okay.
So the Ishvara is the full summation of all that we see that moves and doesn't move.
That's universe.
That's the universe. It's the entire.
Are you saying
summation requires more than one thing to exist?
Ishvara is not equal to the universe, but the universe is within Ishvara, and Ishvara is also beyond the universe. So he's immanent and transcendent.
Okay, so how is that different to Brahman?
The universe doesn't exist.
What?
Brahman alone is. There is no universe.
Okay, so there is no universe.
Correct.
But you said Ishwar is the entire universe is within Ishwar and more, right?
He said Ishwara is a summation.
Okay, now you're saying the Ishwara doesn't
of all
exist.
things in the universe.
I
Yeah,
mean, guys, all over
the thing is, he's embedded himself in so many contradictions.
Yeah, I
because
know.
of
He
his
doesn't even
premises
realize that.
where he's defined everything.
You know, when you
everything
told
else.
me about moksha, about someone who has realized the truth, and your truth is the same, I think that was your fall. That was your ultimate fall. Because any Advaita philosopher would not say that. They will say the truth that the one who has attained moksha is different from your truth. Because you cannot see beyond your limitations. Whereas the one who's attained moksha does not have the limitations which you have. Hence, what I said earlier, that your subjective consciousness is what you're talking about. You're not talking about the reality which has been realized by one who has attained moksha.
Okay, so when I am talking about my experience as a non-enlightened being, I am I am viewing myself as the reflection of the sun, which is consciousness, whereas the reality of the enlightened being is that they're no longer thinking of themselves as the reflection of consciousness. They know that they are consciousness itself.
Okay,
Right
so
now,
your consciousness is different then. Do you agree? Your conscious state right now is different from the one who's attained moksha. That's why you still have this ignorance as a property of yours, whereas the one who's attained moksha does not have that property of ignorance. Do you agree?
I am a reflection of consciousness, correct?
Yeah, but you have the property of ignorance.
Correct.
Good. So your consciousness differs from the one who doesn't suffer ignorance.
We have the same source, but I have the different experience.
I didn't ask for the source. I asked for the one who does not have the property of ignorance, unlike you. Your consciousness is definitely different from their consciousness, hence subjective consciousness.
Maybe we're tripping up because you keep
No,
saying
I think you're the one tripping up.
I am tripping up
Speak for
because
yourself, yeah.
you're
Speak for
using
yourself,
words
mate.
in ways that
I think I was very clear.
I would-
Everyone who's heard me understood what I said. The
way
reason
that you're using
you realize
words-
you're tripping up is because
No.
you have finally probably become conscious of your contradictions.
No, I have not become conscious of my contradictions.
Yes,
By
because
the way, these contradictions are not new.
You have one factor.
These contradictions have been there since time immemorial. 2020, 50.
Yeah, I totally agree. Hindus are full of contradictions.
On the one hand,
whether they follow
years
Advaita, whether they follow
not new,
Bhakti,
right?
whether they follow any other sampradayas, they are full of contradictions because each of them cannot even agree upon who the Almighty God is.
They have to differentiate things in order to express themselves, and yet say things are not undifferentiated. Things are undifferentiated. They have to hold the contradiction at the root to have the philosophy to start with.
Hakim, do you believe that contradictions cannot provide us any modicum of truth in any way?
Correct. Truth stands clear from contradiction. Exactly.
Okay, great. So if I was to tell you, hey, I know that I see that the sun revolves around the earth. I see this. And yet the earth revolves around the sun. These are two contradictory statements. What truth can I glean from these two contradictory statements?
They're not contradictory. They're just different statements.
The sun revolves around the earth. I see this. The earth revolves around the sun. I don't see this, but this is the truth. So what can I glean from these two statements?
No, but they're not contradictory.
They are contradictory.
No,
one says
because one is from one perspective and another is from another perspective.
Fantastic. Exactly the same way.
No, but you're the one claiming it's contradictory. It's not.
Yeah.
No, but
okay,
you can't.
They're seemingly contradictory. They're seemingly contradictory.
Seemingly contradictory is not
seemingly contradictory. They're not.
Advaita is the exact same way.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
No,
it's not.
But they are from different perspectives.
No, this is
if you're not going to let me speak, then
no.
Will,
I'm not going to let you continue to play games. There's difference.
I'm not playing games.
I'm calling out what's going on. You're talking about two different perspectives, right?
Yes.
And that's one thing, but that is different from there being a fundamental logical contradiction. That is different.
Okay. Well, in the exact same way that there's two different perspectives, the exact same way in Advaita, there's two different perspectives, the ultimate and the transactional. When you say that there's contradictions, all of these contradictions arise from us jumping between two different perspectives.
That's fine, Will. I'm well aware of that. I'm well aware of that. But the fact is, you then have to say one is true and the other is not true.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yes, Brahman is true. The world is not true.
Right. And then what you do is you start using this other, you're the one doing the jumping and projecting onto us. You then try and make true statements about this other perspective, and that's where you collapse. It's an internal contradiction inside your own mechanism.
It's like you said, Brahman is true, we are not. So you're saying you live in a falsehood, not in the true reality.
And as soon as you do that, you're then reasoning from falsehood.
Yeah.
And that is ex falso quod libet
So
sequitur.
exactly like Islam Hakim said, you're projecting your contradiction onto us. Your reality is falsehood. Ours is not.
Okay. So when I say that within this world is not real, which perspective am I saying that from? I'm not saying that from the perspective of
you're not in touch with your reality, like most of the Advaita Vedanta. They think everything is a Maya, an illusion of the
there is an obvious and easy way to resolve this, which is the way like most of the planet resolves this, which is to simply say, from this perspective, X, Y, Z statements are true. From that perspective, X, Y, Z statements are true. And then they have to be expressed in some way that they're reconcilable. The problem we're having is that you have to say something is true along one line of thought and then reject it as false. And then you're flip-flopping between these two worlds and not able to resolve them.
Okay, I will use your exact same framework, Hakim, and I will say that certain statements are true in this perspective, certain statements are true in that perspective, and there is a way to resolve the two of them. If I was to give you that same exact framework, would you agree that they're not contradictory?
No, but you didn't say.
Yeah, but that's fine. But what you're then doing is
you're saying one is false, the other is true. That's the problem.
No, but it's fine as long as he does it in that framework. What he's doing is affirming the existence of duality.
Yeah.
So in the exact same way, Hashim, when the statement, the sun revolves around the earth.
I think we have already done that. No need to go around that again. Okay. Anyway, I want to change the topic slightly. With regards to your scriptures, which one do you think is the only one you would trust? Is it only the Vedas, or you trust other books as well?
As an Advaitin, we have the Prasthantraya, which are the three authoritative sources that are the highest authoritative sources. Do you know what they are? They're the Upanishads, the Brahma Sutra, and the Bhagavad Gita. These are the three final authoritative sources.
Okay. Does Manusmriti come under Brahma Sutra?
No, not even close.
No, it was just a question to you. I didn't say that is the truth. Okay, so when you say Brahma Sutra, which books would you include in that?
The Brahma Sutra is one sutra. It is not multiple books. It is one single 555 sutras that are written by Badarayana. Have you heard of the Brahma Sutras before?
I've heard of them, yes.
Okay, well, they're not multiple books.
Sorry, they're written by whom?
Badarayana, which is generally thought of as Vedavyasa.
Okay, so that's his other name?
So the Brahma Sutras are generally attributed to Badarayana, and Badarayana is generally thought of to be Vedavyasa.
What about the epics, Mahabharata and Ramayana? Where do they fall in?
They fall under Smriti and Itihasa, but they cannot contradict the Vedas. And so the highest authority is the Brahma Sutras, the Upanishads, and Gita. Everything else is accepted as long as it doesn't contradict these three.
Okay, so when you say obviously you believe in the Vedas as well, right?
Upanishads are part of the Vedas.
I think, yes, it is. But do you believe in the Vedas themselves?
Yes.
The four Veds.
The Vedas,
you believe in the four Veds as being authoritative.
So I'm explaining. In the Vedas, there's 4 sections, right? So there is the Samhitas, the Brahmanas, the Aranyakas, and the Upanishads. So the Upanishads is the final culmination of the entire essence of the Veda. Now, if you find, so there is a way to resolve internal contradictions as well within the Vedas, and there do exist some, let's say the Samhitas or the Brahmanas, for example. So the Vedas as a whole, yes, I do. However, the final culmination of that is the Upanishad. So if there is something in the Upanishad that contradicts the other parts of the Veda, then the Upanishad is taken as the highest source.
Okay, so if the Upanishad advocates caste system, would you accept that to be something you should follow?
Yes, but it doesn't.
It does?
No. If you're going to talk about Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, then
no, I'm talking about Chandogya Upanishad.
Chandogya Upanishad has 3 sections. So there is the Samhita portion and the Aranyaka portion. The Chandogya Upanishad itself is not the whole thing is not the Upanishad. The Upanishad is actually, there's multiple sections within the, even though it's called the Chandogya.
Is Chandogya Upanishad authority for you or not?
It is, but not the, it is, yes, absolutely.
Okay, good. So you're saying it doesn't advocate caste system?
No.
Based on birth?
No.
Have you read the whole of it?
You're welcome to give me this.
Have you read the whole of it?
I've read most of it.
Okay, open. You got the book on you?
Yeah, go ahead. I don't have the book.
Open book 5, chapter 10, verse 7.
Chapter 5, verse what? Sorry.
5.10.7. Do you read Sanskrit?
I do.
You do? Good. Where are you calling from, by the way?
No, I'd rather not say.
What? You can't tell us which continent?
I'd rather not say.
Seriously? Okay. Don't worry, we won't track you down.
Okay, so
read it a lot for us because we don't know Sanskrit. So you'll have to give us the English translation.
Okay, I'm looking up the. Okay, well, among them, those who did good work in this world attain a good birth accordingly. They're born as a Brahmin, a Kshatriya, or a Vaishya. But those who did bad work in this world attain a bad birth accordingly, being born as a dog, a pig, or a Chandala.
What does that mean to you?
It means
that. Explain it in your own words.
Sure. So just like the Gita, in the Gita, Krishna says that guna and karma are what determines your varna. So in this verse, what it says is that the family that you're born in is going to be determined by the karma that you do. However, once you are born in a particular family, what varna you belong to is dependent on your guna and your karma. And again, I can give you the Gita verse.
No, wait. Before you go to the Gita, let's stick to the Upanishad because that is authority for you. So let's stick with that.
All of 3 of them are. Hold
on. So when you say karma, is it the karma of this life or the previous life?
Both this and previous lives.
In this Upanishad, is it talking about the previous life or current?
Correct.
Is it the previous life? Yes?
Correct.
So when it says when you're born, is it from the day you're born you're given the caste?
Again, we have to differentiate between caste and varna, right?
Jati. I'm talking about jati here.
No jati.
Okay.
Only
it says
varna.
Read it once again. I'm pretty sure the term birth was there.
Among them, those who did good work, so karma, right, in their previous birth.
Yeah.
In this world, attain a good birth. So therefore, when they're born, they're born into a Brahmin, Kshatriya, or Vaishya family.
Yeah.
But those who did bad work in this world attain a bad birth in their next life, again born as a dog, a pig, or a Chandala.
So we both?
What family that you're born in is determined.
Just one second. Yeah. Over here, the only thing that's mentioned is the karma, not the guna. Do you agree?
Sure. But what your varna is after.
Wait. Before we go to the varna, let's agree certain ground rules here based on the Upanishad. Okay, Chandogya Upanishad, book 5, chapter 10, verse 7. It is only talking about karma of the previous life. Am I right? Correct. There's no mention of any guna or anything else.
In this particular verse, no.
Good. Now, in this verse, it says if you did good work in your previous life, you attain a good birth. Okay, they are born. The term born is there, jati. Yeah. They are born.
Jati does not mean born.
Okay, what does the term jati mean?
You think jati means born?
No, I didn't say it's born. I said it's
said
something
born,
which is
jati.
related to birth.
No.
Jati is related to birth. Do you not agree?
Where in this particular verse?
No.
does it say
Hold
jati?
on. Okay, what is the term jati means? Let's see if you know.
I only know varna. I don't care about jati.
So
It
you
is
don't
not
care
part of
about
the
jati? I thought you were laughing at me when I use associated with the term born. So what does jati
Jati is
mean
not
to you?
part.
Let's see if you know the meaning. What does jati mean?
It's a subdivision of one's birth, but it
Thank
doesn't
you.
mean born.
Thank you very much. So it is associated with birth, which is
But it
exactly
is
what I
not
said.
part of Hinduism,
And you
right?
you mocked that because you knew I was right. And over here there are two things which is important. Hold on.
You said born was.
No, I said
was
jati very clearly. I did not use the term one at all. I
Yeah,
said
and
the term born is used in this passage. So if you did good in your previous life, then you will be born as a Brahmin, a Kshatriya, and Vaishya.
Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishyas,
why
are
only
they
these
jatis
three?
or are they varnas?
Hold on. Why only these three categories?
Hold on.
Why these three categories only?
Let me ask you a question.
No. Before
first.
you go, I know you'll go in that
Again.
rabbit hole of Varna, but I said the guna, which you're associating with Varna. Am I right?
Mate, you're getting confused. Do
Mate,
you know the
you
difference between
are-
varna and jati
Hold
is
on.
or not?
Hold on.
To you
When
or
you
not?
talk about, there's no mention of guna here. Do we agree?
That's correct.
Good. So you're basically you belong to these three categories purely based on your karma.
No, you're born into a family of either a Brahmin, Kshatriya, or Vaishya
Based on?
your karma.
Thank you. That's what I said.
Yeah, you're born into a
I don't
family.
know why
is
you're
different from
disagreeing
whether
with
you belong to it or not.
things which I'm saying.
Okay,
Exactly
so
as it
here's
is
the
in
thing.
this passage.
Here's
Okay,
the
now that
nuance,
we
right?
have hold on. Now that we have
Okay, you don't
agreed
want
that
nuance.
you're born as a Brahmin, a Kshatriya, or a Vaishya purely based on karma in your past life, then the question arises: when you do bad work, then you're born as a dog, a pig, or a chandala. Why?
Okay, so
Why
you're born.
why is it born as a chandala?
Yeah, you asked the question. I'm answering the question.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. All right. So your previous karma determines the type of family that you're born into in this life. That is correct. Now, based on the type of family that you're born into, your varna in this life is determined by the actions that you do in this life and the gunas that you have in this life.
That's not in this verse. That's why I'm not discussing it.
Yeah, so you want to take one verse out of
hold on.
all of the
For
Upanishads and the
brevity,
Gita?
let's discuss what's in the passage, not beyond that. We will
Why
come
not?
to the Varna.
Because you have to take everything
Hold
in
on.
context.
No,
If I take
hold on.
If I take
I'm
one
not saying we
single
will
verse
not
from the
discuss it
Quran
at all.
and say, oh, does
I'm
it
not
tell
saying
kill the
I'm not
disbelief?
saying we'll not discuss it at all.
I say,
Listen to
don't
what I'm
take
saying.
into
Don't
account.
speak over me. I said we will
This is
deal
your
with
stream,
the
so therefore,
gunas.
yeah.
We'll deal with the gunas and the varnas later on. Right now, let's just deal with what's in the Chandogya Upanishad.
You
Okay?
cannot read one verse out
I
of...
said I'm not going to isolate the other part from this, but I'm saying let's do it in stages.
Okay.
Okay, so there is no mention of any gunas here, so let's leave that for later.
Okay, sure. So there's
Okay.
also no
So
mention
from the
of whether
day,
you're
by the way, what is your caste?
I don't believe in caste.
You see,
There's
you
no
don't
such
believe in
thing as
caste. Okay, so you're saying on the day you were born, you were not given a caste at all.
Caste is not an Hindu
Jati, for
term.
God's sake, jati.
Varna.
Your jati.
No, varna.
So you did not have a jati at all when you were born.
No, only varna.
You obviously don't know what jati means then.
You obviously don't know what varna is.
Okay, your varna is based on your guna, right?
Varna is based on guna karma.
Okay, did you have any varna category when you were born?
When people are born, I can give you, if you want, I can give
No,
you
answer the question. When you were born, did you have any?
When you are born,
yeah,
you are born into a family of either a Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, or Sudra.
That's called jati. Thank you very much.
No, that is
Yes.
not called jati.
Okay.
You don't get to redefine the words for me as a Hindu.
In
I
fact,
get
no.
to define them
In
for
fact,
you.
I was the one who told you what jati was earlier.
So you're not going to be defining words for me. You're going to be learning those words from me because I'm the Hindu. You're not.
No,
Varna
but
is
I'm
not
your
the same.
guru. You forget that.
Varna is not the same as jati.
I will show
And
you why I'm
Varna
the guru
is
here.
Brahman,
The
Brahmana,
term, you know why you keep
Brahmana.
bringing the term Varna? Because you have realized that when you were born, your jati is based on what your family
Okay,
gave
give me
you.
the definition of jati from the Vedas. Smartass. Go ahead.
No, hold on. Why Vedas? I'm not going by your rules.
Why? So what? You're going to go by your own rules?
Okay, are you better than the Hindus?
You're just
Hold
gonna,
on.
You're just going
Are
to make
you?
stuff up as you go?
No. Are you better than the Shankaracharyas in your knowledge?
My friend, give me the definition.
Can you answer my question? In your knowledge, are you better than the Shankaracharyas?
No.
Okay, so if I bring you definition from your Shankaracharya, will you accept that or reject it?
If it doesn't contradict the Vedas, then I will accept it. If it contradicts the Vedas,
do you
I will
think the Shankaracharyas contradict the Vedas?
I don't know. Depend on who.
So wait a minute, your knowledge in that case will be better than the
of
Shankaracharyas.
anyone.
I think he really takes the being supreme and God very seriously.
You know when you were born, they did not consider your varna based on your vocation, because you did not have a vocation. You were born in a family.
Guna karma.
Huh?
Say guna karma.
No, it's your karma only, not your gunas.
When you're born, your past karma determines which family you're born into. Let me repeat this again very clearly. Very
I said, in fact, I agree with you. No need to repeat it.
Yeah.
It is exactly what it says in this particular passage.
But when you're born, your past karma determines which family you're born into.
Yes,
once
and your
you're
jati,
born into that family.
Remember,
once you're born into that family,
yes,
your
that is your jati.
gunas that you
That's
have,
your jati.
and the karma that you do determine the varna that you will take on in this life.
Okay.
Is that clear?
First and foremost, your jati means the birth. From your birth, you're given a jati. In this case,
I'm not gonna.
No. It's
I don't know what
hold on.
jati is.
So you're
I don't know what
telling
jati
me.
is.
Wait. Would you consider Brahmin as a jati?
No.
No. Okay. What is it then?
It's a varna.
It's a varna. And what is Chandala?
Chandala is someone that is doing menial work and basically generally considered someone who I guess is outside of the normal definitions of the four varnas. However,
wait.
I look at
Hold on.
Chandala as equivalent to Sudras, basically.
No. Shudras are not Chandalas. You don't even know that.
No, really. Give me your reference.
Okay,
Again, every time you make something up.
Okay, this is
please
the
give me
first
your
time
reference.
you'll be hearing as a Hindu, maybe from a Muslim, to correct you on the most basic fundamental thing. What is the
Please give me
difference
your
between?
reference.
Wait a minute. What is a Dalit?
Can you define varna and jati again and again?
I've already told you what jati is.
What is jati?
Jati means janam, birth.
No, jati does not mean janam.
Okay. I think this guy is so ignorant of the most basic things. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude to you, but you're just arrogant that you will even if you're standing in front of a Shankaracharya, you will probably be just as arrogant. I'm pretty sure.
No, I will not. I will see.
You will,
You
because
just
that's the
said
kind of
you're
person
going
you
to
are.
be the judge if you think they contradict the Vedas.
Okay.
I mean, you've said it yourself. It's not actually making out.
So
Okay, so this is the definition of jati, given by Shankaracharya Nishchalanand. Are you aware of him?
Yes, I am.
Okay, read it for me, please.
If you accept birth, then you have to accept jati too. Wait, it went up. Sorry. Jati means janma. Through birth only, jati will be realized, whether as a Brahmin or animal.
Okay. Do you remember earlier when I asked you, is Brahmin a jati, and you said no?
No, it's a varna.
See, I knew this guy would even argue against his Shankaracharyas.
Yeah.
Anyway, I can't. I don't have cure for your arrogance.
What is the beautiful thing about
I
Hinduism?
don't have a cure for your arrogance.
Go on, Smartass,
I
when he
doubt
asked
you're going to listen to me if you don't listen to your Shankaracharyas. But anyway,
Hashim,
no, wait. Before we go further, I want to complete that
there is
passage.
around the world.
Hold on. I want to complete the the chapter I brought earlier from Chandogya Upanishad. By the way, for your information, a Chandala is an outcast. He doesn't belong in the 4 categories which you consider as Varna, no problem. Okay? He's an outcast. Now, let me ask you something.
It is impossible to be outside of the 4 Varnas. So this is the reason why I'm telling you, Chandala is the Shudra.
Oh dear. You know, that's why these guys are, because they don't learn from their own scholars. So they make up their own things. Why do you think, hold on, why do you
He's
think...
redefined all the English words at whim. So why not do the same with his own language?
What does Krishna say in the Gita? He says Chatur Varna. He does not say 5 Varnas. He says 4 Varnas. So there's 4 Varnas of all
that's why I said they are outside the 4 categories of Varna.
It's
if you were
impossible to be
listening,
outside of the 4
you would have thought that. Now the question is, why
do you want me to give the reference?
Hold on. Before you give the reference, just finish the passage that we are reading. Okay? Here it is talking about a word-for-word explanation, again from a scholar on Hinduism. Okay? A casteless person means someone who doesn't belong to the 4 categories of caste, which is a Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra. So these people who are the Chandalas are even below the Shudras. They are outcasts, literally. That's why it's called a casteless person.
And whose commentary is this?
This is a scholar. I think his name is given at the top. Let me bring it up. Here it is. Swami.
So is this Lokeshwarananda? Okay, let's read the commentary.
Okay, so you can look him up, no problem. All right.
Yeah.
So now the question I'm asking you is this: why is this person, number 1, considered to be casteless? Number 2, associated with filthy animals like dogs and pigs?
Okay. Also, I reject the whole understanding of caste. First of all Hindus reject it. Correct.
No, I don't think all Hindus do. The scholars don't.
Yes, they do.
The scholars don't.
Caste is not an understanding in Hinduism.
Jati, I'm talking about Jati, not Varna. You keep misinterpreting Jati as Varna.
Hashim,
yes,
I'm telling you that Varna is what is there in Hinduism. Jati is not.
Jati, according to your scholars, is. I don't care what you say, you're not a scholar. That's for certain.
Oh, right. Okay. So according to some scholars within Islam, the
No. Don't try the whataboutery, please.
Yeah.
It doesn't work here. Whataboutery doesn't work. If you want to ask questions about Islam, I'll tell you what. Come next Thursday when we have an open Q&A, and you can ask about Islam. No problem. We don't run away from those questions. But right now, I've given you a reference from Shankaracharya, Nishchalanand, okay, and you disagreed with him, even though your knowledge is nowhere close to that guy's. Okay, he's one of the 4 Shankaracharyas, the top authority when it comes to your scriptures and your theology.
It's not even a difference of opinion or different. It's literally just disagreeing on the definitions, because this is what's been going on the whole time since you first joined. Is you make up your own definitions and gaslight people with them. You need to do something.
Hold on. You're saying gaslighting. I don't know if you even know what that means. But
let me reality denial. You know, like when you deny your own reality and then deny that you're denying reality, and then pretend that it's us that's causing the contradictions and all of this.
And you're the one who is ignorant.
What's been going on?
So
and then you change the definition and pretend it's the normal definitions, and back and forth. This has been textbook gaslighting.
Okay, before we get sidetracked, I really want to know the answer to my question. Why is a human being categorized along with dogs and pigs?
Okay, so based on our karma in this life, the body that we get in our next life is dependent on that karma. Now, it could be lower birds, essentially, right? So dogs, pigs, animals, birds, whatever it might be. And these are other janmas.
We're talking about a human being here, not animals.
Yeah, you can be born as an animal, or you can be born
It's saying basically the category, just like Brahmin, Kshatriya, and Vaishya, if you do good deeds in your past life, but if you do bad deed, you'll be born as a dog, a pig, or a casteless person. So the question to you is this: why is a human being categorized along with animals?
Again,
like dogs and pigs?
So you said you don't know the Sanskrit. I will read it for you because it doesn't say casteless, right? So what the Sanskrit says, Sukarayonim va Chandala Yonim Vad. So it's the word is Chandala. Chandala does not translate to casteless, right?
What does it translate to?
Shudra.
Shudra.
Yes.
So Chandal is equal to Shudra. Show me that from your Vedas or anywhere. Go on.
Go ahead.
I challenge you right now. Show me from any of your so-called, if you want to call it like your most authoritative work, where Chandala is equal to a Shudra.
Okay.
I love the way the translation is a different word in the same language, not a translation.
In fact, this guy is a scholar. The guy who translated this, he's a Swami, and this guy is even disagreeing with him. So he disagrees with the Shankaracharya's, disagrees with the learned Swami who knows Sanskrit. Okay. By the way, the question to you is, why is a human being categorized, even if it's a Shudra? Let's say for the sake of argument, why is a human being categorized along with dogs and pigs?
Because they're of lower births.
Okay, so you think any human being from the day is born is of a lower birth?
No, I don't actually.
Okay, that's what he's talking about.
Hold
Birth
on.
as a dog. Okay,
finish.
birth as a pig, and birth as a costless person, or birth as a, let's use the Sanskrit term, birth as a Chandala.
Okay, are you going to let me speak now?
Yeah.
Or are you going to interject when I speak?
You can talk.
Okay. So again, the way we have a conversation is you ask a question, you wait for my answer, not ask a question.
I think I know how it works. No need for condescension.
Yeah. Again, I have to explain it to you because you keep interrupting me.
You keep changing the topic. That's why.
I didn't change the topic.
You did.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So when I say a lower birth, it means in what reference? It means to attain spiritual progress. So the birth of some human beings is not as helpful for spiritual progress, such as when you're born into the family of a Shudra or a Chandala, because the family will be in certain circumstances where they're poverty stricken, where they're not able to do tasks which lead them towards spirituality. However, that doesn't mean it is lower on some form of hierarchy. It is lower in terms of the ability to have spiritual progress. That is what I meant by lower.
Okay, so you think a dog and a pig can have spiritual progress as well? By that definition?
A dog and a pig cannot have spiritual progress, and that's the reason why it's a lower birth. Whereas a human being can always...
But the Chandala is at the same level as a dog and a pig.
It's not at the same level.
It
Again,
does say that.
Let me finish again. So when you do bad karma, you can have certain births which do not allow you to even have any spiritual progress, or certain births, such as a Chandala, where spiritual progress is difficult but not impossible. So in a dog or a pig or any other type of birds, it is impossible to have spiritual progress. You're basically, having those birds to be able to get the fruits of your actions. Whereas in the human birth, and this is again from scripture, the human birth is said to be the most, it is the greatest and the most greatest of all births, right? So therefore, once you are attained in a human birth, even within human births, there's some families that you're born into that do not help you to be able to have progress in spirituality. And so there's some, and then there's some families that do. Now, in this case,
you're saying it's mainly because of poverty. Is that what you're saying?
Poverty, the type of
what if they were born? Imagine this: if they were born as Chandalas in a rich Chandala family.
There is no such thing. So Chandala means someone who is performing actions that are eschewed by society in general, such as crematories, cleaning toilets, and these type of things, right? So people that are at the absolute downtrodden of life, this is what we refer to as Chandala.
So you're saying
those families.
Let me get this right. You're telling me.
I'll finish up my point and I'll let you speak, Hashim. I promise. So what this is saying is that if you're born in such families, it will be difficult for progress. Absolutely, and that is the truth.
Okay, so you're saying anyone who is born as a lower birth.
When I say lower, I defined it very clearly.
You use the term lower birth.
Correct. I defined it very clearly as well.
Okay, so the low birth, from the day they are born, they're already categorized as low birth, yeah?
I've defined lower birth as
just
one
clarifying,
that is
man. No need to get
conducive to spiritual progress.
Yeah, so low birth means spiritually low. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. When you use the term spiritual law, can you elaborate on that?
Sure. So remember that we're all Brahman, and so therefore the point of human life is to realize our own true nature, which is Brahman itself. So spiritual progress is anything that allows us to realize this truth. So therefore, if I was to be able to realize this truth, there's 4 things that need to happen, right? 4 things. What are the 4 things? Your mind needs to be having a lot less thoughts than it does right now. Our minds are always running in 5,000 different directions. So the number of thoughts in the mind needs to go down. Then the type of thoughts that we have need to become more pure. We need to have good thoughts as opposed to bad thoughts. And then the next thing is the mind needs to be single pointed to be able to understand this truth. And finally, ignorance needs to be removed through knowledge. So these 4 things, which are helped by karma, bhakti, jnana, and yoga, or Raja Yoga, right? Raja Yoga and jnana. So these are the 4 different ways that the mind is able to be prepared so that realization can take place automatically. Now, for this to happen, you need to have certain conditions. Your mind needs to be able to contemplate on such spiritual topics. When your entire being is about getting food into your mouth.
Which spiritual topics are these?
Sorry?
You said spiritual topics. Which spiritual topics?
Yeah, just for you to be able to have spiritual progress, your mind first needs to get away from the material world, and your mind needs to be able to not worry about whether the food is coming from, whether you're going to be subjugated in the society, and so on and so forth, right? If you are not in a place where you're able to think about the higher, then that is going to impede your spiritual progress.
So who is subjugating them in the society, and why?
People are subjugating people in society, and that's obviously, that's the reality of this world.
Why are they being subjugated and not the Brahmins? Why the Chandalas are being subjugated, not the Brahmins? They both are human.
Well, I mean, they shouldn't be subjugated, but
no. But the question is, they are.
Yeah.
The question is, why is the Hindu society subjugating the Chandalas and not the Brahmins?
Hindu society. You think this is only Hindu society?
This is the Brahmin and Chandalas are within the Hindu society.
Okay. So
you won't find Brahmins and Chandalas in a Christian society or a Muslim society. So that's the reason I'm saying this is a problem within the Hindu
society. There's no toilet cleaners in the Muslim society?
No, I'm saying the Chandalas and Brahmins.
The Chandalas are toilet cleaners.
Oh, wait a minute. You're telling me the Chandalas, how many million Chandalas are there?
I don't have a.
In fact, the majority, if you ask any Hindu, they'll say the majority of the people in India are Shudras.
No.
No?
Shudra is one that is by guna and karma. So if most of the people in India right now.
You told me the Chandala was a Shudra.
That's correct.
Make up your mind.
Chandalas are Shudras.
So the majority are Shudras in India.
Why are they majority Shudras?
That's what the Hindus tell me.
That they're wrong.
Well, where did you get your stats from?
Where did you get yours from?
I just told you, the Hindus tell me this themselves. They have come here many times, and they say most of the people in India are Shudras. In fact, the Brahmins are not the majority.
The eponymous Hindus who is there a census poll that they've quoted for you?
You're the one who told me that the Chandalas are in a poor family, right? Earlier.
Mate, what I'm telling you is there's 4 varnas. These 4 varnas exist in all societies.
Oh dear, I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm saying your categorization of them, your somehow your understanding of what a Chandala is, number one, it is a Shudra, which it is not actually. It's lower than a Shudra. But then you're saying that they are being oppressed or something in the society. And this is obviously the Hindu society, the Hindu community, and we see this all the time in the newspapers. A Shudra has been killed or has been raped or has been oppressed because they were Shudra. So the reality is there. The facts are there. Okay, we are not disputing that. What we are saying is that once your own books like the Chandogya Upanishad categorize them along with dogs and pigs, then they will see them as lower birth, like the way you're doing. And I asked you, when it comes to spirituality, in fact, the reasons for them attaining spirituality, one of them you said is they're not worried about where the food is going to come from, which implies that they shouldn't be poor. Am I right?
No, I didn't say that at all. I said that they're worried about their basic needs, which are usually
which includes food, right?
Which includes food.
So I'm not saying
not worried
other
about
than
food.
what
I
he
said
did.
they will be worried
Okay,
about
so they need to be rich. Am I right then?
No, they need to have basic amenities. Basic necessities must be
Okay, I
fulfilled
think
for all of us.
if you ask me, most Shudras do have basic amenities.
Really?
Yes.
What, do you think that a Shudra
The
is
question,
someone
the question to
that
you is
born?
why
Do
are
you
they
think-
being oppressed within the
Hashim,
Hindu
here's
society?
here you and
even
I
today?
differ, right? Your understanding and what the Hindu understanding differs, right?
No.
A
My
Shudra
understanding
not
is based
born.
on the reality within the Hindu society, how they treat the Chandalas and the Dalits and the Shudras.
Do you want to understand society or do you want to understand Hinduism?
I want to understand reality.
Oh, okay.
Remember,
Well,
you
is
said that is the truth. So let's stick with the truth.
So again,
So do you acknowledge
to
that
understand
within the reality of the Hindu societies, specifically
again,
in
Hindu
India,
society are not a
specifically in
perfect
India, they
representation
do
of Hinduism.
oppress.
I'm here to
They
talk
do
about
oppress the
Hinduism.
Shudras and the Dalits. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Do you agree, Hashim?
Answer the question without asking a question, please.
You make up all the rules in this
I'm
channel.
not making up. I'm asking you a simple question. Do you agree or
so I
disagree
have
that,
to answer
the
your
Shudras
question
and
because you're
and-
making a straw man. So
no, I'm not
telling
making.
you
I'm
that-
asking you a question. How is a straw man?
Yeah,
in
I'm
fact,
telling you how it
in
is
fact,
as well.
there
I'm
are
telling you.
hundreds, there are scores of evidences, both from newspapers, from
I
videos.
do not deny that society has created evils. This societal evil
Based on your scriptures.
created by- No, it's not
Yes,
based on scriptures.
that's the reason the Chandalas are on the same category as a dog and a pig. Your explanation earlier, in fact, doesn't exclude, the different factors you gave. That doesn't exclude the Brahmins, the Kshatriyas, or the Vaishyas.
A lot
In
of
fact,
societies are
those
created now
factors
and
could
create
affect
evil.
any of those 4 categories that you have.
What again, I've explained this at least 5 times now. What family one is born in is the result of your karma in your previous birth. What you do with that birth is completely up to you. So therefore, if I'm born into a Shudra family and I pursue knowledge, I will become a Brahmin. Do you want a reference for that?
No, I don't want a reference for
You
that.
don't want a
What I
reference for that because
what
it
I want
doesn't,
is-
it
hold
doesn't
on.
follow your
No,
your
it does.
narrative.
Because I'm sticking to this passage which I quoted earlier,
You don't- it
which is
doesn't follow
purely
your-
based on karma.
Therefore, you don't want a reference for that. Okay.
Okay, hold on. Did I not say that we will speak about that later?
Yeah,
So
it's just
stop-
not relevant.
You-
Stop
you need
playing
to
victim.
stop
I'm
gaslighting
sorry, you
people,
cannot
please.
say I'm going to judge all of Hindu society, but then
No,
use
I didn't
one
say I'm going to
single-
judge all of Hindu societies.
you are.
I'm
You
talking
literally
about the
just-
ground reality within the Hindu society.
Yeah.
Because you have already
You
acknowledged.
are running right now. You're panicking.
What?
Give me a second, okay? You just stop panicking. Look,
Stop
you said,
trying to use petty debate bro tactics
Seriously,
to try and
you're
gain an
dumb.
edge, mate.
I think you really have been triggered now,
No,
and
I
that
have
is the
not been
reason
triggered.
you're using this kind of.
I don't actually get
You,
triggered.
you know, from someone who was having a good discussion so far, finally saying you're panicking. Where do you see
When
me
was that good
panicking?
discussion?
Hashim,
Maybe
when was
once
that?
again you're projecting your
I
own
am-
condition upon me, upon us.
I'm not able to be. You're number one. You make all the rules. I cannot ask.
I
you
did not make
questions.
the rules. I quoted the scholars for you. You're the
Hold
one who
on.
makes up rules. Show me. Okay, yeah. By the way, that
And
reminds me.
definition.
Show me where Chandalas are equal to the Shudras. Go on. You were going to show me that.
Go ahead. Hold on one second.
Who's panicking now? Who is running now?
I'm not running. Do you see me disconnecting?
Sorry. Do you see me disconnecting?
Yeah. Did you see me?
But you said I was panicking. So I'm using your own argument against you. Anyway,
Okay.
show us the definition from your trusted scriptures where
Sure.
a Chandala is equal to a Shudra.
I mean, while I'm doing that, I'm going to look that up right now, and
You can do only one thing at a time.
yeah. So
do that first. That is a priority. Then we discuss something else. No problem. By the way, there are people waiting in the back studio. I'm just aware of
you're
that.
welcome. You're welcome to talk to others. I mean, obviously.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. No, these are Muslims. Yeah, while you're finding that, I'll talk to somebody else. No problem. Defender of faith. I'm assuming you're not a Muslim.
Hey, Hashim.
Hey, how are you
Can
doing?
you guys
You
hear
right?
me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I spoke to you guys, I think, 2 weeks ago about.
Yeah, you're a Hindu, right?
No, I'm not. I'm from India, but not a believer.
What is your background?
Secular background. I think I spoke to you about that last time.
Yeah, I don't remember everyone's.
You'll be speaking to.
My memory is not that
I
good
understand.
anymore. I'm getting old, as you can see.
It's fine.
Okay, so you're not a Hindu, yeah?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just sorry, I've joined late. I'm at work.
No, that's fine.
But yeah, and I was just gonna mention to Will that no, Chandalas they're not Shudra. Like even
I know. This guy is so adamant, and he is ignorant about it. Yet he would argue. Trust me, if a Shankaracharya was sitting here and he was correcting him, this guy would argue with him.
Yeah,
because he's following.
I'm glad the Muslim and the secular non-Hindu agree.
Oh, are you jealous?
Look, mate, they agree with you as well. You literally said that you're going to be the judge of whether you think he's contradicting the Vedas and decide whether you're going to accept him or not. It's you are hanging yourself every time, and then
I'm not hanging anything. Hold on,
throwing your toys out the pram.
But Will, you have to look it up. I mean, I don't know why you are denying it. If you look it up as well, Chandala does not mean Shudra. The different things.
Different categories.
When there are different words, there's a
How many
reason for
varnas
it.
are there?
Like existence, consciousness, and truth are different words for a reason,
No,
and they're different.
They're all different words. Yes, I understand.
We'll get an education on the basics of these.
I think
Hashim, sorry, I was just going to say that Chandala. I think the definition of that time, just from my reading, is that someone outside the Vedic life, so the tribals or things that do not follow the Vedas at that time. But it is not Shudra. Shudra were people who were in the fold, but they were laborers.
Yeah.
That was the difference.
I want to know where Will gets his information from, because surely he's not only someone who's ignorant about this, but his truth and the truth of the Shankaracharyas are different. Earlier he said there's only one truth, and I kept telling him it is subjective consciousness.
Well, he also said there's one creator, and then the creator creates evil, and he says there's no good and bad, but then says types of thoughts that are more pure are good thoughts, not bad.
I don't know how many times he contradicted
so
himself.
It's just.
But anyway, let him find that. Okay, sorry, Defender of Faith, you wanted to discuss something?
I was just curious about the topic today, guys, because it was Shakti, but I just missed the start, so I was just wondering what you guys were doing.
Hold on, did this guy just reference Manusmriti, the book that he did not trust?
Hold on, I never said the Manusmriti is not something.
You just quoted Manusmriti 10:12.
I said that as long as it does not contradict the Vedas, it is something that we can take
So
as
how do you know it doesn't contradict the Vedas?
Will is the ultimate judge, and as soon as
I really want to know how would you know? Because the reference you gave to us is from Manusmriti. How would you know it doesn't contradict the Vedas? Because you didn't give us a reference from the
okay,
Vedas.
so let's read it, right? Let's read.
No. Wait. Before you read it, is there a definition of Chandala in the Vedas?
There isn't.
Okay, so how would you know it's contradictory or not?
So those areas that the Smritis expand upon, which do not consist within the Vedas, they can be taken as authoritative. Those
regardless of contradiction or not.
In this case, there is no contradiction.
Because you don't have a definition of it in the Vedas.
Correct.
Okay, so there you go. So there's no way you can say it's a contradiction. You'll have to take the word from the Manusmriti as it is.
Correct.
Okay, go on. From the Manusmriti, do you want to bring up the passage yourself and read it for us?
I've pasted it. So from a Shudra are born an Ayogyava, a Kshatri, and a Chandala, by females of the Vaishya, Kshatriya, and Brahmin Varnas. Again, these translations are terrible with the caste here, caste there.
I thought you knew Sanskrit. Why don't you just translate the Sanskrit for us?
I gave the Sanskrit in the other one, in the public one, actually. Anyway, these sons owe their origins to confusion of this caste. So basically, who are they born from? A Shudra. If one is born into a Shudra family, then they are a Shudra. Whether you have further categorizations within Chandala, Kshatriya, this, that, whatever.
No. That's not a definition of Chandala. I asked you to give me a definition of Chandala as being Shudra. You gave me a definition of Shudra.
I did not give you read the word. Can you read it?
You read it, because you said the term Chandala, is it mentioned there?
Yes, it is.
Good. Does it define what a Chandala is?
From a Shudra are born a Yogyava, a Chandala, by the females of Vaishya, Kshatriya, and Brahmin, castes respectively. So therefore, a Shudra,
I see. So if a Shudra marries a Brahmin,
correct,
then the offspring is a Chandala.
Right, but they're born into a Shudra family, right? Or
No.
a Brahmin
It
family.
didn't say born is a Shudra family. They're
Yeah,
categorized as Chandala. If they are Chandala, then that's what it is categorized as.
Yeah, but which family are they in?
They are not. They are outcasts. I told you already.
Yeah,
The category,
again,
the category
four
Chandala
varnas,
itself
my friend.
comes under this big. What do you say? Chandala is
Umbrella
a subset of the Dalits.
No, this is
Okay,
this
so
is
all
the
the
whole,
outcasts,
this
all the outcasts who don't belong in the four categories of the caste system are called Dalits, and this is what I've been telling you all along. And trust me, look, if you don't believe me, go and ask whoever is your guru. Take a third opinion if you want. Don't take my word for it. But right now, you're just going by the Manusmriti. By the way, when I asked you why they're categorized as amongst the animals, all you had to say is because they do certain work. Am I right? You went straight to the guna.
No, I didn't go to the guna.
Okay, so why are they categorized? Why are they categorized along with animals once again?
They're not. Oh my God, my friend! I told you that there are birds where you cannot make spiritual progress at all. That's the animals. And there are birds where spiritual progress is not impossible but difficult. That is the Shudra birds and the Chandala birds.
Why is it difficult? Why is that? Because you mentioned certain factors earlier, but I'm saying those factors could apply to any human.
Those families that are either in poverty or in basically in anything that impedes spiritual progress.
Okay, can Brahmins be born as in a poor family?
They can.
Okay, so that applies to the Brahmins as well. Next
then
factor.
They would not be considered Brahmins.
Next factor.
I'm
saying every factor that you gave us could apply to any of the four within the caste system. What you said.
Varnas.
No, the Varna is based on the guna. I'm saying from the day they are born, they already considered. They already considered as bad birth. That is exactly what the Chandogya Upanishad said. Why is it a bad birth from day one?
When you are born into a family and you're not pursuing the truth, which means Brahman, if you're not pursuing Brahman, then you cannot be considered a Brahmana. It doesn't matter what family
Hold on. Once again, you're shifting the goalpost. I asked you from day one, from the day they were born, they already categorized along with animals from the day they're born. So their jati is already as a casteless person, outcasts. And that's the reason the Hindu societies treated them as untouchables in history. This is well documented.
You keep jumping between Hinduism and you go back to Hindu society.
It is
what
a Hindu.
Do you want to run?
Hold on.
Okay, hold on. The Islamic
so you're saying a Hindu society doesn't follow Hinduism? Where are you getting this from?
Think everyone follows Hinduism the way?
No, I said a Hindu society, they follow Hinduism. I'm not saying everyone in the Hindu society is a Hindu, but majority of them follow Hinduism.
Yes, they do follow Hinduism.
There you go. And they follow their books, and when they see the Chandalas are categorized along with dogs and pigs, that's the reason they consider them to be basically untouchables.
There's a difference, Will, between being mistaken about something and about the definitions of words.
Yeah.
This is the difference.
Again, you keep going back, Hakeem, like it makes any relevance to the conversation about definitions.
Yeah, and definitions are important because the whole conversation has been about what the definition of Chandala and so on is.
Yeah, and I've been trying to tell you the definition of varnas and castes are completely different.
Okay, let's come to the varnas now. Come on. I said I'm going to give you a chance about that. So let's come. So now, look, we have one thing is certain. From the day you're born, you are categorized in a particular jati. I know you don't agree with that, but this is what your Sankracharyas say. So I would take the scholar's word against yours. I don't know your qualification. If you think you are a scholar, tell us your credentials and maybe we'll decide whether you are a scholar or not.
Again, my friend, you've given one single quotation from a Sankaracharya. I don't have a way to verify that that is his quotation, number one. Number two, I don't have the context that he said it in. So given that I have no other references, I'm going to look at that particular small little quotation that you've given, and I'm going to say, I don't agree with that. Now,
no, but you have already disagreed without doing that.
Well, I agree. I disagree.
That is your methodology. Without looking it up, right now you said the correct answer, but earlier you already disagreed.
I disagreed with that particular, whatever you've given to me, I disagreed with the words that are there. Now, what context is that in? I don't know. I will have to look it up.
Okay,
So
what?
So let's go to Varnas,
right? Listen, if somebody wants, let's say an English-speaking person wants to verify a certain definition, what source would you recommend to them?
If the dictionary.
Which dictionary?
Probably the Oxford's dictionary, maybe.
Okay, would you agree with Britannica?
Sure.
Okay, let's look it up then.
Look up what? Varna.
On Britannica, what the definition is.
Definition of what? Varna.
Bro, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
The definition of what?
Okay, once again, let me start from the beginning. Okay, because most people, including most Hindus, I would say about 99%, first and foremost, don't read their scriptures. Okay, the ones who do, the few who do, and the few who know Sanskrit. Okay, then that's fine. They can. I think even they have to look at dictionaries. Okay, but that's not a problem. In fact, I have no issues with that. They should do that if they don't know the words.
They should be looking at bhashyas, not dictionaries, right? The Sanskrit dictionary. So let me clarify this. Sanskrit is a unique language which is different to the way that other languages function. Every single word has multiple meanings. Now I know Arabic has the same, so you can understand where I'm coming from. Every word has multiple meanings which change in the way that they're used when used in a sentence, right? So the import of a particular verse is not going to be gotten by looking it up in a dictionary. And I think it is the same for Arabic. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
Bro,
So,
just tell me where they need to go. If somebody only speaks English, and if they want to interpret words within the Sanskrit, where would they go?
They need to look at the bhashyas, the commentaries of people on those verses, just like you go to tafsir.
In English?
Sure, but as long as the commentary is from a recognized acharya.
Okay, do you know any such book in English?
I mean, that's on which book particularly?
The one the one you recommended, is that in English?
Which one did I recommend?
Some bhasha something.
Bhashya just means commentary, my friend.
Yeah, so which one?
It depends on which book you want to look up the
Dude,
the
why are you being
commentary
so
of.
difficult? It's a simple question. If
Which
somebody
commentary?
only reads English and they
Yeah.
wanted to interpret, for example, the term chandala, where would you want them to refer to?
Sayana Bhashya.
Is that in English?
Yeah. Yes. I mean, no, the Sayana Bhashya is in Hindi.
Oh dear. Bro, do you
Hashim,
not understand
sorry.
simple English or what?
I just had to if I can just interject one thing. Well, I think from the Manusmriti there's a confusion because what that verse that you quoted, I think it's more about the mixture of castes.
Of
But
course.
when
That's what I told you.
but when it comes to the Upanishad, when the time when it was written, they didn't have this strict jati. Hashim, that's what I read. That historically they didn't have a strict jati system at the time. It was more fluid, so they looked more at the gunas and varnas. So but that verse that you've given from Manusmriti, that's wrong in this context. So Chandala at that time, I was just trying to say, is someone outside the Vedic, outside the
So
varnas.
then if the
So it would be
Vedas
considered
do not
Dalit
require-
today. A Dalit today would be considered would be part of the Chandala in that regard,
Hold on,
because they
hold-
are considered outside the Vedic life, outside the general
So,
varna
so
system.
does the Vedas define a Chandala?
The Upanishad does, yes, but not the Vedas specifically. I don't think
Well,
there's a word for
you
Chandala there.
clearly don't know what you're talking about. The Upanishads are part of the Vedas.
No, the Upanishads are commentaries. They don't have all the exact
Oh my
terms from the
God!
Vedas.
This
That's
is
true.
exact. See, this is Hashim. This is exactly why you don't listen to a non-Hindu about Hinduism.
No, hold on. First and foremost, you don't even listen to your scholars, a Hindu. So don't lecture us about not listening to someone.
You're
You're worse than us. You are a
the Upanishads
hypocrite
are a commentary
when you
on
don't even listen to the Hindus themselves. Okay?
Okay.
So please stop projecting your
I think his
understanding of
belief that
who
his
to listen
God
to
has
and
given
who
him a
not to listen to.
superiority complex.
I don't have
Exactly,
superiority
yeah.
complex. I'm actually very humble about what I know and what I don't know.
If you I think what you discussed here reflects the exact opposite of that.
Someone who says in reality their God also says he's
defender
very
of
humble.
faith.
Someone who can redefine all the words, and then when we don't accept it or point out the problem, mate, you're far from
Someone
humble.
that can define for you the Eastern understanding of those words, whereas I have to fit
No,
in
you
your
didn't, mate.
understandings.
You
Yeah, I did.
literally just said a bunch of words were all equal to each other, and then made a complete mess of it.
No, I did not.
And
I
you
actually gave
contradicted
you
yourself
specific.
left, right, and center.
Yeah.
And when you gave me a challenge and I met it, you just swiveled the
You
Hashim
still have
because
not
you
defined
knew.
existence. You
I
still have
did.
not done it.
I defined existence and
You
truth and
literally
truth.
have not defined existence.
I showed very clearly first order predicate logic
Okay,
that they are
so-
two
so-
different
so
things.
can anyone
and they are,
t-
what's this
repeat
about
what-
you talking over me? Oh, what a hypocrite! Yet
Fair
again,
enough, fair
I
enough. Okay,
defined
that was wrong.
I
clearly.
think let's
in
not go
first
there
order
again,
predicate
guys. Come on.
logic
We have
that
already done with
existence
that,
and
so let's
truth
move on.
are two different things.
Yeah,
and you
Hakeem,
could not
if-
accept
if,
it.
If I can, okay, let's just take a test, right? If a
No,
single person-
Will, hold on,
No,
hold on.
Will,
hold on.
you are incapable of rational thinking. You are incapable of truth.
you're making
You are
that- I'm
not going to go
self-contradictory
back
and you are
to the
gaslighting
discussion
me.
we
I'm
have
not
already
playing this
had.
game with you.
Sorry,
It went in
if
circles,
anyone
and I think we'll let the people judge based on the discussion between all of us here. So let's move on with what I promised you earlier with regards to the Varna. Okay.
Right.
Shall we assume you haven't found the meaning of Chandala yet?
There is no meaning of Chandala in the Upanishads
dear.
or in the Vedas.
So you're
And
saying the
I'm getting-
Upanishad has a word that you cannot even translate, is that right?
the Upanishads does not define Chandalas. It is defined in the Manusmriti.
It is not. The one that you gave does not define Chandala.
Yeah, you're wrong. Yeah.
It tells
It
you
tells
what
you
makes.
exactly.
It tells you how you become a Chandala. One of them is basically through your previous birth, which nobody knows actually. So I don't know how Hindus will say that you're born in a Chandala family, because nobody knows the previous
There
birth.
is no
of the
Chandala
dead.
family.
No?
there is Will. You self-quoted it when
What are you on about? There are Chandalas. Both the mother and father are Chandalas, so they'll be Chandala.
No,
So
also
Shudra-
Hashim, sorry, there's a mixed caste as well. So if a Shudra father marries a Brahmin mother, the child is known as a Chandala. That's a mixed caste term as well.
Yeah, that is
There's two
another
meanings.
way of
there's another way.
being
Yes.
a Chandala. I'm not saying it is not. I'm saying that is another way. But if both the parents are Chandala, the child will be a Chandala, will be a
If
casteless
bo-
person. But anyway, let's move on, because we need to really bring in the other callers in. Okay, so go on. What did you want to discuss about Varna?
Okay. Well, I think, as I say, how many Varnas are there?
How many Varnas? You're talking about what? Occupations?
What is the meaning of Varna?
Oh,
What
the
is word Varna?
four categories, the Brahmin, Kshatriya.
What does the word Varna mean?
Bro, just tell me what you wanted to say.
Okay.
Okay, I'll tell you what. You tell me what it is. Go on.
Okay, great. The word Varna literally translates to color, right? So there's 4 Varnas, Chatur Varna, 4 Varnas. Brahma,
Sorry, did you say what? Color?
Color, yes. Varna
Okay.
means color, okay? Now, what are these colors? These are gunas or afflictions of people. That's how the word Varna is used. So color, what are the colors that are available? They're essentially the gunas. What are the 3 gunas? Sattva, Raja, and Tamo gunas. Sattva guna is one that is of kindness, love, compassion, everything else, right? Raja guna is one that is of dynamism, action, conquest and whatnot, right? And then finally, Tamoguna is one of laziness, ignorance, and so on. So all of us have the 3 gunas, the 3 colors that make up each of us. Now, the way that we are mixed with these 3 different gunas make up the varnas that we are part of. The Brahmin varna is consisted of people that have the preponderance of sattva guna, which is the kindness, compassion, love, and so on. Now, if someone does not exhibit these gunas, then they cannot be called a brahmana, and so on. For the kshatriya, there's a dominance of rajoguna. For the vaishyas, there's a dominance of rajo plus tamas, and for shudra, there is a dominance of the tamoguna. So these 4 varnas, together with the karma that they do, determine one's varna in life. And this is exactly from the Gita. If you want, I can give you the reference.
Okay,
again.
so before you give the reference, let me just clarify one thing. So you're saying it is the work that they do that determines their varna, right?
I said 2 things: guna and work, karma.
Okay, so you including karma.
Correct.
So karma of what? Current life or previous life?
The actions that you perform in this life, as well as the gunas that you have, determine your varna.
Okay, so your definition is completely different to what the Upanishad's definition is.
That's exactly the same definition that
No,
Gita provides.
in the Upanishad, it was a previous karma of your previous life.
And in the Upanishad, it only tells you which family that you're born into. It doesn't tell you what varna that you have.
Okay, what are the varnas according to you?
Brahmanas, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Sudra. That's it.
Exactly the same.
Yeah. So therefore, those
wait a minute. Is exact
those are
same.
The only.
Hold on.
Those
Let me
are the
speak.
only
I'll let you
4.
speak.
Okay, go
Let you speak. Let me speak. Okay, so the 4 varnas according to you are the exact ones that were referenced in the Upanishads, right?
Correct, because there is no other 4.
Okay,
There's no
so your
other varnas.
definition of varna is your current guna and your current karma in your current life.
Which, so even in
And
that
can you
verse
just
that
agree or
quoted,
disagree?
I agree. Yes,
okay, good. So
I
let me then complete my sentence. Okay.
Okay.
So the same 4 categories, but the only factor which has changed here is you're talking about the karma in this life, whereas the Upanishads is talking about karma in the previous life. Am I right so
No,
far?
you're not. So which
How
family
am I
you're
not?
born? Okay, I'm explaining. The Chandogya Upanishad, in fact, this exact same verse that you've quoted, determines which family you're born into, right? So you're born into a Brahmana family, you're born into a Kshatriya family, Sudra family, whatever. But once you're born into whatever family, your varna is determined by your actions and gunas in this life.
No,
So
wait a minute.
the
Why did you
previous
use the
slide-
term family? You know, exactly, Islam Hakim was right about you. You just switch words to confuse people. Why did you call the Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Chandalas in that particular passage in Chandogya Upanishad? Why did you now categorize them as family?
What do you mean categorize them? You can read the verse itself. It
No,
says
no. Why
you're
did you
born
not use the term? Why did you not use the term varna for both?
Varna for who?
For the one
Varna.
For the one that you said is based on guna, and also for the one that's based on the previous karma.
Again,
Why
this
did
is
you use
not
the term
difficult,
family?
my friend. Okay, hold on. So when you're born, the varna that you have, if you want, okay, fine. I will concede that if you're born, when you're born, the varna that you have is the varna of your family. But later on, that can change based on your gunas and karma.
Finally, you agree. So your birth is called varna.
Yes, that's what I've been
It's
saying
by
the whole time.
birth.
It's varna, it's not jati.
It's by birth.
But it can change. Yes.
That wasn't the question.
Yeah.
You're playing these games again. All you do is you change the goalpost every time, and then you have to concede that you are wrong. In fact, this is the first time you have conceded you were wrong.
No, I didn't say I was wrong.
Remember, you remember earlier, you don't want a
concede he
Muslim
was
to
wrong,
tell
there was another
a Hindu
trick.
how to do. Now I've done exactly that. I've been
Mate,
telling
I
you
have-
all
I've
along. Wait a
conceded-
minute. You have been caught red-handed for the first time, because this
No,
time you
I have-
conceded that it is called varna. Based
I
on birth.
literally have been saying from the very beginning. Can anyone on the side chat, please? Have I not said it from the very beginning that it's varna, not
funny
jati?
clip.
But hold on, is it varna based on birth or not?
The varna that you're born into is based on birth. The varna
Thank you.
that you
Isn't that what I
continue
said
to have-
earlier?
Yeah, that's
No,
what he
no, that's
said,
not-
and then you called him an idiot, and you said, "Go on, smart ass, try and prove it." And you
Yeah,
went on a big
exactly.
long rant.
I know you guys tag team each other, right? Good cop, bad cop. I don't
You know, even when a non-Muslim comes here, whom we barely know, yes, you said, "Oh, you tag team."
Non-Muslim,
Stop playing the
non-Hindu, yeah.
victim all the time. Okay,
Mate,
you need to
come
admit
on.
when you're wrong. Be
You need
humble,
to
like you
admit-
said.
you need to
You're
admit
the
that
exact
you have-
opposite
you
of
have
humble.
basically-
When you have been corrected, you want to remain arrogant. You're the exact opposite of someone who is humble. You would
Hashim,
disagree
let me ask
with
you
the
one
Shankaracharya.
question.
In fact, you know why I brought up the Shankaracharya? Because of the term jati. You disagreed with the term jati as well.
Again, Hashim, can I ask you one simple question, right? Just one simple question. From the very beginning of this conversation, right? Have you said one's birth determines their jati, their caste? And I said repeatedly, again and again and again, varna, varna, varna. Did that happen or not?
Did I not? Okay, look here.
Don't answer.
Let me remind you. I'll answer your question, but let me remind you about one thing.
Don't reply.
Let me remind you about one thing. Did you not say that when you're born, you know, that's the reason you change the term to family?
He's not asking a question. He's rhetorically telling you something.
No. When I do that, you're like, oh, don't.
No, you're doing a different thing. You're asking. You are asking.
You have been called red-handed, man.
He's
Switching
only
words
using
again.
question phrasing to give a rhetorical
Answer
statement. Did
the
you not
question.
say X?
Okay, what is your
Real
question? I'm not scared to
It's
answer.
rhetorical.
Go on. What's your question?
Answer the question with an answer, not a question.
Go on.
From the beginning of this conversation, did you or did you not refer to the birth that one has as jati or caste? And I have said repeatedly, it is varna.
Okay, what was? Yes, I have used jati.
Okay,
I agree.
Thank you.
Let me answer the way I want. Will stop.
No. That's it.
What do you mean? That's it. No. You're not going to call the shots here.
Okay. Playing games.
Remember, you're the guest here. We are the host.
You
don't call the shots
I'm
here.
not going to have a conversation with both of you tag teaming.
No need to play the victim card all of a sudden when you have been cornered and caught red-handed for your arrogance.
Well, when I had you absolutely cornered, you just literally flipped to Hashim when you feel like it. So, you know.
Yes,
whatever.
Exactly. Okay. Anyway, look, Kevin. Let me tell you where you were wrong from the start. You kept saying that the varna was based on your gunas. Am I right? Did you not say that the varna is based on the gunas?
You're going to have to give me the ability to respond to Hakim.
Okay, I think we have had enough of you, so we will let you go. Okay.
All right.
But I think you should go and find out the meaning of the term chandala. It is not shudra. Number two, find out the meaning of the term jati. It is based on birth, which I've been telling you all along. You kept saying varna is based on your gunas. I said the term guna is not mentioned in any of those, any of the words in that passage I gave you from Chandogya Upanishad. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Good. That's exactly what I meant. But if you're using the term varna and the term jati interchangeably, I have no issues. But you didn't do that.
I don't use them interchangeably.
Exactly my point. For you, in order to determine a varna, is the vocation important for you or not?
The varna that you're born into is based on your previous karma. I'll say this one more time so that it's really, really clear. I hope it is super clear. I don't think this is really that difficult.
Okay, but I just want you to include the factor whether your
will.
gunas are required in order to determine your one-night birth or not.
Okay, great. I will answer it completely. Hopefully, I will be complete in my answer. The varna that you're born into is determined by your past actions alone. The gunas and the actions that you perform in this life determine whether you continue to stay in that varna or you go and change into a different varna.
Okay,
is this clear?
That's fine. It's clear. So now you're using the term jati and varna interchangeably. Am I right?
I'd never used the word jati.
Okay, because you don't know the meaning of it. That's the reason. But because it is called jati, in fact.
You can define it all you want, but there is not a single verse that defines it that way.
Well, you haven't provided a single verse which defines the term chandala. And at least I gave you a reference from a scholar, which you denied. You haven't given me anything. You, my friend, have not given me a single definition of the term varna or jati. Have you?
Varna? I can give you the definition.
Okay, go on. Give me the definition of varna.
Okay, give me a second.
You're going to bring up Bhagavad Gita, am I right?
To you, right?
Are you going to bring up Bhagavad Gita?
Give me a second.
Okay. By the way, just want to remind you of one more thing. You use the term lower birth for the chandala. Hence, they are born.
And I want to remind you that I've qualified that by saying that lower is only in the way that we think about spiritual progress. not in terms of ontological lower or higher. There's no hierarchy in human beings.
Okay,
We're all
but
the same.
That lower birth, by using that same definition of yours, can it apply to the Brahmin, the Kshatriya, and the Vaishya as well?
Absolutely.
Good. So then it's not only for the Chandala.
Correct.
Good. So now answer the question: why are the Brahmin, the Vaishyas, and the Kshatriyas?
I thought I was looking up the word Varna for you.
Yeah, not considered on the same level as a dog and a pig.
Because in those birds, it is easier to make spiritual progress, but it is still possible to go back down and not make spiritual progress. So,
Yes.
so the state of the world today, lots of so-called people that are born into Brahmin families engage in nothing to do with truth seeking or spirituality. They wouldn't be considered Brahmins.
That's fine. I got the point. So it's an equal playing field, whether it's a Chandala or a Brahmin. Am I right?
Correct.
Okay, then why is one at the same level as a dog and a pig, the Chandala, and not the Brahmin if the playing field is equal?
Are all people that are born in different families on the same equal playing field? No, they don't have the same ability.
The playing field is equal. You already conceded.
When I said playing field, okay, so when I say playing field, I mean that all people are
Spiritually,
equal
obviously.
in
Spiritual
quality.
playing field.
Spiritual playing field, everyone is capable of realizing the truth. Again, this I can quote you literally from the
No,
Gita.
I'm saying in that passage of Chandogya Upanishad, according to you, the spiritual, the playing field is the same regardless of your past karma.
No, they don't have different. Not
Okay, so
everyone.
then they are not equal then. Even based on your theology, they are not equal then. The Chandala is not equal to a Brahmin, a Kshatriya, or a Vaishya.
In terms of the ability for them to make spiritual progress, people have different situations that they're in. I mean, this is not very controversial at all, Hashim.
Yeah, but then it applies to all four of them. That's what I keep telling you.
That is correct. Absolutely,
So,
that is correct.
so either you agree the playing field is the same, or they are not.
So you're saying the economical situations of people?
No, I'm not talking about equality. I'm saying for the ability to attain spirituality, is the playing field the same for every child born in a Hindu family, regardless of their varna?
So let's look at
I
this.
can't be more clear than that.
Yeah.
We'll
so
clip
remember
it together when he previously said absolutely not. The playing field is different. It's harder for them.
Now he's making a U-turn. He does it every time. Have you noticed that, Islam?
No.
Every time he's cornered, he makes a U-turn, and then he substitutes a different word as if we won't catch him out. We did every time. I don't know if you noticed that. I'm glad this is being recorded, and people can make their own judgment.
They certainly can, and I think people are making their own judgments.
They will. They will when they find out that Shudra is not equal to Chandalas.
Let me clarify this, right? So when a person is born, they're born into a particular family, and that family can determine their varna at that stage. But as they grow older, the things that they do with their circumstances determine their varna. Then at the time that they get married and have children, that varna now probably is different from the varna that they're born in. And so therefore now, if let's say at the time that someone has a child, that person could, let's say, be a Shudra now, right? Again, so that what that means is they're now in a state where their parents are not helpful for spiritual
Dude, you're waffling.
progress.
You're not answering the question. You're waffling now.
I've given you an exact...
Okay, what is my question? Let's see if you understood my question. What's my question?
Are they all on equal playing field for
Who is the all?
All four varnas.
Okay, and what is your answer to that?
They are all capable of spiritual progress, but they are coming from different places.
No, hold on. If they are all equally, they have the equal opportunity to make spiritual progress,
but their starting positions are different.
Hold on, let me finish. Or spiritual decline. Am I right? Is that what you're saying?
So it's kind of like, let's say if you think about a race, right? The Brahmins are starting at a forward place, than the Shudras, but all of them can make a progress because they all can run, and their ability to run is the same, but they all have different starting positions.
Oh, wait a minute. So why is a Brahmin having a different starting position?
Because their
than
families
Chandala?
already are in that particular. So again, remember, I define the Brahmin family as one that is already pursuing spirituality.
Not necessarily. You know that. In reality, that's not the case. In
I'm
fact,
telling
you are the one who just said some Brahmins don't care about religion. They're just wasting their time.
I don't
on it.
consider them as Brahmins.
Oh, wait a minute. So it's not based on birth then?
Correct. That's what I've been saying the whole time.
So you're saying the Varna that you talked about,
the Varna that you're born in and the Varna that you can have later on might not be the same.
No, but I'm asking, from the Varna you're born in, why would someone have a different, why does the Hindu theology discriminate from birth by giving them different starting positions?
Because of the karma that they did in their past life.
Okay, so it's not equal playing field then?
They have different starting positions.
It's not equal playing field then?
They have the same ability to make progress.
No,
but they
it's
have
not
different
equal. You know what I mean by
in
equal
that
playing
case,
field?
the
If the
scripture
starting
has
point is
nothing to do
different,
with making
then it's not equal
progress.
playing field. Admit it, man. Come on.
Like, it's even worse than that, because he's now said that the scripture has nothing to do with you
guy's
making
so
progress, because the
difficult.
Brahmins have access to the scripture much more than the other ones do.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
Again,
so
I
what,
mean,
does that
imagine-
mean the scripture's useless to make spiritual progress? That's, oh man, this is getting real bad.
Is a Brahmin,
It is exactly what I've been telling all along, that in the Chandogya Upanishad, it shows the caste discrimination from birth, which you just admitted now without even realizing it, by saying that they have different starting positions. So it's a discrimination from the day you're born.
And that was the point all along.
Okay, anyway, Will, I think we gave you enough time. We're just going around in circles, but it was interesting speaking with you, even though a bit difficult. But thanks for your patience, and hope to see you again.
I think the feeling's mutual, guys. And Hakeem, no hard feelings, mate. But look, I've enjoyed the conversation, and whether you think that I know what I'm talking about, it's probably irrelevant. But I appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, thanks, mate. Take care. Bye bye. Alhamdulillah.
Hey guys, I don't know why he was denying that one, because like, I mean, I think I talked to you guys about this 2 weeks ago, and I also trying to explain that it was the family situation with that verse that you're talking about, and then that's what it determines. But yeah, it was.
One thing I'm really confident about the discrimination in the Hindu societies is the caste system. In fact, they can never get around it. Doesn't matter how intelligent they are. They will eventually have to admit that there is discrimination from birth, from day one. They will have to. Doesn't matter how intelligent you think you are. And that is the reason someone as intelligent as B.R. Ambedkar, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who has a PhD and who is well versed with the Hindu scriptures and so on. I mean, even he had to change his religion because of the caste system. He went from Hinduism to Buddhism. And there are many like that. In fact, all of them will disagree that, will agree that caste system or discriminating from birth is wrong. They will all disagree. But in reality, they all have to practice it because it's so well intertwined within their religion. You cannot separate caste system without removing Hinduism completely.
And
it's
this
so
is,
well intertwined.
It is, and what fascinates me is when you zoom out and look at the bigger picture, right? Your previous karma means you were different then than you are now. Again, this is the reality depending on this duality. You can't have non-duality and have any of the stuff that's been discussed. Like it doesn't fit together. But if you're in a world where 5 different words have the same starting definition but cannot be used interchangeably, and you're lost.
I like the way he changed the term to family at the end.
He had to, because that was the correct. That actually was the definition of the word. So he had to fall back to that, because that's what
you have to,
means. Yeah. Because thanks to you guys, actually, when I had a conversation, I really looked into the caste system more deeply, and I have to admit that there are problems, and that's something I think as an Indian and we have to fix it. We still haven't fixed it. It's still a big problem.
Bro, you can't fix it. That's the thing. That's the reason B.R. Ambedkar gave up on his religion. Because if it could be fixed, then he would have actually made efforts for it. I think he did, and he eventually realized it's not something that's fixable unless you remove Hinduism itself. Because, like I said, from the day you're born, you cannot be a Hindu without attributing a particular jati to you can't. That's the reason this new converts, like the Europeans that we spoke to, this Ukrainian guy at Speaker's Corner, he was given the caste of a Chandala.
Yes, I saw that.
You know how he
translated
it? He translated it from his guru as a dog eater.
Yeah, I remember that. Oh, that was I think your video is viral on that one because that's why I saw that first time. I was like, what is he saying?
Yeah. No, but that's exactly what they're taught by their gurus. So this Ukrainian guy actually went to India. He sat in the ashrams at the feet of the scholars, and like in the traditional way where the teacher teaches the student, he learned it that way. And they have to give him a caste. You can't be a Hindu without a caste.
Yeah, and you got to think as well, like how are you going to have cycles of karma at all, without there being some kind of impact from your previous life? This is again why Islam's very different. You're born with a blank slate. You have a test, and then the test is done.
True.
That this is befitting of the Creator God, for whom the test is not for him to find out, it's for him to evidence who you are, so to make his justice manifest. Whereas this whole without the caste system, there's no real sense to any of this cycles of rebirth and everything else like this. And then, or rather, it ends up becoming more almost like Baha'ism or something like that. It just becomes a different belief system.
Yeah.
I just had to ask you guys in regards to this one, what your view is, because I've been reading a bit more about how this is justified by the Hindu faith. It's that they also say that your past karmas basically are in a way your destiny in this life as well. So some of your past karma would create, as we could say, in normal terms, like some factors that will be your destiny, but then also your current karma of this life would then be your free will. So what do you guys think of that? Like, I mean, if I'm not trying to do whataboutism, but just if we look at it from Islamic way as well, like, when we're told that you're born into a family, it's a test from God, from Allah, test from Allah, and those are the things that Allah's given. But I just want to clarify. Yeah,
there's a difference between your destiny and the caste system. The caste system is something that you're given from the day you're born. You're given a caste, a jati, from the day you're born. And this Varna thing, which basically means based on your vocation and so on, I think this is more of a later interpretation. But regardless of that, your destiny you will never know.
Yeah, I think that the point to clarify here really is that in Islam there's no superiority of black over white and so on and so forth. So we're very averse to the prejudice labeling. It's the one's character and people are only superior in terms of their iman, and that's only known to Allah. We very much sort of resist and don't really have this sort of a label that's to be used by society with regard to what your destiny is. So it's not something where we can judge, and that's sort of the real difference with this caste thing. So yes, Allah knows what we're destined to do. We do still have freedom of choice, but he knows what choices we're going to make.
Yeah.
And we also distinguish carefully between sort of freedom of intentions and freedom of will in terms of your actual actions that occur. Like what actions occur are only what Allah permits. So does that answer your question, or is that just a sort of scattershot and we need to pick it apart a bit?
Oh, no, that's fine. Yeah, I was only just giving my view that this is something else that I read, that the philosophy is that the past karma kind of just in reference to the Chandogya Upanishad that you quote, Hashim, is that kind of just is setting up your destiny, you could say, or some factors that will be predetermined by your past karma, and then this life would give you a chance to
So that's a big difference, obviously, is that we believe we were created as souls long before we were put in our bodies, but there was no sort of sins and stuff we don't know about from past life or anything. We're blank slate from the start, and then you only really sort of accrue sins once you reach the age of majority.
And even this notion that your karma is your current jati, or one, if you want to call it, I don't know. I prefer the term jati, based on your previous birth, is still unjust. Because the question is, why would a person be categorized as someone of a lower birth or of a dog or equal to a dog or a pig at the same level if they don't know what they did in the past life.
But then, wouldn't that be also the test, Hashim? Like, I mean, for example, if we say that, like, you're born into a poor family, you're born with some issues, even as a Muslim, let's say, or Christian,
A
whatever,
better analogy
test,
as a
right?
Muslim would be me. I was born into an atheist family, so in a
Yes.
sense, I had a disadvantage spiritually in terms of
Yes.
reaching Allah. However, it's a bit. So on the surface, it looks like a good. Well, it is a good analogy for it. On the surface, it looks like disadvantage. But the thing is, some people, might be born into it in a sense. They've got a kind of head start, but actually, they might then sort of look at the grass as greener on the other side, and that'd be a really big temptation for them. So the way we see it is Allah knows where best to put people. So he puts people where they will reach their optimum, whatever their optimum is, and the end result will be this manifest evidence, essentially, for what kind of person you are, and whether or not there could be a role for you in Jannah.
In fact, Allah gives hidayah, gives guidance to people who are sincere and who seek the truth. So this is not something like they are given they are at a disadvantage. And in Islam, your afterlife is determined in the state you die upon. So it's not the state you're born in or that you went through life with. It is a state in which you die at the end. So someone could be born a Muslim, very pious all their life. Towards the end of that life, they reject God, they become atheists, and they die upon shirk. Okay, so Allah will determine your Allah will guide you based on how you lead your life, and that is the free will you have been given. So it's not like Allah has made the choice for you. Ultimately, it is you who make the choice of obedience or disobedience, of doing good things or sinning. So this choice is always yours. Otherwise, why would Allah hold you accountable? The reason for that is because you're the one who is making that ultimate choice, and then Allah makes that reality for you. So for example, if you're going towards good, then Allah will make that path easy for you. If you're going towards bad, Allah will give you several opportunities, will give you several signs, will give you several reasons to attain belief in Allah, for example, to give you guidance, give you hidayah. But you keep rejecting it every time. Yes? But certain people, they would accept it. When they see a few signs, they'll say yes. Like, for example, Brother Islam Hakim, I know he's had a long journey in this, but ultimately he put he put forward and he said, okay, Islam is the way for me. MashaAllah, his name is also Islam. So you see, these opportunities came many times in his life. I'm sure he's rejected many times, but ultimately he submitted to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But there are certain individuals, they will forever remain arrogant, forever continue rejecting the signs they're given.
There's there's a really interesting little detail in there, though, because through certain kinds of arrogance that leads to justifying certain kind of games, you can avoid allowing the understanding of the guidance to actually land. You can you can imagine like a heat-seeking missile coming for you, and you're launching the chaff out and trying to throw it off because you don't want it to land. And there's all these different games you can see being played. I recognize because I used to play them, not knowing what I was doing. And these do all come back. They're almost like a measure of arrogance. And if that's all put to the side and the message clearly lands of who Allah is, what Islam's core is, who Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was, what the framework is, what the evidence is, and so on, then you will follow it. This is the thing. But does it clearly land? I really don't think I've ever seen, and I'm not sure how it would even work if it actually really clearly lands and someone still accepts it, someone still rejects it. I understand those people are supposed to exist somewhere, I've still still yet to find them. But we do know from Quran that such people do exist, and
yeah, that's true.
yeah.
And those people, who are continually, rejecting the signs from Allah, the opportunities given to you, then Allah will eventually make that path for them easy as well. So they will continue doing the bad or the route that they have selected now, and Allah will make that path easy for them. So you see, ultimately, it's your choice. It's not something that's been determined for you, predetermined for you. But Allah knows everything. Yes, what choices you're going to make, where you're going to fail, what opportunities you rejected. Because Allah, in fact, in the Quran says that He will not punish you until He has sent a messenger to you.
So,
okay? And the message comes in different forms. Yeah.
Well, one way of sort of clarifying what I was saying sort of more succinctly in this is an external observer, especially a Muslim external observer, watching me and Kareem have our discussions, would be able to count over 100 times hundreds of times where I rejected Allah and rejected the message of Islam. But in my head, by the time it had got to my head, by the time I'd understood it, I was rejecting something slightly different. I rejected a lot of false concepts, a lot of misrepresentations, but the misrepresentations were being generated in my head from my perspective because of the way I'd been taught, and the sort of ego and arrogance and other things like that made me hold on to the ways I'd been taught, and letting go of it allowed me to see other ways better. So yeah, it's very, very interesting journey.
It is interesting.
Yeah, I still have to see your video, Islam. I think there's a video of how you came to Islam, so I was gonna just watch that. And
that was on Dawah. Was it a couple of weeks ago? Yeah.
There's a massive version on Dots Connected, which is probably unwatchably long, and then there's this one on Dawah, which is much better because that was kind of like a second attempt. But we still didn't actually finish the last couple of slides. We mostly went on how I left atheism and a lot of interesting discussions on science and enlightenment philosophy and things like that, and sort of the setup. But we didn't actually do the last bit. So, but it's good. Yeah, why not? Give it a watch if you want.
Yeah, for sure. I'm a fan of. I've mentioned as well. If you remember, Hashim, I was a fan of you. That's why I've joined. That's why I just wanted to have these discussions and just get a chance.
So when are you taking the Shahada, man?
Let me just say, inshallah, soon.
Don't delay. Remember, procrastination is from the shaitan. Don't give in to him. But if you have been given the opportunities, if you've been given the signs, then whatever is delaying you is basically from the shaitan. He obviously wants to drag you along with him to Jahannam, and that's the last place anybody wants to be. You don't want your enemies to be there either. So anyway, I think if you have found most of the truth, and there's always something that you'll have to research and do anyway. That is something which even we as born Muslims have been doing all our lives. Education is from the cradle to the grave, as they say. So the main thing is the fundamentals. Do you believe in a God or you don't?
I do. I do believe in a God. I think that's why I'm here because I'm just trying to find.
And do you believe that God is one, unique, and He doesn't have any other partners or any other associates or anything?
I believe, that makes sense to me. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to kind of search. But one thing I just want to ask, guys, was that what was the topic today? I just missed what the topic that was in there. I was just curious about that because I was just wondering because when I log in and
it's on the screen now.
Yeah.
It's basically about the feminine
Shakti.
force or Shakti behind the Hindu gods, because just like you have the Trimurti, there's a Tridevi as well. So each of those gods within the Trimurti is associated with their feminine force in the Tridevi, and how different sects within Hinduism contradict each other. For example, the Shaktas who believe in the goddess Shakti as the supreme goddess, according to the Puranas, for example, Devi Bhagavatam, it considers these gods, the Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, as being subordinate to her, and in fact, she's the one who created them.
Yes, it's a funny thing, Hashma. I don't know if you. I did find out you're also from Indian background, so I don't know if you've come across this. Many Indian TV shows, they would first show a show about Shiv, and then he would be the supreme, and then there'll be another TV show that'll come like the next year, and there'll be Shakti would be the supreme, and you'll
Yes.
see like Shiv, and that'll be so confusing. I'm like, how did this just change? This is a bit odd.
Yeah.
Why are they
How
doing
does
this?
one have multiple maximal beings? Hang on. Surely there can only be one that is more than all the others.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
So most of the
Thank you.
sects, they believe in one supreme God.
Yes.
Except for the smarters who believe in 5 supreme gods who are equally God.
Hmm.
But then, yeah, like I said, there's a lot of contradiction because they somehow respect the other gods as well, being equally God, even though they consider maybe Shiva as the supreme God, but they say, oh, Vishnu is also God. It's okay. Let's all live in harmony. But in reality,
Confrontation avoidance, yeah.
it's never harmony. It's always
Yeah.
opposition. And you see this in the scriptures itself.
Hmm.
Because like Devi Bhagavatam, because they belong to a different sect, they will speak badly about the gods in the other sect. Same thing, like the Mohini and the Shiva story. This is from the Vaishnavites. They have reduced not only Vishnu to a female goddess like Mohini, but Shiva basically lusting after her.
But that's also symbolism, right, Hashim? Like if I have to be honest, it's also symbolism about consciousness.
What does the
being-
symbolism signify? What is the lesson you get from that? How can God get aroused and ejaculate looking at a female naked form? Come on.
The symbolism is just that consciousness can. I mean, no, sorry, not conscious. The right word would be that strict asceticism can also be distracted by the Maya of this world. So that's
That's exactly the point. If this person is like the Mahayogi, he's the one who is who is like the top yogi who knows how to control his will and everything. So if he is the one who gets aroused and ejaculates seeing a naked woman, which is basically like a human trait, isn't it? This is the weakness of human beings.
It
What
kind
is
of makes it,
when you equate that symbolism of a normal human being with that of a god, regardless of whether he's a semi-god, demigod, still a god, right?
there's a subtle implication here that the method doesn't work, because even when you reach that supreme level,
yeah,
it still doesn't work. It doesn't do what it's supposed to, what it says on the tin. So
Yeah, I agree, Sam. I think, but for some reason, we've just been conditioned that look at this, that look, if someone even at that level is distracted, then even you can be distracted. So you need to work hard not to be. It's like that kind of a odd
And that's exactly the point I'm
cultural
making.
thing. Yeah,
and that's why I think the problem comes.
Yeah, it's equating a god to a normal human weaknesses.
Yeah, because so for example, we don't of course we look up to God in appropriate ways, but we can't compare ourselves to him, so we can't use him as a standard to try and reach. So we have the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, so his his character and his actions will always be better than ours, yet he can have flaws, but he is the best of all humans as far as we're concerned. So that's something that's sort of understandable and attainable. And then as you approach that ideal, like stuff works more and more, the idea works more and more together. Whereas in that other story, it's like doesn't matter if you get to this ideal, still the same. It doesn't work. You don't do this. You don't transcend these desires anyway, and so you're always going to be even worse. And so it's like the opposite. Instead of developing, it's pushing you back from development. It's very I need a less pejorative word than dysfunctional. If you can offer me one, I'll use it.
Yeah, I get what you mean, Islam, because that's something that I was just being fair that they talk about this being a symbolism, but it's just the end of it just doesn't make sense to me. Just like you explained, is that if even Shiva, for example, is being tempted by Maya, then we're just humans. What's going to happen to us?
And by the way, it wasn't symbolic because the union of Mohini and Shiva gave rise to Ayappa, who is considered a god in the south of India.
Yes, that
so
is
it's not
true.
symbolic; it's literal for them.
Yeah, I think that's the apologetic defense of these stories. That's the only way that you can.
That shows the contradiction between the main
you did your best. You did
I did my best.
Give me that.
Yeah.
One thing I did want to say before I forget is it relates to something you said before about your sort of studying and searching regarding the questions Hashim was asking on the nature of God. So I've got like something like 40 odd books on thermodynamics, right? From engineering style stuff to like the foundations, the mathematical physics approach, and system mechanics and quantum craziness and stuff.
Yes.
Like, but if you start with the basics of thermodynamics, start with the basic laws and how the basic ideas go together.
Sorry,
we lost you, Islam Hakim. Your audio.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear.
Okay. So if you start with the basic laws,
it's still not good.
Oh
it's
man,
it's better now. Yeah, that was
you need to come closer. That means.
No, I think it's just if I move, the bit rate disappears, so I'll just stay very still. So if you start with the basic laws of thermodynamics and you start with the basic concepts, closed systems and temperature and pressure and volume and this sort of stuff, you get a basic decent understanding and things can develop and progress from there. But you wouldn't want to have to study and do all the exercises in all 40 books and go all the way to PhD level research in it before you say, okay, this stuff works. In fact, that would be logically impossible. You have to have already thought, okay, this stuff works and it makes sense in order to dedicate enough time to learn it to those higher levels to get that deeper understanding. So if you set yourself the goal of saying, I'm not really going to see if I'm into thermodynamics or not, or if it works for me until I've studied all of it, everything there is to learn, then you'd never, it's a set up to fail goal. So with that analogy,
I get it.
I had this this thought, this very, very exact same thought myself, because I came through studying physics. And it was an interesting conversation I had with Kareem. Was like, because I sort of wanted to learn, I wanted to understand the whole Quran, I wanted to understand the whole Sirah, I wanted to know all the objections from all the sides, I wanted to know all the different schools of thought, basically like PhD in Hadith sciences before I take that step of the Shahada. And it's actually absurd, but it was something managed to make it make sense to me for a little while. And then when I thought about, would I apply that anywhere else in my life or for anything else, would it even make sense? That's when it cracked for me.
No, but that's the commendable part, I would say, Islam, because at least for you have that conviction now, because you can confidently, like you just told me, that I've done the research, I've done the work.
No, but I'm nowhere near having done all the Hadith sciences and everything. This is kind of my point, was I've done what I can. I've done lots of work, but if I'd set myself the goal of already being a scholar level in Hadith sciences and said I'm not going to accept any Hadith until I'm all the way up there, or scholar level in tafsir, be my own mufassirun before I can read and understand something from the Quran, it's setting up an impossible goal, because you have to already. The reason being, I think, is believing that it works, and believing in the thermodynamics case, believing that it works is critical to be able to continue studying it. In the case of Islam, believing in Allah unlocks is like. In the case of Islam, believing in Allah and Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is like the key that decrypts everything else. You then get access to understand the rest of it. So that's kind of the key thing there.
Yeah, maybe you should read up on the seerah of Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
Is that I think there's
biography?
The biography, yeah. Is it Ibn Ishaq? Ibn Ishaq, is that?
No, that's pretty old. I'm pretty sure that. I think if you look at maybe the Seal Nectar, that's a good start by Mubarak Puri.
Yeah, it's an off-recommended one. I didn't personally find it like the easiest to read, and I've got quite a few series. So they all have their different pros and cons.
Yep. Yeah, because I've heard of Ibn Ishaq like being very one of the famous ones, but I'm wrong, I guess. Yeah. That's
okay. Yeah. Hopefully you'll take your shahada soon, man. Yeah.
Inshallah. That's all I'll say. But
make sure you let us know.
You got my email address as well?
No, I do not. Would love to get that though.
I can stick it on screen because I just thought if you some people end up sort of like keeping a list of like the main sort of things, the main sort of questions or doubts or something, and it might just be stuff that I've already just exactly that one already.
Which one you're recommending, Martin Links?
No, I was saying if he has,
which surah would you recommend?
Which would I recommend? I've got one that's called Ashifa. It's a 2-volume set. I can't remember the author.
Okay.
Sure.
Your audio's gone again.
Yeah, your audio's.
Whose audio's gone? Islam Hakim's or?
Yeah,
Islam's, yeah.
Mine.
Right, so that's his email. If you can take a screenshot.
Yes, I have got that. Thank you. Thank you.
We'll
guys.
just compare notes, see if you if your things holding you back anything like the ones I had.
Yeah,
so
no, for
what's
sure.
holding you back? What are the 3 things holding you back? Maybe you can discuss this next time.
I think in the sense of holding back, it's definitely not the theology of believing in God and things like that. I would say it's just maybe studying the faith a bit more, and just would like to study the faith a bit more. That's all. And I just want to say, once you also have seen a lot of your videos on Speaker's Corner, you do a really good job with debating. I've learned a lot from you guys when it comes to debating. So that's one thing I can definitely say. That appreciate the content you guys put out.
Yeah. Well, are you based in India? Where are you based?
I'm based in New Zealand.
Oh yes, that's right.
Yes,
okay.
Yes. So
all right, hopefully you'll keep in touch with Brother Islam Hakim to polish out those few things that you want to probably learn or understand. But as I said, do not procrastinate. Once you have realized the truth, inshallah, take the step forward, take the shahada, and you can continue your research, your studies. In fact, once you become a Muslim and then you continue your research, everything you'll get rewarded for, every step, every single line, every word you read, it'll be considered as hasanat, as a blessing in your scales. So do bear that in mind.
Yeah,
thank you.
It's like trying to navigate through a woods with a blindfold or without the blindfold. You're going to get further and find more food which way.
Yeah.
Yes. No. I hope I'm in that list of. There's a, correct me if I'm wrong, the Quran verse that Allah guides whom He wills. I hope I'm in that list then. Yeah.
Remember, the choice is still yours, so you have to take the step.
He guides who He wills, and you can ask Him. So if you think about Allah just as the God, which agree that there's one of them, then ask the God for guidance. Ask Him, say, if I got a blindfold on, please take it off. Whichever way sort of feels comfortable, natural to you, and that way you can't go wrong, right?
Yeah, no, for sure.
That's a good analogy, actually. Nice.
Yeah, that's a good analogy. But no, thank you guys. I know there's a lot of people waiting who probably want to discuss as well. Thanks a lot.
All right,
guys.
take care.
Talk to you later.
Okay, bye-bye. Right, may Allah give him hidayah.
Ameen.
Guidance, yeah. Right, if anybody's wondering. So we got a Robert. I don't know if he's a Muslim or non-Muslim. Robert?
Don't speak English, Mike, and offer you anything this morning.
You have that overlay.
It's got a connections problem or something. I don't know what that is.
I think he might have just gone and not realized something's playing in the background.
Yeah, possibly. Based Unitarian. He's a Christian.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
What are you doing in a stream about Hinduism?
I don't know.
Well, to
Well,
be
you
fair,
do know, because it's a stream on Hinduism.
No, if he was a Trinitarian Christian, it would actually make sense. But a Unitarian Christian, I don't know why.
That maybe he's come here to declare his shahada.
Ah,
I mean,
inshallah.
I am very interested in Islam.
Okay. Good stuff.
Yeah. So what's stopping you from becoming Muslim? Do you know to share with us your 3 obstacles?
Not necessarily an obstacle. I'm just like studying the faith more.
Right. So let's start with Ashhadu.
So let's just make it very, very simple. I mean, if you're studying it, so you understand the concept of God in Islam, in which God is one and only, unique, absolute, self-sufficient, independent. There is no lineage or there's no parentage, and there's no likeness whatsoever.
Yes.
Yeah. And does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the concept of God that we have in a nutshell in terms of what we consider God to be, the necessary being who has the most perfect attributes, which are absolute and any devoid of any imperfections or deficiencies. The next thing is this creator God has sent human beings throughout times as prophets and messengers to guide the people back, giving the same message why they are created, the reason and the purpose of their creation. And this is what you hear as Christian or a Jew in terms of the prophets and messengers that's been sent in the Bible. But we also believe that it's not just restricted to the biblical time and place, because God is just and merciful, and he sends prophets and messengers to all nations at all times, because that's how he demonstrates his justice and his mercy. He can't just let people go astray and then punish them, because he tells us in the Quran that he doesn't punish a nation or a community unless he sends them a messenger, and every nation, every community had a messenger. So that means the message that God has sent has always been the same, consistent, coherent, and throughout times this is something that God demonstrated his
Yes.
justice. This is something that you would agree with, right?
Yes.
Right. So one of those prophets and messengers had been Abraham, that you
Yes.
know.
Yes.
One of them had been Noah, Moses, Jesus. But in line with all of these prophets, there came another messenger who happens to be the last and the final. So that's the distinction and difference between, say, the biblical prophets that you know of with Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam being the final messenger from the same God with the final message, given the final revelation called the Quran. So the Quran is distinct from the revelations that you're familiar with, in which we believe they were given to specific communities in the past for their time and their utility, only for them, only for their use and their utility. But with the final messenger, the Quran is being sent as a universal guide, meaning the guidance that comes with this Quran is for all people at all times. So the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is not a prophet of the Arabs, but he is a prophet for all the world, all the creation, right? He is the mercy to all the creation, not just mankind. Now, this is something that a Christian, if you are one, is having some issues of accepting, because if you accept him, then you are no longer living as a non-Muslim. You will be a Muslim, not in a generic sense, but in a technical sense, because you are a Muslim already in a generic sense. Your heart pumps the blood all around the body. You don't do that. You don't tell it. Even when you sleep, it does the job for you, because it's already following the laws of God. Yeah. So that's why your body is a Muslim, like everything else is a Muslim. But you can be a Muslim in the technical sense of the word, in which your mind, your intellect, your will submits to the will of the Creator, and then that submission becomes this Islam in a technical sense. So that's what we want you to think and say, like, okay, what's stopping me from making that submission? Is it that I don't know much about the Quran? Is it that I don't know much about the Prophet? Or I know enough, but I have some questions and I have some doubts? Which one is it?
And still, I have read the Quran up to Surah Al-Hashr, like as of now. I just finished that surah today, and I'm just still like determining if Muhammad is a true prophet sent by God.
Okay. What's your criteria of a true prophet?
A prophet who teaches the idea of one God and brings a new law from God.
Okay, so he's already ticked in that 2 questions. So what else? Because if that is your criteria, he's already demonstrated that he is.
So a truthful prophet, of course, like who's telling the truth.
Yeah. And how would you establish that?
By seeing what the prophet says.
Okay. So a truthful person will demonstrate in their speech and actions they're truthful. Yeah.
Yes.
So do you know some of the biographical literature talking about this particular aspect of his character? His own community, the people who believed in him and did not believe in him, both attested and certified that he was indeed as-sadiq al-amin, the one who's truthful and trustworthy. So this is what they testified. So you have a historical precedent in which they agreed, whether they were his enemies or not, that he was a truthful and reliable, trustworthy individual. They would trust their possessions with him. Yeah.
Even the enemies would trust their possessions with him because he was that truthful.
Yeah. Yeah. So what other characteristics are you looking for in him?
Truthfulness and like a law that he gets from God, basically.
Yeah. So he brings a law in which he says that, even if it's be against your family, your own self, your kith and kin, you have to be upright in your testimony, your witnessing. You have to be that just. So this is a law. I think if I'm not mistaken, that was like in a plaque in one of the universities in United States, whether Harvard or somewhere, because in a law school, because this is how profound that teaching is. No nepotism, despotism, no kind of, somehow like, I'm rich and I'm poor, but, it's my family who is influential. None of that, because the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ has, it's been very clear in authenticated sayings that he said, even if Fatima, my daughter, if she were to steal, of course she hasn't stolen, or she is not going to steal. If she were to steal, the hand should be chopped off. So equal treatment in terms of law in the eyes of, people. There's no kind of favoritism. So he demonstrated that in terms of his life and his actions, the law he brought. So he brought laws in which he says, this is the moral code, that God created everyone in different nation, tribes, colors, and so on. Not that they despise of each other, but they recognize each other. And the most honorable, the most in akramakum, the most honorable in the sight of God is those who are pious and righteous and God conscious and mindful of God. So he eliminated within this the idea of racism, idea of someone superior to other. In fact, the Quran in very other verses talks about how, don't do these things because it may be that they are better than you. Okay, do not despise of other communities or nations, or even like this womankind, they may be better than you. The Prophet in his very final sermon, he even said, be wary and careful about women. And one other thing he said, know that there is no difference between a black person and a white person, between an Arab and a non-Arab. There is no difference, except in, of course, in piety and righteousness that we talked about. So this is his statement, but look at the statement, how he made sure this reflects in reality, in practical terms. In 5 days, Muslims, men, for example, they go in the masjid, in the mosque, and they stand side by side in prayer. Whether they're rich or poor, black or white, brown or green, doesn't matter what color you are, doesn't matter how tall or short, or in terms of where you are in your wealth and richness. You can have someone leading that prayer who's a cleaner, and the person praying behind him may be the head of the state. This is how Islam demonstrates in practice this brotherhood and equality. When you hear about the fifth pillars of Islam, the Hajj, the pilgrimage, you would notice that Muslims goes there in Mecca, man in 2 pieces of clothes, unsewn, okay? And they are in such a way that you should not see the differences between your wealth and your status and your fame and your richness and so on. Everyone, side by side, you go and circumambulate the Kaaba, worshipping God, remembering God, and you stand in prayer side by side. This is how practically this is demonstrated for the whole world to see that Muslims, we believe that we are all equal in the sight of God. There is no difference. God favors some over the others, but we don't. Even the prophets and messengers, we don't make any distinctions between them. God may have favored some by speaking to them directly, like to Moses the prophet, alayhi salam. So these are distinctions God made, but we make no distinctions. They are brothers in their prophethood and so on. So when you look at his message that he has brought, the laws he brings, the laws of justice and equality, as we talked about, and they're all practical. Islam doesn't bring a law that is something that you find laws of utopia that you cannot practically implement. So that's why you will see laws of Islam from the Quran and the Sunnah is such that it can be applied in a village, in a remote part of the world where there's no electricity, where there's no, all these luxuries of life, to somewhere where it's the palaces of the world in Western civilization or Middle Eastern part of the world. It applicable in both the places, because that's how practical and universal the laws are. So Islam is legislated, meaning God legislates laws based on the psyche and the need of the human self, not in terms of what you wear and so on and so forth. And that's why it can cater for all people at all times, regardless of who you are, what you do and not. So this should be a point for you to reflect on, because this cannot come from an ordinary human being, because this kind of laws cannot come and be made by other than the creator of the whole world, who's knowledgeable and wise. The wisdom is something from this law, demonstrate that point. So when it comes to his character, truthfulness, trustworthiness, bringing a law, talking about the concept of God in his oneness, in his unity, you cannot find any other concept of God in any other religion more purer and clearer in its oneness than the concept of God in Islam. That's why it's known as Tawheed, making God one. Yeah, Tawheed is making God one in such a way that it takes away, it debunks and refutes and destroys all forms of association with it, saying you cannot have anything that can come close to this purity of its oneness. And this is something that Islam has been recognized from day one, that when the Quraysh, the Meccan pagans, when they came, they realized that this particular individual is actually destroying and demolishing the whole status quo. I'm talking about the Prophet ﷺ, when he said, none of your gods are worthy of worship, because these are idols that you have made with your own hands. But there is only one and only one creator, which you, of course, now we know intellectually to be one. In this stream of Hinduism, any Hindus that is listening, there cannot be more than one God that you believe in. It's not possible rationally to even entertain this idea. So you have to really close yourself from your intellectual scrutiny, rationalization, and then blindly of some kind of contradiction, generating way, have to believe in polytheism or this kind of polytheistic, pantheistic, panentheistic ideas. So what else are you seeking in terms of making sure that he indeed is a prophet of God?
I mean, when I look at the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, I do find a lot of truth there, because this one man is like a miracle what he did, because he brought back the children of Ishmael from polytheism back to one God, as like the Old Testament says, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord is one." And this one man, he brought back like all of Arabia and then the entire world, basically, as Muslims say, the final messenger for the entire world. He brought them back from polytheism to the idea of one God, which I do see as like a miracle.
Yeah. In fact, the greatest of all the miracles, I mean, looking at besides his character itself being a testimony of his truthfulness as a prophet, it's the Quran, the greatest of all the miracles. Because the Quran, when you read, because you are reading in perhaps in English language or some other languages, I would recommend, as you still continuing, listen to the Quran in the Arabic as it's recited, and there's so many recitations available by different reciters around the world, and read the translation of that selected portion that you hear. Okay, so that's the way it should be. Every non-Muslim should be listening to the Quran and reading the translation as they hear it. Now, when you look at the Quran as it says, it actually challenges people, those who do not consider it to be from God, to falsify it. Like if you don't think, for example, it's not from God, it gives you the opportunity with the best of your abilities to falsify it, so you can be sure that it's not from God, or you can be sure indeed that it is from God. So this is how, at the level of your own query and conviction, the Quran deals with. It tells you, like, okay, if you are in doubt, and that level of doubt is actually what we call a baseless doubt. Some people doubt without a justified reason. So even if somebody doubted like that, what the Quran says, produce a chapter, a surah like the Quran, imitate it. If you can't do it yourself, then seek the helpers and other people's help, other supporters to help you to do that job. Because if you don't know Arabic, how are you going to do it yourself? But if you can't do it, and the Quran says, of course, you will never be able to do it, then fear the fire of hell, whose fuel is man and stones. But if you do believe, then of course there's righteous reward for you in the gardens underneath which rivers flow in paradise. And the Quran continues, because only the people of sincerity will recognize the truth and understand the challenge. People of arrogance and stubbornness, they will just keep ignoring it, because no matter how much proof and evidence you give it, it's not going to touch them. So the Quran actually, in various places, offers them this kind of falsification test, directly or indirectly. This was a direct challenge, and this is the prime, if not the most important, falsification test of the Quran, those who think it's not from God. And if you look at now today and the historical past, obviously this particular challenge was known to people, and they didn't just sit there in their idle, in being idle and not doing anything. They tried to attempt. So most of the attempt failed at the initiation stage, because they realized even those who were at the very beginning witnesses to Quranic revelation, those experts of Arabic language, the Meccan pagan Quraysh, they thought they're going to do something, and then they realized it is not possible, because the Quran came in such a structure that is totally unknown to them. It's an Arabic, but it's an Arabic in a different, innovative form. So all of their linguistic prowess and their poetry and so on didn't help at all. They could not imitate something like that. All they could do is simply say, it's magic. That's what there was, rationalization and justification. That something there the Prophet brought is like magic, because they could not explain in a rational way how this can be, that it's impossible to imitate. This was back then. But over the centuries, what has happened? People have been recorded in history to have tried, and some of these trials are some of these tries are recorded in history, and we know how pathetic attempts there were, because they tried to imitate it and it became very laughable. And one of the things like, oh, and the elephant, and what do you call the elephant? I'm just giving the English. And it's got a long tail and a trunk, and Arabs would laugh at that kind of attempts, because it's trying to imitate the rhymes and the meter without the eloquent meaning within the content, because it has to be both. You can't just speak gibberish with a rhyme like la 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 and so on, and you think you've imitated it. It needs to be something meaningful, something eloquent as the Quran. But eloquence is not the arbiter in terms of judging, the challenge. It's the structure, the content, the meaning, the grammatical composition, and so on. All of it, all combined. So now today, fast forward today, you'll find a lot of them are available in the internet. Some of them in English, some of them in Bangla, some of them in Arabic. You name it, it's there. 99.9% are not even attempts understanding what the challenge is. They don't even understand what the challenge is. So we have done, I have done personally as well, many examples of what the challenge constitutes in terms of the condition it needs to be fulfilled. Okay, and based on that, you need to then imitate the Quran. So when you go and examine all of these things, they fail in the first step because they don't even know what the objective nature of the challenge is. So when we then look and analyze those challenges for those who think they are, because they don't say it is, you clearly see that they're failing. Why would they be failing? Because there are people who are not Muslims and they speak Arabic very well. Because there are many people who are Arab Christians, for example. This is their mother tongue. And yet they are failing, as they have been failing all these hundreds and thousands of years. So what is stopping them? Instead of accepting and confessing and admitting that this, yes, indeed, that the book we cannot imitate, they even went to war and take over Muslim. Look at how the history unfolded. That is what we're saying. This is a powerful living demonstration of the proof of Islam at our disposal. If people don't want to accept it, knowing and seeing that, it's their choice, because at the end of the day, in the day of judgment, no one can save themselves apart from themselves, because there will be no helper. Your friends and your families, your father or mother or son or daughter, they won't help you. You will have to help yourself. So those friends of yours who thought, like, why are you believing in Islam? Because you're a Muslim and you're going to wear this Arab dress and you look like, because that's what they will keep reminding you. Because Islam is not to be an Arab. Islam is to be a submitter to God. Okay, so you can have your own kind of dresses which are modest, so you don't have to wear like this as a mandatory ways. So you will see, for example, women in Asia wear a sari, not necessarily the other forms of dress, as long as it is modest. So people will make all of these excuses, but would any of these excuses help any one of the people who, knowing the truth of Islam, knowing the evidence of Islam, rejected it? There will be no justification. So that's what we're saying. We don't feel, it's our obligation to force on the people, but that's how sometimes we feel. Why aren't you saving yourself from the hellfire? Why aren't you protecting yourself from the fire of hell and the punishment of hell? We feel that we should really, I think he's dropped off, some connection problem. That's how sometimes we feel, if we were able to help people like this, even forcing it, but we can't, we're not allowed to do so, because we cannot force people to accept Islam. It has to be your own volition, your own choice, through your own intent. And that's how you will be judged accordingly. Not because someone forced you, but because you made a rational, informed decision, informed choice. So I hope the brother joins again. If not, those those of you who are watching, think about this seriously. Doesn't matter what religious upbringing you have. If you are not a Muslim, would you be able to justify your non-acceptance of Islam? Think about this. That's why most of the time when I ask people, why you're not a Muslim, and I don't see them able to justify that. And you will see many of the videos in Speaker's Corner may even start with this, Brother Islam Hakim, where, I want to know what is their justification of not accepting Islam.
Yeah. And pretty much the best of those are the ones who say, I'm on my way, or nothing really yet. I'm not sure.
Allah give them hidayah. Barakallah fiqh, Brother Mansur. Just want to take the next caller, Kaif Ansari. He's been here before, but
yeah, we'll just have to switch back to the other guy if his connection comes back.
Inshallah. Yeah. Kaif, are you there?
Yeah. Assalamu Alaikum, everyone.
Wa alaikum salam.
I know you joined earlier. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, my headphone got dead, so I had to charge it.
Oh, is it okay? Right, good to have you back. What's on your mind today?
Yeah, I have a question completely different to the topic. Can I ask?
It depends. I thought we're asking only about Hinduism today.
Yeah.
So normally we have alternate Thursdays to ask open questions. So unless it's like a topic like this on Hinduism, we make sure that it remains on topic. So it depends. Look, I'll tell you what. You ask a question, and if we think it's going to be a lengthy, then we will transfer it to next Thursday, inshallah.
So I listen to Islamic nasheeds, And what I listen about, like I recently listened about Abbas Razila Anhu in an Islamic nasheed, and the guy who was reciting that nasheed was continuously comparing the beauty of Abbas ibn Ali Razila Anhu. He was comparing his beauty to the heaven, like Jannah. So, is it really permissible to use these kind of phrases in uh, nasheed and the writing as lyrics and reciting as
Brother, we are not a fatwa channel to say something is permissible or impermissible. We're not qualified muftis. Yeah. So if you really want to know about some things about its stance about whether it's jaiz, permissible, haram, halal, and so on, you have to consult a local mufti near area, and they will guide you on this. But obviously, if you think about it in a just logical sense, those who are singing or doing nasheed, for example, they haven't been to Jannah, so they don't know the beauties that awaits in Jannah. To compare someone's beauty to that Jannah is not really a comparable thing to do in the first place. This is an exaggeration, so I think people should refrain from exaggerating things like that. But anyway, this is just I'm saying, just thinking about it. But do ask this question in terms of permissibility to a qualified mufti, and he will tell you, or she will tell you, inshallah, the answer.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
All right. You're welcome. Take care. Assalamu alaikum. Right. Just wanted to bring one topic from the status of women in Hinduism. So we hear a lot of time about sati. So they say, oh, where is it in our scriptures? And I think most people might not know. So I just want to show them an example from the life of Krishna. So this is in Vishnu Puran in book 5, chapter 38, verse 1 to 11. Talks about the 8 wives of Krishna embraced the body of Krishna and entered the funeral pyre. Look, it's not up to us to judge whether this is the truth or not. For us, as far as I'm concerned, Krishna didn't even exist in reality. Or maybe he did, but not as a god, certainly. So here it talks about, let me just get rid of this scrolling text here, so you can read the full text. So this is Vishnu Puran. It says, Arjuna, having found the bodies of Krishna and Rama, performed for them, and rest of the slain, the obsequial rites. The 8 queens of Krishna have been named with Rukmini as their head, embraced the body of Hari and entered the funeral fire. Revati also embraced the corpse of Rama, entered the blazing pile, which was cool to her, happy in contact with the Lord. Okay, so, I mean, I think from the get-go, it seems like, and I've heard this other places as well, Krishna's wives did basically commit suicide. Some of them burn in the fire. Some say it wasn't the funeral pyre of Krishna. It was some other place. But regardless of that, so this practice has been there in Hinduism for a very long time, long before the British came, long before the Mughals came, long before anyone came from other countries. And unfortunately, this is a lot of women lost their lives because of this kind of dogma, this kind of, I mean, even common sense tells you that if a person is alive, you don't take their life, especially if somebody's husband has died. They will obviously be in a position where they sometimes not even giving consent in a way. So sometimes they are going voluntarily, sometimes they're pushed in the fire. Unfortunately, this is something which is, in Islam, it would be considered a great sin. It's suicide, basically. And I think they did the right thing by banning it. So of all the people, Krishna's wife, I don't understand, like, why would they commit something like that? If she was living with someone who's supposed to be a god on earth, a Bhagwan, I'm assuming he would have imparted some sort of morality. If it was practiced in their society, he would have stopped it. But can't see anywhere in the scripture.
One of the things that, I mean, funny is the wrong word. One thing that's really odd about this story is that Krishna, at least according to many, is supposed to be already at this highest level. So what is it with him and his wife and purging the sin? Like, because the point is supposed to be to get to this highest level, or to get as close as you can to a purer level. But if he's with his wives and he's at the top level, then what would have been the point of the 8 of them going in the first place?
Yeah, I think they try to justify it by saying that, well, for her that was basically her life, Krishna's existence. Krishna is no more, so there's no point of her living. This is how I have heard some Hindus try to justify it. Others say that, they attain moksha. So I don't know exactly what is truth.
But he could have just been reborn again, right? Because that's what they believe. Krishna has come back, so they could have just waited for him.
Yeah. I have no idea. I mean, I don't think they wanted to wait that long.
There's also other routes to moksha which don't involve getting burnt to death. So maybe try them first, at least.
Yeah, I mean, one of the ways to attain moksha is if you're killed by one of these Bhagwans. Do you know that? Ravan, who is supposed to have kidnapped Ram's wife, he attained moksha straight after Ram killed him. So I think he found a shortcut. Just kidnap the wife. This guy's going to come for me and he's going to kill me. But I'm going to attain moksha. Why would I go through this cycle of life and birth? This is a shortcut. So yeah, this is the other reason I've found from many of the people who kind of analyze these things is like the life of a woman basically is meaningless without the husband. So she can't get married. I don't know. Many Hindus say that the widow doesn't get married. Many of them say they can't get divorced. So even if the husband is abusive, they have no right to inheritance.
Yeah, and that's the really dark undertone with this whole, well, now that Krishna's gone, what else have they got left? Well, if that's going to encourage these women to be treated that way, or to think that way about their husbands, or that their value depends upon their husbands, they have no value after their husbands have passed, what's the point in life? That is so many levels of wrong all at once.
That's right. Right. So do we have any non-Muslims in the back studio? If not, I'll start taking Muslims, inshallah.
All right. We'll see if we can finish so that I can sleep in time for Fajr.
Alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. You've got a connection now.
So I have some questions about like hadith and like things like that.
Wrong Thursday.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
So if you come next Thursday, inshallah, we can take those questions. By the way, what's your background?
Kazakh, but I just recently reverted to Islam. My only real question is how can you explain the universe isn't a simulation?
It's not.
That how can you explain the universe is not a
research paper
simulation?
that's come out recently.
How can you explain we're the first or the last ones in the universe? We haven't found intelligent life outside,
There's a lot of different levels to take this on. So there are I think Mansour was just mentioning there's studies done, there's papers that show how infeasible it being a simulation is, which is related to something called a Turing machine. Do you know what a Turing machine is?
Nah.
No, so Turing machine is basically an archetype of something that computes any kind of computing machine, or in some sense equivalent to a Turing machine. And they managed to show that the laws of the universe, as far as we know and understand them so far, could not be computed on a Turing machine. Therefore, we could not be in a computer simulation. However, that doesn't prove we're not in any kind of simulation, whatever. But the thing is, at this point, you need to stop and think, how are you defining reality versus simulation? Because there is a sense in which this dunya is basically a simulation. This dunya that we're in is basically like a proving ground where we prove what we're like. Allah knows what choices we're going to make. He doesn't need to test us for his benefit. This is about, generating the manifest evidence of what's going on, demonstrating his majesty and demonstrating the proof, his justice, everything else for what's coming next, for the real life that comes next. So there's, depending on exactly what you mean, there's actually a good sense in which you could say this dunya is a simulation. However, this dunya is also very much real. This is reality.
Like, what if like the first
as we
and the
have-
last, the beginning, like intelligent life, though?
What do you mean? Sorry, the first and the last?
Like the beginning and the end of intelligent life. Like, what if like the beginning or the end?
Ah, well, see, if we're talking about intelligent life, well, two of the names of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is blind's gone blank. Mine's gone blank. Al-awalu wal-akhiru. Al-awalu wal-akhiru. The first and the last. So Allah is the first and the last. He's also Al-Hakim, the most wise. Right? He's so he is the first and the last, and he is knowledgeable. So there's really no such thing as a being. Do you see what I mean? If that's the case, then there can't be beings that sort of came into existence before there was intelligence. There can't be a first intelligent and a last intelligent, because Allah is the first and the last, and He is intelligent.
He's the creator, yes.
Yeah. But if you mean in terms of created beings, we can only know what created beings He made from the ones He's told us He made. He could have made.
What about aliens or anything like that?
Yeah, He could have made all sorts of aliens. I mean, I think, He's obviously made a lot of jinn and a lot of angels, and there's a sense in which they're kind of alien to us. Certainly jinn. Other creatures, humanoid creatures, we don't know. Maybe. Allahu alam. He could have created things that are life forms that are out there in galaxies somewhere, and it's some strange pulsing of electromagnetic fields that is actually conscious and actually another kind of being. Like, Allahu alam.
All right, brother, we need to take
just look at this screen. Yes. This is a recent study. You can read about this.
Oh, wow.
New study uses logic and physics to definitively answer one of the science's biggest questions.
Yeah.
That the study debunks the idea of the computation. Think of it like new research from it's impossible. So now we have the people who are involved in this study, Dr. Lawrence Krauss.
Is it just me or Mansoor's audio is breaking up?
Yeah, I'm losing the audio as well. I thought it might be me. But it's good that, Robert, if you look up that study, it's what he's showing uses the argument I gave, which is the one that talks about a Turing machine, computability. I think it also mentions Gödel's theorem, which is about the completeness or incompleteness of a logical system. So it's a very, very interesting paper, and in terms of computer simulation, it's pretty definitive. But there are escape clauses, which I covered in the other bits I was saying.
So I want to switch the topic a little bit. What do you think about the Christians saying that we have like the
Sorry,
Muslims?
Robert, we need to conclude here because, like I said, today is mainly on Hinduism.
Okay.
But you asked a few questions already, so if you got more, come back next Thursday. Inshallah, we'll take it from there. Right. There's somebody who's named Islam. That's not you, Islam, is it?
Yeah,
No.
it's me.
It's another Islam.
Yeah. I had a question related to Islam, so I wonder if I can ask that because I saw some other people do it. That's why I joined, basically.
All right. If it's something that's quick, we'll take it.
Is it a personal question about me or about the religion?
The religion.
All right.
So I was researching like the Quran, getting to know it better. So there was in Surah Baqarah verse 173 that talks about what we can eat and what we can't eat. As I do not know Arabic, I tried to research it a bit. So there was a word in my translation, at least, that was being used is only. So if only these are haram to eat, then everything else should be halal to eat. Because if we say like God is like the most intelligent and it is his words that he revealed, then the word only would have a meaning, right? Like we could be able to eat tigers and crocodiles maybe if only these are haram? That's my question.
You do know we believe in not just the Quran, right?
No, I do understand that. That is also something I looked into. It's like the thing is, the Quran is like the foundation, and if there is a hadith that contradicts the Quran, that we will reject that hadith, right? That's
And
how
who
it works.
decides the contradiction?
Who decides contradiction? Linguistically, if we the thing is,
You
that's why
said
I'm
you don't know
asking.
Arabic, so it can't be linguistically. So tell me
Yeah.
who decides the contradiction?
The scholars and Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
Exactly. There you go. So our source of halal and haram is not just limited to just the Quran. It's obviously the entire Sharia, isn't it? It's based on the Hadith, the scholarly consensus, a lot of things. And the main thing is scholars. You know, whenever you have a dispute, or if you have, for example, problem with understanding, you refer to the ulama in this day and age, you know, because they know the context, they know the details about it, they know which hadiths are referring to which particular aspect of the question you're asking, and also that's how they derive fatwas as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, I do understand. Like, obviously, I do agree with what is haram and halal. I wouldn't go and eat a tiger right now. I do accept the scholars. It's just I was looking for the explanation of the scholars, which was
Yeah.
I was unable to find.
I mean, so have you looked at any scholarly work?
Yeah. The thing is, it's more like I look at testimonies, like people like you who explain the stuff rather than the
No.
direct books of scholars.
Yeah, if you don't know, I mean, whereabouts you calling from? Where are you calling from?
I'm in the United States, but I am a Bangladeshi citizen.
So you're in Bangladesh? Where are you?
No, I'm currently in the United States, but I
Okay.
just
So
came
I'm
here like 3
sure
months ago.
look, if you have a local mufti, or even I think these things, simple things like that, I'm sure the imams will be able to point you as well. So have you asked any of your local imams?
I have, and they had just given me the answer that so we have to use the Quran and the Hadith both. They just said that, but my question is basically if I read a sentence, right?
Brother,
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
is a question to do with Arabic language, right?
Okay.
Does it mean innama? Does innama mean like an exception only, or does it not? Every single tafsir, I've just picked up one, and it has. I'm just reading it, Tafsir al-Razi, and it goes on and on, giving different explanation of why innama is not necessarily just meaning only those. So if you have only consulted a particular tafsir, in Bangla there's lots of tafsir available. In English there's lots of tafsir. Even Tafsir Ibn Kathir is available in English. You could have started that on that one. And I'm surprised that a knowledgeable person that you've spoken to, he said, oh, go into the hadith and so on and so forth, and didn't even explain to you the Arabic constructs of innama. Does it mean always innama means that's it? Is this only exception hasar, or does it allow for other kind of meaning and so on? Because that's what this is all about. So if you went to a tafsir by Imam al-Shawkani, for example, Fath al-Qadir, these are the ones based on grammar. If you went to Zamakhshari's tafsir or Baydawi, you will find this is explained at the very beginning of this. What does it mean? Does it mean only or not? Because this is clearly the question that you had in mind. They've already looked at it and answered it already. So I mean, if you look at Ibn, as I said, Razi's tafsir is available, probably some version, part of it in Bangla. You speak Bangla, right?
I do, yeah.
Yeah. So check Ma'arif al-Quran is available in PDF by Mufti Shafi. He probably would have explained that in there as well.
So would the answer be that?
What's quite interesting, Islam, is that if you take innama and put it on in reverso, which is this good lookup for all the different sort of ways that word's used in different Arabic sentences, predominantly translates as but. It can translate as only. If you look up Arabic words that can be functionally used as only, you have many, many options. So this is one of those things where be very, very careful reading a translation. A translation is really just a miniature emaciated tafsir. It's a very, very lightweight tafsir because someone's had to interpret it in order to translate it. And Arabic is a much richer language. It's a much more diverse language. The way it works as a root system, and the way that you have morphology applied to the roots to develop words, many of them don't have a direct English analog at all. I mean, if you looked up, if you could do the same exercise and look up as-samad, right? And and you'll see how many different English words you have to try and use, and none of them properly approximate it. You need a kind of essay that ties together a bunch of different words to try and understand as-samad properly. But often when you read the translations, just one near word will be picked. Self-sufficient, for example, or something else. So you've got to be really, really careful. This is actually a problem that when I was a new revert, I faced this a lot because I over-relied on English translations, and I ended up tempted into thinking I had a much better understanding than I really did. And then I started getting myself tied in knots. So yeah, be really careful, and always remember that you are just, until you're reading in Arabic, you're just reading an approximation. Even when you're reading in Arabic, you're still making mistakes in your head, making approximations. People study to become mufassirun, who can, you know, more reliably interpret the Quran. So yeah, I really strongly recommend to yourself you know, to take a bit of a check.
So I just want to quickly answer what Imam Razi said in his tafsir, so at least you know one perspective already. He says, إنه لا يفيد الحصر بقول تعالى. Definitely it doesn't just benefit in terms of just this restriction of only in the sayings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, إنما أنت نذير, because the Quran talks about the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in this way, إنما أنت نذير. You're not only but a warner, but obviously it says وَلَقَدْ كَانَ غَيْرَهُ نَذِيرًا, and of course we know that the other warners, you know, besides him, and also وَلَا يَنْفِي وُجُودُ نَذِيرٍ آخر. It doesn't stop him only from being the only one. There can be other warners as well. So this one example illustrates from the Quranic usage that it doesn't mean this he is the only warner and there cannot be anyone else. There hasn't been anyone else, and he can only be a warner and nothing else, even of himself. Yeah. So this is a linguistic issue, and the language of the Quran gives other examples to illustrate that point, that it doesn't mean only. So when Allah says, like, I only forbid you these kind of things, the dead and the blood and the swine's meat and whatever's been what has been sacrificed for other idols and so on. No, it's not only that. It doesn't mean no restriction. These are only highlighted specifically for in a particular group and category to make a specific point, but that doesn't mean that's the exhaustive whole list.
Yeah. And even then, if you find you might stumble across something else which does you are this time you looked at the word and you find it correctly gives a restriction, you say, oh, but that doesn't match with hadith. Still doesn't mean you can reject the hadith, because you have to read the entire Quran, have the whole thing on your head, and cross-reference everything and think, oh, are there any abrogated verses? Maybe this verse was exactly correct in the context it's revealed, and we need to understand its context in order to get its proper meaning. Because sometimes, you know, where and when verses, it's not that the verse is only applicable to that context, but it's the meaning can sometimes only be properly understood knowing the context in which the verse was revealed and knowing where it sits in relation to other verses. You know, so someone came up to me on the internet and tried to imply that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was a hypocrite because of some mutilation of someone, and I was like, well, no, what? Because he banned that. Like, this is very specifically banned. It comes out in the Quran, and then you know, it actually, that verse was revealed after this event had happened, and that event had happened because it was in response to it was a like for like response for what had been done to the people before. So, you know, sometimes timing is really important. There's lessons in it. There's wisdoms in why things are revealed at certain times. There's a reason Allah took his time to feed us the Quran through Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So be gentle, be careful, you know, keep yourself safe jumping to conclusions can land you in hot water, or something much worse very quickly.
Okay. Makes sense. Thank you for the explanation.
But I really understand how misleading English only translations can be. I've been there. I'm not knocking you. I'm just trying to give you a word of caution from my own hard lessons.
Yeah. Okay. I understand. Yeah. That's the honestly that's the main reason I'm here, to get a more clear perspective from people who do understand Arabic. I do understand there is an explanation. It's just
My Arabic
was
sucks. I'm working on it.
Okay, makes sense.
All right, Brother Islam, you take care. By the way, do you know that Brother Mansoor runs Bangla channel? Mansoor,
Yeah, I do. I do watch it sometimes. It's just it's fine for me to do either
and
English
they
or
get,
Bangla.
they have a muftis on the panel, so you can ask directly.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay.
All right.
Do they have like Q&A sessions like this?
Open Q&A mostly now currently. So even one on Saturday is going to be open Q&A, so you can ask any questions.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Assalamu
So
alaikum.
every Saturday, 12 noon UK time.
Okay.
All right. Take care.
Assalamu
alaikum.
Alaikum.
It's never a short question.
Well, to be fair, the question was shorter than the answer.
Yeah, I mean, I take the whole thing as a package.
But it always gets me. Anything that's based on it says this in English, I've been there. Fires me up.
Unfortunately, that's reality, isn't it? Right, Ramiz, you're next.
Assalamu Alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Where are you calling from, Ramiz?
I'm from Pakistan.
Okay. You got a question on Hinduism then?
No, it's not about Hinduism. It's about like history, Islamic history, and it's basically about for the as for the last 20 years, Pakistan is like under these political parties who are like based on ancestry. So I had I was talking to my friend, and he said that it's okay to have ancestral rule in Islam, and so I wanted to get your opinion on that.
Sorry, it's necessary, you're saying, or
when you said basically, and then came quite a complicated question, I started to worry that it might not be easy to answer quickly.
Yeah, I understand that. So it might be possible.
You don't need Muslim ancestry. Like, is that what you were asking? I don't know.
I think ancestry is the wrong word. I think what you're talking about is dynasties. So you're talking about a son inheriting being the leader from the father. Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, you mean
yes.
kingship? Are you talking about kingship?
Cronyism.
Yes.
Okay. It's, I don't know. I think once again, you should ask this to the Mufti Sahib, but we do have kingship now. Initially, there was caliphate. About its halal or haram, again, we are not muftis, so maybe ask the muftis directly.
Okay.
But that's not the Islamic the pathway to governance of the Islamic lands. It's not meant to be from father to son and so on and so forth, right? It's the best person that will be nominated by certain individuals who is fit to do that job. At occasions, it may have gone through this kind of kingship, and from king and to the prince and so on and so whatever it might be. But the Prophet ﷺ, he forewarned that this will be like this. They will come like this, and eventually, inshallah, the proper system of governance will return based on Nubuwwah.
Inshallah. But be very cautious about trying to judge existent systems of governance, because there's things we might not know, things you don't know. There's a lot of, as much as there's hadith about there's obviously lots of information about the right way to govern, and especially when we're looking at the examples of the first 3 generations. However, a lot of very smart people who really do care about their deen have had input into the various systems seen around the world. And it would be potentially short-sighted at best to sort of start judging them. So just be careful. I guess the reason I'm saying this is because
It's not as black
unless
and white as people think. Yeah.
It's not as black and white. It's quite complicated. And at the end of the day, you're either looking to become an advisor at that level, or it might not be a reasonable question sort of in the first place, if you know what I mean. Like, what are you going to do with that information?
Basically, we were talking about choosing the right person for the job, for the prime minister, and my point was that I am equally responsible for the person I vote for, and if he does some kind of a bad thing, if he's involved in corruption on something, then I'm responsible for that. And we were having a discussion about that, and I said that I think that it is morally wrong to choose a person who puts his son in as a leader. Then his son puts his son as a leader. So I put that point, but he said that he pointed out to Hazrat Mawiyah radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, and he said that he pointed his son, and he is like mainstream Sunni, all.
So I think you don't need to finish off the discussion. I think this is roughly where I feared, because what it seems like is that you're being tempted into judging various people and various situations that are happening. And what I said before about, you're either training to be, going through a degree, PhD, to be some policy advisor who has the ear of the leaders, or you're being tempted one way or another to judge a bunch of people that you can't really do any good with this, So just be careful, because imagine all the other questions you could be asking about the deen that apply directly to your life. Like, what about because when you're talking about the state level leader, it is special compared to the leader of like a small group of people, maybe 3 or 4 people in your local team trying to get together to do something. Try and think about what's relevant to your life and what's going to be really beneficial to you, and focus your learning of the deen, because that's ultimately what this is, right? You're asking questions and trying to learn more about the deen. Focus your learning on things that are closer to home, things that are going to really benefit your life more directly, and try and avoid questions that lead you to judge people in situations you've not really been in, or just to judge people really at all, unless that's your role. That would be my advice on it.
Was your question, Ramis, in relation to the current situation in Pakistan? Is what you're referring to?
Yes, the current situation in Pakistan.
Yeah, but Pakistan is not governed by Sharia. So why would you expect its leader to be a caliph?
I'm not expecting it to be a caliph, but we need to choose a leader.
It's a kind of democracy, isn't it? Even though, speaking loosely, you know what I mean, in the context of the subcontinent in particular. So I think it's not normally top down. It's normally ground up as well. That counts. So when the people are ready to have Sharia within their country, within their nation, then inshallah they will, be represented by the right government as well and the right leader. So there's a lot of work to be done at the root level, which takes a long time normally. It's not overnight. So you have to bear in mind, that there are a lot of factors in play here.
All politics are messed up in the Muslim world, right? And that's why we're in a state like this.
Yeah.
No unity. We're all disunited.
Not just a Muslim world, I think. It's all over the world.
It's not a problem for Pakistan. It's a problem for the whole of the Muslim Ummah. Where is the leader of the Muslim? There isn't. And we are all divided, because that's what happened in history. We got divided into different nation states, and this is how you have become weak. And the story goes. So, we have to understand what is our model and how it should be, and how to revive that system back is what should be discussing, rather than individually getting, some part of that system in our country, like Pakistan or Bangladesh and so on. It's not going to work in that way. I mean, the people are trying to, as many scholars have given their thoughts on this. But at the end of the day, this is a global issue for the Muslim Ummah, and it needs to be solved in a global level, not just in a particular level. And you think, okay, yeah, I've sorted out the problem in Pakistan, and that's it. This sorts the problem of the Ummah. It doesn't.
No.
All right, Ramis, thanks for your question. But I suggest you ask a mufti in Pakistan who should be able to advise you, because this also entails politics. So make sure they know the subject, and in order to advise you in the correct way, inshallah.
Yeah, and be very clear as well with your question. If it's about what's Islamically ideal, or in my current situation right now, am I sinful if I do X or Y? Am I accruing sins on behalf of this? If it's anything that's relevant to you, be really clear about the question.
Yeah. All right, take care, brother. Assalamu Alaikum. All right. We just got 2 more callers, and then we close, inshallah.
And we close, yeah.
Yeah. Just want to play just this slide regarding Sati again. So this is from Brahma Puran. The reference is chapter 10, verse 75 to 80. Talks about a few things, actually. This will answer your previous question, Brother Islam Hakim, as to why they commit Sati. So these are the benefits the woman gets. Dying immediately after the husband is the greatest duty of women. This is a path laid down in the Vedas. It is honored in the world. Just as the snake charmer forcibly takes out the snake from its hole, so as the woman who is accompanied by her husband shall go to heaven. So this is a woman who is basically committed suicide by burning herself on his funeral pyre. Then it goes on to say, the woman who follows her husband shall stay in heaven for as many years as there are hairs in a man's body, with 3.5 crores of years. Don't know how they calculated that. After bowing down on the earth, to the earth, gods, Ganga, and trees, and after consoling her children, she said to the hunter, the she pigeon said, oh dear, so he's having is that a pigeon, isn't it? The she pigeon having a conversation with the she pigeon. I don't know how that works. Anyway, the woman who follows her husband shall stay in heaven for as many years as there are hair on a body, with 3.5. So we've already covered that. I think just a couple more slides. So
highly fortunate one. You skipped that bit.
Yeah. I think it's this one, yes, Srimad Bhagavatam. So I think the Hare Krishnas would love this chapter. So this is Book 11, chapter 31, verse 19 to 20. It says, tormented by separation from the Lord, his parents gave up their lives at the very spot. My dear Parikshit, the wives of the Yadavas then climbed into the funeral pyres, embracing their dead husbands. So Yadava is basically the clan of Krishna. Like that's the family or something. Text 20 says, the wives of Lord Balram also entered the fire and embraced his body, and Vasudeva's wives entered his fire and embraced his body. The daughter-in-law of Lord Hari, that's Vishnu, isn't it? Lord Hari entered the funeral fires of the respective husbands, headed by Pradyumna and Rukmini. This is the wife of Krishna, and the other wives of Lord Krishna, whose hearts were, what is the word there? Completely absorbed in him, entered his fire. So this is another example of where Krishna's wives committed suicide by by throwing themselves in the fire. So I think some Hindus ask, where's the evidence for it? It's in Srimad Bhagavatam. Now this is one of the major books of those people who follow Hare Krishna. I don't think there's much here. Srimad Bhagavatam as well. She then prepared a blazing fire with firewood and placed the dead body of her husband upon it. When this was finished, she lamented severely and prepared herself to perish in the fire with her husband. That's Srimad Bhagavatam, Book 4, Chapter 28, verse 50. Yeah. Kurma Purana, Chapter 2, verse 34, verse 108 and 109. It says, a woman who enters a funeral pyre along with the husband shall uplift him even if he is a Brahmana slayer. That means one who has killed a Brahmin. It's supposed to be a very huge, big sin in Hinduism. So even a Brahmin slayer can be uplifted. An ungrateful fellow or one defiled by great sins. So if he's an extreme sinner, he'll be uplifted if the wife kills herself by throwing herself alive in the fire of her husband who has passed away. Learned men know this to be the greatest expiation for women, expiation from her sins. Agni Puran, it says, a widow as well as the wife of a man who has gone abroad shall not decorate her person. She should always be bent on the worship of God and the welfare of the husband. A woman whose husband has gone abroad shall wear same ornaments for the welfare of the husband. The woman widow who enters the funeral fire along with the dead husband would also reach heaven. So yeah, they get heaven by burning themselves. So yeah, that's the answer to your question. I think just a few more.
A finite heaven.
Huh?
A finite heaven.
Yeah, they have to go to hell to get to heaven.
Yeah.
Hell is a fire on earth. Well, the earthly hell. So this is in Mahabharata, again, one of the epics of the Hindus, in which Madhuri committed sati by entering the fire of her husband. The reference is Book 1, Chapter 126, verse 30. Again, Devi Bhagavatam, in which it says, once Madhuri, full of youth and beauty, was staying alone in a solitary place, and Pandu, seeing her, embraced her, and due to the curse, died. When the funeral pyre was ablaze, the chaste Madhuri entered into the fire and died as sati. Devi Bhagavatam, Book 6, Chapter 25, verse 35 to 50. This is in Valmiki Ramayana, another epic of the Hindus. This where the story of Ram and Sita is. So Valmiki Ramayana, Book 3, Chapter 66, verse 112 says, I too devoted as I am to my husband, shall accordingly meet my destined end this very day. Nay, embracing this body of my husband, I shall enter the fire that will be prepared for his funeral. So yeah, a lot of examples of sati in their epics, in Srimad Bhagavatam, in the Mahabharata, in the Ramayana. It's full of it. And they always blame it on the... Huh?
I don't know if I can do much more of them.
Okay, just two more, and then we had actually one more after this, inshallah. So Mahabharata, Book 1, Chapter 25, verse 33 says, wife of Pandu ascended in the funeral pyre of her husband. Mahabharata, Book 16, Chapter 7, verse 24 to 26. The four wives committed sati by ascending in the funeral pyre of their husband. There you go, guys. Lots of references for you, those people who are being in denial about sati in the Hindu scriptures. Again, I know the Hindus who are, modernists or who want to just be in denial will say, oh, we don't accept all these books. We just go by the Vedas. Remember, one of those books actually said it is in the Vedas, so there's no guarantee the text has been preserved any longer in the Vedas either. Okay, we just got two more callers and we'll end it, inshallah. Okay, Rehan Alam.
Yes, Assalamu Alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
How we doing, brothers? MashaAllah. Very educational, this,
Alhamdulillah.
Brother Islam, Brother Hashim, and Brother Mansoor. Assalamu Alaikum to all you lot. I've been following you lot for a very long time.
Where are you calling from, bro?
I'm calling from Manchester.
You couldn't hear that? Come on.
Manchester, up north.
He could be anywhere in the world.
Yeah, I'm from
Not
Manchester.
everyone who is from Manchester lives in Manchester.
Yeah.
He could have moved from Manchester recently, I'll grant you that only.
Why? What makes you say that?
The accent, mate.
Yeah.
Manchester, definitely Manchester. Yeah, so, no, I just wanted to show my appreciation and give you lot my salam. I've learned a lot from you lot, man. I've been actually going on TikToks as well, on these Hindu sites and, trying to discuss with them. And I'm always seem to be getting kicked out because of all the knowledge what I've gained from yourselves.
Why don't you invite them here on Dawah?
Honestly, I have been doing, even on Facebook, when we get into little arguments with I wouldn't say arguments, little debates. I say, come meet me on Thursday on Dawah. Come link me up on Dawah. And honestly, I'll be egging them on. I'll be like, come to Dawah, YouTube Dawah every Thursdays and come discuss. But like I said, I'm obviously seem to be getting kicked out of their pages. But
no surprise.
Wow, fantastic.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
So is this your favorite topic, Hinduism?
No, well, it's between Hinduism and another one of your favorites, Qadianism.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I'm sure Brother Mansoor loves that, innit? I could tell sometimes Brother Mansoor is getting right headache.
No, not Qadianism.
Just by what's it up.
I gave up. Talking about it because it's.
Yeah, I could see it from the last. I think from the last time you were on it and you were trying to be the mediator. I could see the frustration on your face. Literally.
Moderator.
Yeah, moderator. Sorry. Yeah, I could see that. I could see the frustration on your face, and I'm like, wow. So they're
For
really
Qadianism,
slippery,
you need
aren't
to
they?
go to Brother Adnan Rashid's channel or Brother Imtiaz's channel.
Yeah. But
They still do them, by the way.
Pardon?
They still do the topics on Qadianism on
Yeah.
Adnan's
Yeah.
channel.
Well, I've been, like I say, I've been listening to you lot for a very long time now. We're talking years over here. I was first introduced to Speaker's Corner through Brother Mansoor. I come across one of his videos. I'm going back 6-7 years here now.
MashaAllah. And you got hooked?
And I got hooked. Yeah. And then I got introduced to the whole clan. And I'm thinking, inshallah, one day I'm gonna come down. After Speaker's Corner, inshallah, go for a scran or something and properly get introduced. But I would love to do that.
Inshallah.
Inshallah.
I can assure it'll be better than a Man U game.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. But like I said, I've been hooked on you lot for a very long time, and I love the way you've all got your own little, your personalities. Obviously, you're all individuals, and the way you go about stuff. Yeah, what can I say?
Barakallah Fiqh, Brother Rehan. Inshallah, hope to see you soon.
And
May Allah grant you all the success and guidance and improvement in all of your Dawah efforts.
Keep me in your du'as, brother. Keep me in your du'as.
Okay,
okay, Allah Hafiz.
Allah Hafiz. Assalamu Alaikum.
Right, last caller, Ershad. Ershad Farmao. What's it saying?
Madhavism.
Madhavism. No idea what that
You're muted.
I think he means madhabism, as in.
Madhavism. Okay.
Yeah.
Ershad, you want to unmute yourself? We can't hear you unless you've gone to sleep.
Which would be understandable.
Oh, he's awake.
Assalamu Alaikum, brothers.
Ah, wa
Thank
alaikum
you.
salam.
Jazakallah for giving me this opportunity to ask this question. I've been following your discussions on Qadianism, and I feel like Mahdavism is closely associated with that kind of thinking.
No, brother, I disagree with you. And by the way, this is one of those topics which I suggest you discuss with a Mufti Sahib, okay, who are more knowledgeable. We kind of avoid topics where there is sectarianism, some sort of division, unnecessarily. Our channel mainly is focused on Dawah.
Yeah.
So this is more of a specialist topic, and no one says by madhas. I'm assuming you mean the four schools.
Yeah,
of
what do you mean by that?
Is that what you mean?
No. So what they
No,
say
it's
is
about Madkhaliism, right? So is that right?
What it means? I thought he
No,
meant.
it's not
there's
Mahdavism.
Madkhalis as in the ones
No,
related.
let
to
him say what he
Salafi.
means. Go on. What do you mean, Arshad, by this term?
It's the people who follow Muhammad Jaunpuri and identify him as Mahdi, the promised
Oh,
Mahdi.
okay. Sorry,
Yeah.
we assume something else.
Yeah, I did
yeah,
speak
definitely.
to a mufti here,
Yeah.
and he said, "Look, you don't have to follow such things." I stopped, but there's like my brothers, my family, extended relatives, and all. They're still into this, and there's not a solid argument against this that I can present to them to bring over.
So
to
who is this guy and where is he? Is he alive?
Oh no, 600 years ago he passed away. But there's been a constant this constant following
And
of
where
him,
are his followers mostly?
mostly in Hyderabad,
Really?
in India, and around Bangalore region in India, and now they've spread out to US, Australia, Canada, and
So what is
such
the main ideology?
so they
What's different?
believe. So
Do they
they
claim to be
believe.
Muslims, by the way?
Yes, they claim to be Muslims, and they
Oh,
believe
so
that
the Qadianis.
Muhammad Jaunpuri is the Mahdi. He's the seal of Wilaya, like our Prophet is the seal of Nabuwat. They say he's the seal of Wilaya, and they say they kind of play with words a lot. They say, "Hey, Prophet Muhammad and him, Nauzubillah, are the two sides of the same coin. Like they're equal in stature." And they say that Muhammad Jaunpuri has a higher station than most of the prophets that came before him. And one weird thing that they say is you can see Allah with your naked eyes in this world. I don't know how, but they claim to be, and there's teachings for
Yeah,
that.
sounds like a cult to me. So
Yeah.
maybe speak
Yeah.
to
I'm just
Brother
curious, when you
Adnan
say
or Brother
Mahdi,
Imtiaz.
is that the same as the Mahdi in eschatology, as in like that? So they believe the end times happened
Yeah.
600 years ago?
Yeah, and they say that during the end times there's going to be no Mahdi. There's only going to be Isa alayhi salam, and because their explanation is like Allah will not send two Khalifas at the same time.
Okay, so where we have the hadith where we've got Isa and the Mahdi praying Salah
I don't think they
together,
would accept the
they
hadith.
just don't care.
They don't accept it exactly. They say, "Oh, that
Right.
Mahdi is like a rightly guided person," you know. That
Do they
that
believe in
Mahdi-
the crucifixion of Isa alayhi salam?
yeah.
Also,
They
same
do.
basically the copycats of the Qadianis.
Exactly. So I was like,
A contender, perhaps.
Well, he didn't
Sorry,
do
brother.
well.
600
What
years
did
ago,
we
it
do?
was even before Mirza Ghulam
Not
Ahmad.
that big.
Yeah, if it was 600 years ago, this was the OG.
Yeah, and he's had constant followers throughout all these centuries, and they boast about these things like, oh, people will come and go, people will attack us, but we Mahdavis, we've survived for 600 years, we'll
Well,
survive
by
till
that,
the end
that
of time.
argument, why don't they take up Hinduism? It's been going a lot longer. They've had false idols and false deities they've been following for a long time. A lot longer, if it's
Yeah.
all about that.
Yeah, I
The
suggest
confusion-
you speak to Brother Adnan Rashid or Brother Imtiaz. I'm pretty sure they must have heard of it because it sounds almost identical to what the Qadianis believe.
Well, I will definitely, if I get a chance. I stumbled upon your stream live feed today while just browsing through YouTube, and I have been following you guys a lot on Dawah wise. I see your debates and everything, and I've always wanted to put this question out there. These brothers, they're talking about so much about Qadianism.
Mhm.
I should like ask them to comment on Mahdavism.
Okay.
And
So this
because, like,
name Mahdavism, is it like related to Mahdi? alayhi salam?
yes.
Okay.
Is that what they call
there's-
themselves? What do they call themselves?
They call themselves Mahdavis, and there's they have their teachings on this website. It's called the Promised Mahdi.com, and
Even
that,
the name titles are same as the Qadianis.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
Sorry, we misinterpreted your Mahdavism. Brother Islam thought it's Madkhalis.
Yeah, I thought it was Madkhalism.
no, it's
Just
it's
spelt
totally
And I
different.
thought it was Madhabis, like those people who follow
Yeah.
madhabs.
But of late, their youth is questioning back. They're questioning like, how can you see Allah with your naked eyes? And then during the course of they when they go out and give speeches, they often say something which just does not make sense. And we youth, we kind of like pick it up because now we are outside. I live in Australia. I've come across so many Muslims. I go to my local mosque, and I can understand that no, these people are just lying. But a lot of people don't see that. And one reason that they a lot of people fear repercussions is like they have these places called dairas, they're graveyards, and if you go against them, then they won't allow you to be buried in that place. And a lot of people, they have their parents buried in those places, and they want to be buried alongside them. So that's one
Well,
reason.
that helps answer your question why there's so many generations of followers, but it's still pretty dark.
Mm.
It
Do they have
does
a
to
close
me.
cult like the Qadianis, where they have like membership and stuff like that, where they get ostracized if you leave?
Yeah, they have these murshids, and these are like families, and
No, I mean
when
like
one of them,
proper control. You know, they,
yeah,
for example, the Qadianis have a really good control of their Jamaat to an
same thing.
extent where they have ID cards and stuff like that, like policing within the society.
Well, they don't have that much organization and structure, but they
Mm.
do control them with, you don't go and pray outside in other mosques, you have to come and pray behind your murshid,
Okay.
because the
Interesting.
murshid is the enlightened one. He has the knowledge. He's been given something called sina basina, like knowledge passed over through generations,
Mm.
uh, and he
Student
has that
to
knowledge.
teacher-student relation, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
it
I
appeals
thought it
to a
was a
lot
good
of
way of
people.
seeing
It
that.
has, sorry, brother.
I'm just making a joke. Go on, carry on.
It appeals to a lot of people. It has its kind of like softness, and they present Islam as like, don't worry about the world, just be in zikr 24/7, zikr duam. That's what they say. Like,
Mm.
you keep doing zikr 24/7, even when if it's not with your mouth, just do it in your heart. Say la ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah. And they have this not kalima. It's more like, I don't know how to say it, but they say La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah, and then they continue on to Allahu ilahuna Muhammadun Nabiyuna, and finally they end it with Al Quran wal Mahdi Imamuna Amanna wa Saddaqna. So this is what they say after every Isha prayer, like in congregation. They form a circle like a daira, and then that's where they proclaim this every night.
I wonder what they say about the hadiths relating to bid'ah and leading to the fire.
No, they don't accept hadith, so it's pick and choose.
No hadith at all.
Did you say
They
that
do
Muhammad
accept it.
Jaunpuri is one of the Mahdis, but they said he's a fake Mahdi, and then the next
Yeah.
one, Mahdi Sudani, is a fake Mahdi, Ghulam Ahmad
Yeah.
Qadiani is a fake Mahdi, and Bahauddin is a fake Mahdi. So they've dismissed Jaunpuri as well in here, in the
Yeah,
Communist
so
Mahdi
that
website.
website was taken by someone else. I don't know, but there's some other website.
It's been hacked. Oh dear.
There's another website. I can't recall right
Never mind.
now.
Let's leave it there. We don't want to promote this material any further.
Yeah.
But
So much
what I
Indian-
suggest you do is bring it to the attention of Brother Adnan and Imtiaz Bhai, and inshallah, I'm pretty sure they already know about it. And the reason they might not have made videos about it is probably they are not that big in number. But yeah, bring it to the attention, inshallah.
They're in millions now. I would appreciate if you can tell me how to contact Brother Adnan.
Send us your email on dawahwise@gmail.com, and inshallah I'll forward your message to Brother Adnan.
Welcome, Salaam.
Jazakallah, brother. Jazakallah. I
Amen.
thank you so much for this opportunity and trying to get this thing out there. This needs to be handled, and inshallah it will be.
Inshallah.
I'll send that email to Brother Adnan.
Barakallah fiqh, brother. Take care. Assalamu
alaikum.
Someone says he's from the lost 10 tribes, and they want just 2 minutes. I mean, I can just offer you a suggestion in 30
What do you mean the lost?
become
lost
a
tribe?
Muslim, even if you're from the lost 10 tribes or 5 tribes. The option is there for you. Become a Muslim and save yourself from the hellfire. You don't need to continue following the past when the past is not very clear to any one of you now, because people have not preserved the messages of the past. The Quran is the final message with the final messenger, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and that's what you should be looking into, not your ancestry or your heritage.
His guy said, John Pri, I love Pani Puri. Now you're making me hungry. All right, guys, Jazakallah khair for your patience. Our moderators, Brother Gambit, Brother Naim, Brother Inflogan, who has been with us from the beginning. MashaAllah, Barakallah Feek to everyone. I don't know if Brother Habib was there today, but thanks for those timestamps you post as well. And I don't know if Sister Laila came today. I don't think I saw her. But if I did miss any of the moderators, you're included in the blessings as well, and our duas. Barakallah Feekum.
Make dua for Sister Lola, because if she's not here, there must be something serious going on.
She might be busy. Inshallah,
Always
she's right, yeah.
has to be
So we just got a couple of super chats. Just want to quickly go through them. The Vilga is lying again and again. Jati exists. I agree. It doesn't have guts to accept the truth. What a dishonest person. I think that was about the same guy.
Little doubt there.
Muslim, talk at him. Don't know what that is. May Allah reward you all. Pray for Maghfirah. May Allah Maghfirah give you Maghfirah. And we have some new members. Jazakumullah khairan. Shamsuddin Patel. And again, okay, Jazakallah khair. Yeah, brothers and sisters, those who haven't subscribed yet, do subscribe to Dawah's channel. We got Dawah's Gold as well, and we got Dawah's Bangla and Dawah's Arabic too, and Nusantara. So these are different. You can find the links to all of this on dawahwise.com, our official website. And yeah, if you become a member, that does help the channel. We got costs like paying the people who translate to other languages, cost for editors, stuff like that. So if you can support anyway financially, that'll be greatly appreciated. All the links are on our website, dawahwise.com, inshallah. And we want to thank all those people who have already contributed financially or in any other way, like our moderators, the people who contribute in the comment section on our channels. Jazakumullah khairan to them. May Allah bless you and reward you with Jannatul Ala, inshallah. Brother Mansoor, you got anything on the Bangla channel, or if you want to say anything?
No, just briefly. It was a very interesting Saturday. The live stream we had, alhamdulillah, a lot of the duat from all over the world, even in their busy schedules, came to say salam and a few words there.
Oh yes, this was the 100,000 special on last Saturday. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and some of them, they couldn't make it because they were either in a conference or lecture in between, or Sabur Bhai was there, while he was giving dawah to people who were becoming Muslims by hundreds in live. In Malawi or somewhere he's been recently.
Yes.
And we had, alhamdulillah, a lot of our duat from all over the world joined, mashallah, to give the support. And hopefully that has given some encouragement and some inspiration to our Bangla community, as well as put some fear in the hearts of the non-Muslims, saying that we Muslims are united, that we cannot be just simply silenced with deceptions and trickery. Now the whole world is working together to expose misinformation and disinformation, and we showed that together. The unity is there between ourselves.
Yes, Jazakallah khair. Do you want to maybe remind people?
It happens on Saturdays, 12 o'clock UK time. So in Bangladeshi time, that would be 6 p.m. It's winter time in there, but people do stay and watch from all over the world, not just from Bangladesh. So when we start at 12 p.m. UK time, usually it goes quite longer than the English stream currently. But yeah, do join from 12 p.m. on Saturday, UK time, inshallah.
Yeah, inshallah. So do watch if you missed that stream. So even if you don't understand Bangla, there was most of the conversation, I think, last Saturday on the Bangla channel was actually in English because of the guests.
Yeah.
So just to remind you, some of the guests. So this is on the main English Dawah channel under the post. You can find the link to that particular guest list there. As you can see, I don't know if you can see it. It's too small. Can you see it now? So yeah, I think some of these people who came were Brother Abdurrahim Green. We had Sam Stallone. Did we have Maurice? No, I don't think so. Okay.
Yeah, he called afterwards after the finish because of timing differences. So sorry to miss it. Yeah,
so we had
someone not on the list is Brother Adnan and Muhammad Hijab. They joined as well.
Yes.
So from Dr. Shoaib Malik to
Abbas,
Zakir Roy was there. Abbas was there, and some of the Jannah, Yemeni, Ali, yourself, Abdul Bai, Farid, Sheikh Uthman ibn Farouk, and many others. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, alhamdulillah.
What a list. So missed it.
I think that was probably the most of the key duat from all around the world gathered on one channel. It's probably the first time I've not seen so many just casually join. We didn't like declare a big event or anything. It's just like, I think short notice, like a couple of days. Alhamdulillah, they all made time. Thanks to Brother Mansoor, Barakallah Fikum, and to your team of Dawah Bangla, for them to stay for so long, like 12 hours, 14 hours, on a weekend when the families are around them. It's indeed a huge sacrifice. So yeah, kudos to them, and may Allah reward you all. And I just want to remind people of the sacrifices some of our duat, mashallah, have to give in order to spread the truth and rid the community of all the basically wrong things, whether it's bidah, whether it's misinformation about the deen, whether it's misinformation about the Prophet alayhi salam, and everything which is basically spread in terms of Islamophobia, trying to bring some sense to the atheist, the agnostic, the so-called ex-Muslims, all of them. Mashallah, these brothers have silenced them all through intellectual and rigorous research to refute most of the points that they bring. So yeah, barakallah fikum, brothers. Brother Islam Hakim, everything all right on your side? I hope you enjoyed the stream today.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah. It was there's certain types of people where take a little bit of a step back maybe, but yeah, alhamdulillah, it was good. Good exercise and some good conversations as well, some things to think about. But I really wish you hadn't gone through women voluntarily burning themselves or involuntarily burning themselves as the last thing before I go to sleep. I mean, that's just dude, come on.
Yeah, I thought that was Kali you shouldn't have looked at.
Yeah, well, that was you top and tailed it. We begin with this sort of.
If you can manage that, you can manage the rest.
Oh,
yeah, we can change your stance. I mean, if you hear the stories of Mohini, but not now, another time.
No, just listen to some Quran, inshallah, you'll be all right.
Inshallah, I will think about our purpose as created beings, which is to worship none other than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and figure out the best way we can do that, inshallah.
Absolutely. And this is exactly why we value Islam more when we listen to such things about not only the local people, but about their deities. So yeah, we are forever, grateful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for granting.
Could have been us. If we were left with blindfolds on or blindfolds are put on us, could have been us.
Absolutely, yes. All right, Jazakallah khair, Brother Islam, Brother Mansoor.
Till
next time, Assalamu Alaikum, all the viewers. And yeah, Subhanallah wa bihamdihi, Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika, nashhadu an la ilaha illa anta.